this is one from 2 days ago, which we watched in stream, and then there's this one, which was, I think, so the 16th? Okay, so this is from the 16th, but they're releasing it now. This is from the 15th of March, Marzo. So this was the 15th press event. This is the 16th press event. So nothing to do with last week at all. This is 2 weeks old at this point. Yeah, this is from last Sunday, so it was on Saturday and Sunday, basically more than a week ago. Okay. Well, yeah, don't mind me, completely out the window. However, this is when they released it on their channel. This is what we're going to be watching tonight, guys. Holy fuck, this is 4 hours long. I did not expect that. Well, I wanted to stream today anyways, so I didn't even want to play Marvel Rivals. Guys. As it turns out, yeah. Got my coffee brewing as well. Dude, we spent 3 hours talking about the hour worth... 2 hours talking about the hour worth of material on last stream. And this one's 4 hours long. Well, depending on whether or not there's some, you know, like, there might be some things worth fast-forwarding through. So I'll take it as it goes. If they get too wordy or something happens. But last one was actually pretty interesting. Mainly, it wasn't just purely the research itself, which was interesting, but also at the same time there was philosophical ideologue and connecting it to religious works or just basically Testament's Book of the Dead. Stuff that we have available that we could potentially pull information from, right? So theories as to what it could possibly be. Not the same thing as obviously knowing what it is. But let's see here, guys. Okay, I'm gonna grab my coffee, guys. You're back. 1 second. Alrighty. So the lady, I believe, was talking in the chat, and she said that there's going to be... I saw this yesterday, so Sunday, prior to it being released as premiering. And Nicole, the lady said that there was going to be translation at some point here in a couple days. Oh, there it is. But we aren't going to wait a couple days. English will evolve shortly thereafter. Okay. Alrighty, well, let's get into it, guys. Where's their DMCA free music?
Bene.
There's a lot of people in this one.
Allora possiamo iniziare.
Let's see.
Conferma anche I tecnici.
A lot of people expressing
Sono emozionata.
Alien, auto-generated, auto-translate.
Allora, innanzitutto iniziamo. Allora, benvenuti qui al Centro Artemide Congressi. Siete in più di 900
Let's see. And what we're going to do is... She's going to get Charles. I'm sorry, guys. It's just the way that it is. She will turn into Charles. Go. There it is.
persone, una marea umana e se guarda, veramente lo dico proprio con tremore nella voce.
Charles worked pretty good.
Thank you very much. So we can start here. Confirms also to the technicians are.
Sono emozionata.
I'm excited.
Sono emozionata.
Excited, so first of all, let's start. So welcome here to the Artemide Center Congresses. You are more than 900 people. A human tide, and if you really look at it, I say with trembling in my voice, if the pre-sale continued, we were at least 2,000 people, so it's something. Incredible, something
it's kind of a big deal.
Or escalation that is truly unexpected.
This is kind of a big deal, yeah.
For everyone, thanks for being there.
Good for them, guys. I keep mentioning their channel, and I keep mentioning their actual YouTube channel, not my channel. Although occasionally I'll mention mine if people are looking for translated works. But
we are part participants.
Definitely been mentioning it. It's weird how, like, when this first came out, guys, everyone was parodying the little bit of information from, like, the one guys that made a video on the slides or something like that, like, no one sourced anything as it kind of goes. But as it turned out, there was a source and quickly found it, but almost no one was talking about it. Now people are, because I keep mentioning in comments for basically other people posting on this, which is the actual group, which is Expedition. I guess they're just called Expedition. There's 4 of them. She's the communications officer, I believe, and then the 3 scientists.
Witnesses of something historical that...
Big deal.
It has never happened before, and all this. It was
translations will be kind of rough. They're
auto-generated.
It's just the way things are going.
2 people. That I have here in front of me a very great applause to Corrado Malanga, Armando May, and Filippo Biondi.
Those are the 3 scientists, by the way. Green Barber. They're getting a standing applause, guys. Good for them. I mean, it's so, as we discovered in the last video, which I suggest you guys watch if you haven't seen it yet, which is kind of an introductory what's going on here. One of the biggest things, put aside the pyramid tubes, which is just hilarious to say, the pyramid tubes themselves have, in addition to that, it's the technology and kind of the technique, not necessarily technology, the technique that they're using to find this is applicable, and it's cheap to do, to basically any pyramid in the world. And there's a lot of pyramids around the world that basically don't have other people that can actually, like, they don't have government access or people that are willing to. Alrighty, guys, sorry about that. As it turns out, there's actually, the pyramid tubes, because it's just fucking, not the wells, not the wells. That sounds kind of official, doesn't it? The pyramid well. Not the wells, not the cylinders, the pyramid tubes. There's a series of tubes under the pyramids. But anyways, as we pointed out on the last podcast here, guys, once again, I didn't think this was going to be today. I thought this was going to be tomorrow, but the release, I guess, is from the 16th and kind of lagging behind. This was from the 16th earlier this month. It's almost a week and a half ago at this point. I didn't think this was going to be yesterday, but it was. Also looking more official now. But the most applicable thing to this, and the takeaway, is the fact that this can be applied to any pyramid around the world. And there's plenty of pyramids, probably as far as ancient research goes. Besides Egypt, it's like Rome. Like, you know, that's kind of where we're at. There's obviously archaeologists around the world, right? But in terms of money, where the money flows from, where the desirability actually is in order to actually secure funding in order to do archaeology or to do something official, there's not many places that do it. And there's plenty of pyramids around the world in which the government's just not interested. Maybe people are a little bit lazy. Maybe they have their own archaeologists. And there's all cliques too, right? Like the cliques of where people get work and when. And I'm sure there's a lot of bureaucracy in this area because it's so niche, right? It's so small. But this allows basically, and then there's red tape of people don't wanting these things to be disturbed, maybe spiritually in addition to physically, and then obviously being non-invasive, and then getting permission from the government, and wanting people to do it, and then getting funding. There's all sorts of reasons that this hasn't happened in other parts of the world, or even Egypt to begin with. But the way that they've actually been doing stuff and the technique allows them to do this to other, and I can guarantee you there's going to be some weird shit that's going to come out, not just from Egypt, because there's a lot of pyramids around the world that just happen to pop out around the same time. Just everyone got the great idea to build a pyramid, Are the pyramids, what else can we pull from that? Nothing. However, if there's giant fucking tubes under the pyramid, by the way, on the last stream, someone brought up them being hollow piles, and I didn't even know hollow piles existed. But hollow piles, well, the idea of piles have been around for thousands of years. Literally, I think one of the sources we saw was the earliest piles, so basically stability for a building, was over 6,000 years BC. That's a long time ago. Hollow piles, on the other hand, have only been around for 200 years. They're a relatively new thing because most people, it's not intuitive to make something hollow and it's going to have the same effect as something full of, steel rods or concrete, right? And as such, the hollow piles came up. And the thing about it was they're too big, and they also go to a hollow box. And you don't put piles above a hollow box. It doesn't make sense. Putting aside the fact that they also mentioned in the last video, although they haven't shown images of it, this is the last video, once again, a recap. They also showed images. Well, they didn't show images. They mentioned that there's structures more than 2 to 4 kilometers below. So even below the square, the cube, there's stuff even below that. But they didn't show them because they're low quality or basically high noise, and they can't really pull much out of them. So they didn't feel as though they didn't have high enough confidence in what they were to show them to people. But there's actually potentially other structures that go even deeper below the cubes themselves, and that's not how you build a fucking pile. But, whatever, right? But good for these guys. The idea, the technique, even if these are just hollow tubes, which wouldn't make sense, and is just mind-blowing to begin with, is the fact that this can be done in other parts of the world, so.
So in the meantime, they settled down special thanks to the guests who have arrived, whose place we were able to keep, but we really couldn't help it. More because for security reasons, not we couldn't do. More people come in anyway, a greeting to the so many guests I don't know Tesla space. Alberto Negri, hello, thank you for to be. Here then to Dr. Katz. Hi Montanari.
I guess this is a renowned person.
Then Roberto Romiti, hello.
Oh, they introduced, yeah, these are, I think, prolific guests right now.
Thanks, Michelle.
Michele Guandalini.
Guandalini, then we have Valentino and Valentina Di Porto X here, they are. Hi Lorenzo Maria Pacini, go.
I think these are renowned people in their archaeology community. Are these the scientists?
Remondini Victor Nunzi. Go then, many others anyway, it goes well now. I'll also
yeah, I think these are prolific people guests right now.
Egypt tour unveiled made possible on the paths of the Zeppi Luigi Sagaria. You come. Who have just returned from.
We might fast forward through the platitudes, guys.
Luigi, to everyone here,
Ecco,
they
loro
have
hanno
a
una
post
postazione
out
qui
here
fuori, nel
just in
caso perché
case.
comunque il tour continua,
However,
ovviamente
the
in
tour
collaborazione
obviously
col progetto
continues in
Khafre.
collaboration with the
Volete dire
Khafre
qualcosa? 2
project.
secondi.
Do you want to say
Ciao a
something? 2
tutti,
seconds.
ragazzi,
Hello
siete
everyone,
stupendi.
guys.
I think
You
they're
are
congratulating themselves right
Noi
now.
siamo
wonderful.
fuori
So we are off to the
per le prossime
next for the
date,
next dates,
ottobre,
October
12-17.
12 to
Ok,
17.
vi
Okay,
vogliamo
we
il più
want as
possibile,
much
mi
as
raccomando,
possible.
per
Me,
questa
I
esperienza
recommend for this
fantastica.
experience.
Che dire?
Fantastic. And what more can I say? You have nothing else to say. You said we are all here. Let's go in. Tiptoe, because we are a small part of this team and also in the room. There is a small group of the gods. Participants we returned 10 days ago. Let's give you a little round of applause. We look forward to seeing you at a great conference. Everyone, thank you, then.
For an upcoming conference?
Last farewell, thanks to the team Expedition.
Maybe there are other parts
So,
of
thank
Expedition,
you
I
to
think, which is their
Rita.
organization.
Un ringraziamento a Rita
Monteleone
Monteleone,
Video.
editing.
Editing Manuel
Manuel
Voltolan Web.
Voltolinas, web manager.
Okay.
Manager Roy Bennett. Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, there we
Then
go.
I look at the technician and say, go, let's start with the opening theme.
Let's start with the opening theme, guys.
Go.
Stargate?
Music.
So, I want to point out, guys, just like as we've talked about with UAPs and congressional UAP hearings and NHIs, and when stuff pops up, I don't cover all the tinfoil hat stuff. Once again, I should actually just get a tinfoil hat to wear it when I'm doing stuff like this. Actually, this isn't even tinfoil hat at this point. This is actually science, so I guess we can't tinfoil hat this. This is the science. But tinfoil hat here at the moment, guys. We've talked about this in the past, how if you look at the UAP, the squid UAP, or jellyfish UAP from Afghanistan, it literally looks like a probe droid. Yeah, I just saw footage on Twitter from, I think, a couple days ago from what looked like slave one flying around. Obviously, it could be fake, but it looked relatively realistic, so the jury's still out on that one, but it literally looked like slave one from Star Wars, that is, right? And the weird thing is, it actually seems an awful lot like, just like in the past with sci-fi, how sci-fi kind of predates technology. In the case of Star Trek, for instance, the tricorder or hand scanner, which is now smartphones, right? Flip phones and then smartphones. Yeah, it's kind of weird how there's a lot of stuff in media that just kind of happens prior to us finding out it's kind of realistic. I was big into Stargate when I was a kid. Not even a kid. When I was in my 20s, I was big into Stargate. Pretty cool series. Nothing super fantastic. It's a good B-grade series of sci-fi, Something you watch because you want to watch sci-fi. It's not super amazing, but it was good enough to watch, as a week-to-week sort of occurrence, right? And Stargate Atlantis, which was crossovers with it, which weirdly enough, Stargate Atlantis talked about zero-point energy and ZPMs, or zero-point modules, in Stargate Atlantis, which is the new thing in the fucking UAP community right now. The conspiracy theorists are currently talking about zero-point energy. This is all kind of weirdly coincidental, but that kind of goes back to Stargate Atlantis, which is part of Stargate in general. And here we are talking about something that basically Stargate talked about 20 years ago, kind of. I mean, this has kind of been around the UAP or NHI community for a while, right? There's all the different sorts of conspiracy theories about the Great Pyramids, because they are very mystical, right? There's something that, if you look at our timeline, guys, and just stuff that happens, they are really fucking standoutish. Not like they don't exist, but rather it feels out of place. If you talk about like European timelines or something like that, or Chinese timelines, then you have the fucking Egyptian pyramids in the middle of nowhere that just, arguably we kind of figured out how they work, right? We kind of figured out how they put them together with levers and pulleys, and recently they talked about maybe they used hydraulics, and we put together our own conspiracy theory, or not conspiracy theory, the best case hypothetical solution, like what we could best figure out they did, right? And that's pretty much it. In the last video, they mentioned that the pyramids might be even older than what is suggested, up to maybe 14,000 years old. And what's actually happening was the pyramids were built by someone else, and then a flood happened, which I believe they talked about in the last video, based on the salt levels on the side of the pyramid. So salt, if you ever have an ocean, it leaves behind a line of salt and stuff. because it's very salty, as it turns out. It's extremely corrosive. And it leaves behind basically like sediment on the walls itself. And they mentioned there's a lot of salt. I think it's 100 meters, which is 300 feet, like just coated, just like salt on the walls inside the pyramid. And they suggested that there's possibly a flood, so the area was basically evacuated for a long time. And then basically the ancient Egyptians, as we know them, were not the actual people that made the pyramid. This is one of the things that they suggested, by the way. They didn't really have a whole lot of like evidence for it, and they even said that in the video. They aren't trying to like spread conspiracy theories. They're just offering suggestions of what's actually going on here, right? That there's actually like this potential that the ancient Egyptians weren't actually the original ones that made the pyramids. They came along later on. They're like, this is a really cool place. Let's turn that into a burial mound, right? Let's put our deities in there, our gods, which are pharaohs, right? Let's put them in there. It sounds like a great idea. It's temples to the gods. It'd be a perfect scenario for them, right? And arguably that's what they did. But segue of a segue, guys. But going back to it, we have basically our very much what looks like a Stargate. Very much what looks like a Stargate going on here, obviously, for dramatic flair.
All. Music.
Who are the guys?
An F of researchers composed of Filippo Blond, Armando May and Corrado Malanga. They joined forces and their skills to reveal once and for all that no one else has done up to now had the ability and courage to. Already
there is something to be said about
some
people actually
works,
standing up in the scientific community and going out, like we just talked about a
Scientific
couple days
published
ago.
in a journal International Malang May and Blonde.
As we talked about a couple days ago, which is the Canadian research about a year ago, in January 2024, January, in which they use RTMS to basically disable parts of people's brains. It's not like completely, like they use lesions. I don't know how they do it without hurting your brain, but temporary lesions on the left frontal lobe. And what they found out was when they did that, it actually caused people to become more psychically aware, which is absolutely ludicrous, right? And it's not something you'd ever think about. And I believe it came from a different type of research with autistic kids, but they figured out this was happening with them, and they applied it to normal people, and found out like they could do things like predict RNG, like random number generators, in addition to moving cursors with their mind. Yeah, pretty crazy shit. But the weird thing about it, the weirdest thing about that, and kind of a segue here, the weirdest thing about that is the fact that potentially, because it's a dominant trait, something turned that off in our heads. Basically, somehow our brain decided, our evolution decided that a dominant trait such as psionics is not actually a dominant trait. That doesn't make sense, right? That doesn't fucking make sense at all. So, what exactly is going on there? That's a good question. It feels the only way for that to happen is if we had a massive war and basically psionics versus non-psionics, which has nothing to do with evolution, right? And the psionics lost, and we became the dominant species, or we were genetically engineered, which would also explain it. But otherwise, there's no Darwinistic standpoint, which is generally how people view science. There's no Darwinistic evolutionary standpoint as to why a dominant trait such as possibly reading the future, being able to speak with people without talking to them, possibly influencing people's thoughts, or moving things with your mind would not become a dominant trait. It doesn't make sense. That's a really weird one, right? But the whole idea, and the segue of a segue here, guys, is this whole idea that we're questioning things. If it doesn't make sense, you start following data. It doesn't matter if you're a scientist, you believe something. It doesn't matter at all. What matters is what we're looking at, what we're seeing, and then figuring out why it's happening, right? It doesn't matter if you don't think people are psionic. What matters is, hey, we did this part to someone's brain, and all of a sudden they can move cursors. Maybe we should figure out why they can move cursors now, right? It has nothing to do with what you want to believe as an individual. That's like, what you want to believe is like religion, right? It's spiritual. But at the same time, you have to look at the actual science. And science isn't, well, some people view it as religion, like, the worship of the fact that you, like, the idea itself isn't where we should be, right? We're looking at the science and not rather, it can't be this because I'm part of this, group of people that doesn't believe in it, right? That's also scientific. That doesn't make sense at all. But, yeah, standing up to the scientific community because they're going to get a lot of pushback as they've already been getting.
The history of the Piana of Giza, not only correlating the various
already happening, and they also have data to back it up, so
ancient
that's what they're working with right now.
knowledge of the people. Egyptian, but using the most modern technologies implemented by the industry of aerospace and
specifically
supported
they talked about it in depth in the last video, and I'm
innovative
sure they will in this one.
that transforms electromagnetic information.
Or maybe they're already doing it right now. They talked about it in the last video, but they aren't just using SAR or ground-penetrating radar. They're cross-referencing it with each other, and they turned it into an acoustic model. So basically, the best way of looking at this and thinking about it, it's like ultrasound. But ultrasound, in the case of ultrasound, works a lot like sonar, where it pings off something, and you get the sound back. Instead, they're looking for where there isn't sound. So it's like reverse sonar. So where there isn't actually, like they aren't getting information back, means there's a hollow cavity there. It's the opposite of sonar. But it's basically, a good way of thinking of it is like ultrasound or sonar.
Completamente innovativo, che trasforma informazioni elettromagnetiche
Of a new spectroscopy, the three researchers succeeded in this way to observe the inside of the hidden pyramid structures of Khafu could finally be put in light all those internal structures to the monument and until then unknown that Egyptologists have been trying to find for years. Discover with the use of non-technical invasive the idea of using SAR or radar synthetic opening to observe
Good idea.
the interior of the ancients and up to now impenetrable megalithic monuments Giza.
Lots of AI going on here, by the way.
Scholars to employ their
This is credible
respective
video?
skills
Yes.
in the business.
That is, so the idea of credibility here is whether or not these scientists are authentic. They are authentic scientists. Whether or not the meat and potatoes are obviously going to be not only what they present, but also people being able to confirm what they're doing, and that's going to happen too, right? The scientific community is going to confirm it, whether or not that's even through digging, which I'm sure will also happen. As I mentioned in the last video, if I was the president of Egypt, guys, I'd have the fucking excavators on the line right now, and obviously not excavators, but they can make tunnels. Tunnels are pretty well understood. Mining is pretty well understood at this point. They can tunnel under the pyramids if they want to and get right in there without actually hurting the pyramids at all. So that's not even a problem.
To understand
And I'd 100% be on the
real
phone right
one
now.
was internal structure of the pyramid of Khafre with the aim of placing the
Also, by the
major
way, lots of
buildings
AI.
of the Piana Dire. Giza in a more correct and broad historical context of ancient Egypt. Music.
Uh-huh. So this was from the 16th, the weekend, not this Sunday, which is yesterday, but a Sunday prior. So it was about a week old. Oh my god, they're lasering the pyramids, guys! Oh, stop it! Oh, that's music.
Music.
Uh-huh. Ah. I guess she's a pharaoh now?
Music.
I still don't completely understand her role. She said she's a communications officer, but she seems like she's more than that. I don't know if she's a benefactor or what.
Music. Applause.
I think this is in the audience right now.
Music.
I still don't know. I don't know if she is a
Applause.
benefactor or what's going on here. It's not completely clear. All right.
So at the beginning of this adventure I have opened a book is like that by chance, but maybe it's no coincidence that a sentence reached me.
So one thing I want to point out is small companies and small organizations, especially in different countries, don't necessarily have... Is this guy embarrassed? I can't tell. In different countries have different sort of standards, I would say, as far as what they're producing. So just go with it. Doesn't really matter. What really matters here is the research, which they're going to be getting to in a second here. Yeah.
Taken from Gamesh, which I will read to you now, and after which I will pass the word to the speakers. He who saw the deep, what was secret revealed what was hidden, and brought back a story of prima. Of the flood now this time has come is. The time has come to reveal what is not, it has never been said and told. To you.
I don't think that directly translates. I think that was I think she
Thanks,
said a quote from
Armando.
Gilgamesh.
Applause. May thank you all, yes.
Something about revealing what the flood hid.
He feels I know, he feels okay first of all. Thanks to all of you, extraordinary, truly fantastic me. I have to say I relate to that a bit what Nicole said before, because from memory, in the last 30 years really not. I remember conferences on this topic or end with a request for participation.
Think Q&A.
So wide that is to say it really was a surprise for us too. It's a surprise. Very welcome, of course, because you really give us. I support the right energy to continue in this work that is truly very tiring, and so thank you. Do yourself
Talking
a
about
favor,
his
applause,
career
because
in
you are truly
archaeology, or
extraordinary. Thank you.
I don't know if this is the sound guy or not. I think this is the guy that's heading up the project.
I say it without emphasis, honestly, but I believe that you are truly the cutting edge of a new ZEP TPI of a new time, because from today we start to write a new page of history, maybe the story Sen, and I don't want exaggerate
ready
the
new
true story
page in the
of
book.
our remote
Starting new
past,
page
because
in the book,
thanks to
right?
what I have always defined as a new enlightenment, know at the moment when archaeological research joins experimental with advanced technology, a binomial is created, in my opinion, truly very effective, because it is based on data, scientific, we can really rebuild in via, I would also say, definitive what happened in our past. Remote this project Khafre. Well, we call it that at this stage, then I'll explain to you why. He was born on a specific date and is the 1st September of 2022, when a very dear friend, Pino Morelli, whom I quote with great affection, he wanted me and Professor Corrado Mananga, we met at
He's talking about how he met his
Cascada, was a
compatriots,
1-2-day trip.
his other scientists he's working with.
Wonderful also, because then when you are with Professor Mananga with Corrado there is always something to learn, and so it was a really great 2 days. Extraordinary, where we have confronted each other on some topics. They came, Corrado and Philip came from the experience on the study of the pyramid of Cheops, which in my opinion was really disruptive, and it is disruptive. And while I instead came from a path of research started in 2021 on the North Duct of the chamber,
He's talking about prior research
from
these
the
guys
Queen
worked on.
that I was sharing in that period with Manu Sidek, who is a Californian researcher, and with Jean-Paul Beauville, the brother of the more famous Robert, the author of the theory of correlation. Was important that experience, because I had to say, in short, I'm a bit like St. Thomas. That is, I mean, when I see that there is an extremely research project, seriously, I'm going to delve a little deeper into the details to see if there
I don't know who
is
Sir Thomas is.
how to say a 1-1 correlation also with research path I was doing, and it just so happens that they worked on the pyramid of Cheops while I was
Once again, how he
studying
met
a
his friend,
particular of
his
that
other scientist friends.
that of that pyramid. And this image refers precisely to a stretch of the northern duct of that. Of the northern duct of the we are precisely in the Queen's chamber, at the fourth block from the beginning of the slope of the duct to the seventh from the entrance where we had noticed how to say, let's say, a series of fragments on the floor of the duct that left us to imagine that the fragment was splashed on the opposite wall because from the outside both had tried to say how to say. Forcing it in particular has me remembered another duct that is.
I want to point out some of the idiosyncrasies here. I think this is in Italian. I don't listen to Italian people speak all the time. So this is like saying or when you're like, talking in front of people, right? So there's some repeating words, and it's just basically directly translated, so it doesn't come out properly, but it's, I don't even know what you call those words, filler words or whatever.
Knows little that is inside the chamber of the Great Pyramid, exactly in the inlet duct towards the room towards the antechamber of the room of the king, who is known as the conduit of ankle that dug because it had found this hole he had sneaked in, and it was found during the excavation right at the height of the duct. North of the king's chamber you can see right this is the development of the conduit from that one a crevice in this case in the room of the queen had tried to force it, but what is very interesting, instead it is the upper part towards the ninth block of the duct where it is. You see indicated by these arrows in short on the right side of the wall a gap. A gap there too we find ourselves with of the trite gods that are seen better here, which are therefore, if it is evident, the forcing that occurred at that point. Moreover, in that area the debris. We have found out how to say, in short, we have identified a ticket of entrance to the logical area of Giza, that it was for sale, in short, in the period.
I don't know if this is the exact pyramid that they're talking about, but I think they're trying to discuss an entrance to the underground area that they mentioned in the research. Whether or not that's true or not, I'm not exactly sure which pyramid they're on right now, because the pyramid that the research is from Khafre. Khafre? I don't believe that's where they are right now.
Between 1973 and 1991, and a wheel that we then end up with discovered it is a film of a movie camera. They called it then of Russian invoice, so obviously someone had entered that environment and had left a mark of his own.
So people at one point came in and
I also think these elements were not left there for case, and so I wanted to delve deeper. This detail to understand then what height was this room and
so he's cataloging it from archaeological,
with the
architectural
reconstruction that
standpoint.
Corrado had done. And Philip I, honestly don't know why, but this is one of the you indicated in green. It is not a coincidence, of course, because chance does not exist. But that room matches exactly with this environment designed in green in the reconstruction they had done. Corrado and Blonde and Philip was then the mathematical certainty, I would say, that the project they are working on and the technology they were using was perfect, precise, and thanks to this technology could have been done further steps forward in the research, so this is born like this.
I think he's talking about a room that they haven't actually
the
seen,
project, which is a
but they saw
first and foremost.
They saw in their ultrasound SAR. They saw in their SAR.
People, because we have truly created an extraordinary group close-knit with the limits of telepathy really are there, created a wonderful relationship, and then I personally I get richer day by day because I'm dealing with geniuses and so forth.
I think he's talking about
really
his
an experience
scientific friends are actually
Extraordinary,
really good at what they
all
do,
of you
right?
know, for those who follow me in. 2010 I presented during a conference held at Z University of Dubai my dating theory.
Yeah, so they're still going back and
Of the
how they basically met
ZTPI,
and worked together
which
with
is
each
a
other over time.
project that goes a little beyond what was the theory of Robert Ball's correlation from which I started. And while Robert had focused attention only on the pyramids and on the Sphinx dating the site to 10,500 BC, I wanted to take it a step further, having identified some limits both in the technical analysis of alignments, both in the identification itself of all those possible elements present on the Giza plane that could make a further contribution to research and thus broaden the spectrum of analysis, and let's say propose a dating again more consistent with what was present on the Giza plane, and so it was.
He's talking about the age of the
36,400 before
basically
CR,
Sphinx
where
and
this
the
set of
pyramids.
elements of monuments. So I'm not just referring to the three pyramids larger than the Sphinx, but also to the mastaba of where currently there is the mastaba of Kent. CEST at 2MC2 at the temple of Amenhotep II at the foot of the Sphinx. In short,
There's a
whole series of elements.
I want to point out, guys, there is a lot of archaeological finds in Egypt right now, like in the Giza plateau, and I'm definitely not familiar with all of them. And it sounds like he's talking about one specific dig or find outside of the Sphinx.
Allowed to define the plane of Giza from east to west. Aligning these elements with there was an alignment in the celestial vault. So I think that date could definitely be the starting point to historically define the ZEP. TPI this study, so it gave me, then led me to ask myself the second question: if this complex is so ancient, who has? Whoever has been able to build it, make it happen, done this blessed work, that extraordinary, and then here it was necessary. Choose a road, and the road according to more useful to me to understand also the consistency of the entire system was get inside the mind of the serial killer. That is, of those who have truly achieved that system.
I don't think that was translated properly.
In.
I think he's mentioning right now that he thinks the pyramids and basically the Giza plateau and stuff on it, once again in his last video, is much older than what people are crediting it. And he's trying to get inside the mind, not the serial killer, maybe it's an idiom, but getting inside the mind of the builders of the pyramids themselves, right? To get an idea of what's actually going on.
What way has developed from a point of view architectural engineering and more. Also scientific N, using, let's say, a more complex and broader terminology. Understand what the systems were communication of this civilization we can obviously refer to a form of phonetic communication, but the problem is that in the pyramids of Dai, there is not even a shred of Giza hieroglyphic, and I do not consider it. Scribble says it's in one of the so-called Z exhaust chambers. By now it is known.
No, he's talking about the differences in language in the pyramids themselves.
So what could it be? The other communication system, the language of numbers, the tool, universal, the instrument of language. Universal because through the number codes are communicated that cross the space-time. Another important aspect, it was the studio of astronomy, because through this tool not only was it possible to date the But it gave us further elements of evaluation also in light of that, which was then coming out of the research that was underway. Connections not only with the surface, but also with the underworld.
So in the last video,
like this, the English say that step by step.
In the last video, he actually mentioned that the underworld, or as they termed it, he made references to the Book of the Dead, as a work where people were taking it literally to mean the underworld, right? Like religious underworld, when in fact it could actually be referring to being under the pyramid, right? So he's basically talking about how there's difference here maybe is language, and what actually was showing up in hieroglyphics or in the Book of the Dead is actually maybe possibly a literal interpretation of like what's underground, right? As opposed to it being a portal. Well, it might actually be a portal like Stargate, which we just talked about at the beginning. But in addition to that, it actually might just mean that it's further underground, right? The underworld being underground.
L'underworld, come dicono gli inglesi, che di passo in passo,
step by step, he came to the light, as we say, geometry, but also the analysis of the archetypes that they came out of the realization, same as some monuments that were built on the Giza plain, as we will see in a little while, for example in Temple of the Valley, which is one of the two. Temples, the one on the right that are located under the Sphinx, then enter the mind of the one who created it. That system was essential, and this, thanks to the study of several authors, as for example George Hart, who is a archaeologist who worked at the British Museum, has created, let's say, a series of publications on the various deities of the Egyptian pantheon, and in particular on a Tot, the divinity called Tot, which seemed to be not only very interesting for the aspects that he analyzed, but it seemed the very divinity that was most similar to the construction of the entire plant of Giza, and so I started from there to delve deeper into this topic and understand how much Tot could be connected to the whole scaffolding of Giza.
He's talking about how the monuments of the Giza plateau are connected.
Out a whole series of elements that we'll see in a moment, but above all, it came, as if to say, in short, during the course of our research, the need to also delve deeper into the place some details that could be useful to research, and so on. As part of the Gitto tour revealed as, say we have conjugated useful and enjoyable, in short, no, so we are. Went to Egypt to evaluate to visit the piana of Giza, in particular the pyramids and the monuments that were most important. In short, they were built on that area, but also give a peek to some elements that concern both the pyramid of Cheope, which is the pyramid of Khafre, and I will not tell you about the pyramid of Misrino, maybe we'll do it in another one occasion, but even there I can help you to anticipate that there are some very important things, very interesting as regards the pyramid of Cheops. The first thing that I want to analyze with you, these are blocks found on the facade north of the pyramid in the stretch that leads to the entrance of Mum. So what was it? How to say, in short, created forcibly from within, therefore. Who tells you that this entrance was made from the outside? It basically says inaccuracy for a whole series of reasons. The first,
Talking about the differences between the blocks and the surrounding blocks.
Find that entrance right there. Point actually comes from below, then we'll see where from, and so these blocks denote a deep traces are in sandstone, deep traces of erosion of water, and only on some blocks of the north facade and on some blocks
Some people have also
in the
pointed this out.
northwest corner of the
Some people have also pointed out the drastic differences between not Japanese, Egypt archaeology, and this is one of them, right? For instance, it looks almost nothing like the blocks next to it because it's basically made out of completely different, much easier to sandstones, much easier to craft. He says from within, and I don't mean whether or not that's literally meant as though the block came from inside of the pyramid, like pushed out, or if it is something from a different time period. Whether or not that didn't translate for me. But basically he's pointing out the differences between the blocks.
Great Pyramid, and they are the 2 points that I have analyzed, and this means that already around, let's say, 10,500, so the period to which instead Bovell he was bringing the alignment up. Probably in that period that has happened verified something that demolished part of the coverage that characterized the Great Pyramid, exposing these blocks water erosion, because then that area has been submerged over time.
So as he mentioned in his last video,
from the water of the sea.
So as he mentioned in his last video, and we talked about at the beginning of the stream, they suggested that the pyramids might actually be a lot older than the ancient Egyptians, and, you know, obviously made by someone else or something else. Woo, something else. But there's differences in the archaeology itself and the repairs made in differences. But here he's pointing out, basically at one point they were underwater, and once again, seawater is extremely corrosive, if you guys didn't know that. Salt water is extremely corrosive. They use it for, well, you can use it for a lot of things, but for instance, you put a piece of metal in it, it basically will dissolve it, right? Which is why you have to be careful with what you're actually putting into salt water, for instance, for boats or anything, right? It's incredibly corrosive. So it will actually do this to blocks eventually, because once again, it's corrosive. But also the other stones around it were not corroded. Dissolved.
So, in short, these traces of erosion of water, there were a lot. Important, this is the plateau instead in front of the eastern facade of the Pyramid of the Great Pyramid A. It is a limestone pavement, and I can guarantee that this plateau is formed by blocks so large ones that didn't even fit into the camera, so they were extended, are perfectly worked. So they are cut perfectly and aligned with each other and surround the whole structure, and then you will understand why is this detail important. When will Professor Corrado intervene, Mana, and this characterization of the base of the we also find the Pyramid of Cheope, in the Pyramid of Khafre, and in the Pyramid of Menkori, and also in the area from the
Talking about finding this difference in the other pyramids in the area.
Sphinx. Another interesting aspect, this was Philip who asked me of information on the Great Gallery. What you see here is a detail of the entrance right at in the large gallery that is basically when you exit the duct. Ascending, looking up, there is this granite block blocking a hole.
So looking up inside the Sphinx when you exit?
It's a plug that practically leads probably somewhere else that
Don't say.
At this time we don't know, or anyway we haven't seen it yet.
So he's postulating right now about, you know, possible entrances. So one of the big things with the pyramid tubes is accessibility. How would you get into them in the first place? The little spirals around the outside of the tubes look like access ports, right? Or walkways. They postulated in the last video they could be used for HVAC or basically cooling down, because the further underground you go, the hotter it gets. Cooling down and moving air around, right? But he's basically talking about how areas were plugged up, and this, for him, looks like a plug, which I'd agree with. You can't really tell because of the... I'm pretty sure he's talking about this right here. The angle is taken. So this is taken looking up underneath at the Sphinx when you're exiting it. There's areas that they haven't even investigated. Like I mentioned before, guys, it's kind of weird how you'd expect with the Great Pyramids or with the ancient pyramids in general, they would have went to great lengths to, dig it out or otherwise look through it, right? And they haven't really done that. They, even in the best case scenario in the ancient world, you have the Great Pyramids, and they'd even go all their way to investigate something like this, right? Because it costs money, time, having reason. Then you have a bunch of red tape, and you have people that may or may not want you to, bureaucracy too on top of red tape, and then you have the government too. So weirdly enough, there's a lot of places that haven't been explored because they haven't found either the means or method for doing so. And he's suggesting right now, for instance, this block was actually intentionally put there as a plug, right? 1 second, guys. Let me go check out something real quick here. I'm going to put on some music. You're back. Alrighty, guys. Sorry about that. And ban that guy. On. Okay. Back to it.
Physically and is located exactly in this point that you see in the circle. One which corresponds exactly to what Corrado and Philip in their reconstruction of the interior of the Great Pyramid you see.
So they're talking
Here
about
in the
Khafre?
circle in red, then, there is another very element interesting, and this Filippo had told me. Ask to give us particulars, be careful, because this is a who is. Was closed with this block of granite, and this point is exactly in the highest part on the wall of on the east wall of the.
So once again, they're trying to find entrances and correlations
right
with
at the top, and there is another one.
And correlations with the actual acoustic model. I guess they're comparing and contrasting the acoustic model and render versus the actual pyramid itself and looking for entrances, which is a great idea, by the way. So these guys already thought far enough ahead to actually not just only present the pyramid tubes, but also look for basically, real-life examples of potential entrances. Obviously, if you're Egypt, by the way, and you want to actually do this, you wouldn't even bother trying to, because they're basically history that you wouldn't want to disrupt. You'd basically want to burrow underneath the pyramids and go into the tube itself, right? You wouldn't actually want to try and maybe mess around with stuff, thinking that it's going to maybe break something, right? As opposed to actually trying to look for the entrances itself, you'd actually want to just, make a new entrance to the underground portion of the pyramid, because there's no way of telling if these are booby-trapped or if you're even looking at the right thing, and you wouldn't want to actually, because they're a timeless monument, you wouldn't actually want to go and try to break them, right? But you could definitely burrow underground and see if you can actually burrow into one of these entrances based on their location, because they have pretty accurate data. But what these guys are doing right now is looking for correlations between their acoustic model and the actual real pyramids themselves.
Obstruction, which certainly leads to some other environment that they have rebuilt them in their work on the pyramid, on the Great Pyramid.
Much better.
And then we come to the king's chamber. In this point, there is that.
Guys, if you didn't know this was ancient, look at this for a second. If you didn't know this was ancient, do you think this is ancient? This literally looks like it was built in fucking like the 1980s or something. Like those are giant concrete slabs. There's no way that you'd ever think this is an ancient pyramid, right?
Famous barcode towards the room below, of which is located right under the leather room of the king. On that occasion I was entertained with the two keepers who are inside the room, in short, that regulate the flow of access to that environment. We entertained ourselves in short chat, actually, but I asked very specific questions on the environment that was underneath after a moment, as if to say of their embarrassment, and they were also a bit reluctant, let's say, like this, to talk about it slowly. In short, I am.
So he asked very poignant or very specific questions, I think, of the tour guides or the people that are there as to what these things were. And I guess he was given the runaround. I will point out, guys, when you are on a tour, I don't know who exactly you talk to. I don't know if he mentioned specifically who you talk to. I will mention if you're on a tour, like for, let's say, national park or something, tour guides don't like to be look stupid. Sometimes they'll say that they're wrong or that they don't know, but oftentimes they'll just give a bullshit answer, something like that, right? Just to keep the flow going. It could be these guys have absolutely no idea. And it could be that Egypt doesn't even fucking know because they actually never took time to, pull things apart. Because also at the same time, this is a timeless wonder. Do you want to try and destroy it to figure out if there's entrances somewhere? Probably not, right? Once again, if you were trying to find entrances to this thing, you'd 100% burrow underneath it because tunneling isn't anything new. And you could 100 tunnel, with something makeshift to begin with. And then if you find something, you can make a thoroughly, like with a TBM or something, you can make a thoroughly well thought out tunnel to it. But for the time being, they're just looking for entrances to the possible areas that they discussed in their research.
Vedere cose che sono estremamente interessanti.
Interesting, then all of them, you've probably already seen this one. Image it is a wall that
I would eventually like to
is
visit the pyramids. I've
evidently
never done
not
it though.
from the Egyptian period. Here it was, built during the 80s. This
Talking about the
wall,
blocks.
to a specific question of mine on Sue, what was the need to create this obstruction? They have me as if to say, between quotes, revealed that this wall, beyond this wall, there is a corridor that it goes down for several meters, then has a...
So you're saying they covered it up?
Yes, it splits into another conduit, that it goes upwards. This is important. Detail that goes up, and then this conduit leads even further into.
So he's calling into question why the wall was erected, and basically the Egyptian government in general, because they're the ones that did it, right? Assumingly they're the ones that did it, or whoever was there in the 80s did it. I mean, bricks have been used for a long time, so potentially a brick wall could have been constructed in the last 200 years, and that's a pretty open timeline. The Egyptians might not even know, the Egypt government might not even know why it's there, right? So this in the bottom right looks more original, as if it was put there thousands of years ago, where this looks like this was something done the last 200 years by someone. And there's a lot of shenanigans that have happened in the pyramids, like especially through the 1800s and 1900s, when they're kind of overlooked as historical monuments, right?
Low to well, so there is a well at the end of this.
I don't know if that's documented or he's going off his acoustic model.
That whoever has explored that room we have seen before in, conducted when I told you about the north duct of the chamber of the...
1 second, guys. I'm going to go wash my coffee cup out again. However, I need to check on something again. I had one of my computers went down, and kind of bugging me right now. We're back in a moment, and should be able to take care of it. Alright. Took care of that. Should be good now. Let's see. Also occasionally dropping some frames on YouTube, guys. That'll happen. Let's continue. Should be good now.
Queen passed right through that passage and took the direction upwards and entered that environment, so it is from there that I am. Past, and we move on to the pyramid of Khafre. The visit to the pyramid of Khafre, it was very interesting for in.
So, I believe they were talking about the 22 research just now, and correlations with the 22 research, because they made a white paper on the 2022. They made a white paper on 2022, and he was showing basically the unfound areas of the pyramids that look like they're walled off and potential entrances to them. So now they're moving on to the Khafre pyramid, which the Khafre pyramid is the new pyramid that they just worked on, and they dated it up there. So basically now they're showing the new information. Well, newer, I guess.
Truth was the first time he accessed that.
So they didn't even, I guess they didn't even excavate or unwillingly shared the older pyramid. Now, the work they did on the older pyramid, they didn't even look at the new stuff that they potentially found with the scan data.
Monument has a different development. Respect for the interior, respect at least the ones we know, and then the others. We will show them to you later. It has a development different from what it is. The big pyramid is interesting. Note that even here at the end of the descending duct, then the entrance, until the end of this duct. Once the duct is finished, you enter a horizontal duct that it's also quite tall. In fact, I was there standing, unlike the duct descendant that AB has done a little bit of. It's hard to get down because it's low around. At a height of 1 meter, there is this niche. What you see here inside the niche is a scan contraption pyramid that are taking over the famous muon particles in hope to catch one and rebuild a bit the internal environment according to their technology. That, for goodness sake, in short, we respect, but I want to say anyway, at least I think it's a little, let's say, effective in getting to the bottom of secrets that keeps that monument. This niche is located in reality here in the reconstruction that you see on the here in the graphic reconstruction. In reality is not exactly precise position of the niche in relation to the ducts that goes down, because it is located right in front of the door, which leads to the second known room of the pyramid of Khafre. We would have liked explore that environment, but as if to say we were denied access. And I won't hide from you that we tried even to force the hand to enter, but it was not possible. So it means that over there, not only there, they are the machines of the scam pyramid, but I hope they didn't do it the same mess they made a few years ago in the room of the...
I think right now he's criticizing the Egyptologists or the Egypt government for the lack of, what do you call that, interest in exploring parts of the pyramid that potentially could harbor things that people don't know about yet, or they don't even know about yet. I might be talking about bureaucracy, he might be talking about the government. I don't know what organization is in charge of the pyramids, but it looks like right now he's criticizing them for basically not standing by, complicit, standing by and not really doing anything. And I don't know, he said forced, I don't know if that means he tried to hardball them, or if he actually tried to physically access it and they couldn't. But he's basically saying that they couldn't gain access to this area that might actually potentially have led to the area that they're talking about.
Queen of the Great Pyramid, where they have even drilled the floor for. Check if under the room 2 of the Queen there was an environment like.
They drilled under the ground to figure it out.
Room of the King, so anyway, there was no possible explore it. This is a detail instead of the horizontal duct, which instead leads to the Belzoni chamber, to which he Accessed by going up a short conduit, descending, that leads higher towards this other horizontal corridor, that door inside the room. Belzoni, here too we are on the wall, left proceeding towards the so-called room. Funeral, and we have identified her, this particular block identified, which I can perhaps highlight better here, and this also seems to be a plug that blocks a gap because it is completely shaped in a totally different way.
He's comparing
to
once
others who are much more.
So he's comparing, we remember how he looked at the sandstone on the outside of the pyramid? He's comparing the geographic differences in the blocks, or what do you call, geological differences in the blocks, and comparing them to the blocks around them, and stating that this might actually be used as an entryway. The curious bit about this, by the way, guys, is if this is an entrance, this looks like an access shaft or an access. You know how you have elevators and corridors, for instance, in real life that aren't intended to be accessed regularly? They have basically staff access, right? Which is either small or borderline non-existent if it's something that's not supposed to be accessed regularly. And if this is an access, this might insinuate that whatever's down there wasn't supposed to be accessed regularly, which is also, it's not a main entrance, right? Is also kind of curious in and of itself, because that would insinuate that whatever's down there wasn't meant to be accessed regularly? Maybe. Just tinfoil hatting or
so it is possible that
hypothetical.
behind this cap be there something interesting, and this instead it is another niche that is found. A few meters further up, this niche is very interesting because the block inside is a pink granite, while that what is blocking it is a block of sandstone. It blocks it because it almost does block, in the sense that it is not possible extract it if not by removing the piece of above, so it is possible that also this peculiarity of the block of granite compared to sandstone, which characterizes the duct, can reserve some. Surprise, finally we are at the chamber of Belzoni. We entered the room of Belzoni. This is a nice thing, exactly 207 years after his discovered, because it was March 2nd, 1818 when Belzoni entered. We entered on March 2nd, 2025, so it was a very nice thing, and there is a very interesting thing in this room, because these two images give you awareness of the existence of two shafts. These are the opposite walls, are exactly corresponding, but there is another element which seems very interesting, that is this hole that was made in the upper corner of the room. Belzoni on the left of the entrance is interesting to note, because in correspondence with this hole on the work has been done on the opposite wall of maintenance there, and they're evident. There were probably two more shafts which characterized this environment. Obviously we will look for this to check it out if it will be possible. In short, because it seems to me that I understood that not is that it is extremely simple to do. This also because it is about very, very small ducts, though the interesting thing that in this room, compared to the king's chamber, to the chamber of the queen in the pyramid of Cheope, presents a pair of shaft, a double pair of shaft. Another very thing interesting, I have it noted, examining the surviving blocks of the Belzoni's chamber flooring near the so-called basin, or in short, academics call it sarcophagus. For us it is a tub, for me it is a tub. Well, why are these blocks that are around the container have some holes well defined, and I have to tell the truth, even quite deep. In short, they are 7 to 8 centimeters, if not a little more.
They look like something is used by a
And
machine to pick them
rightly
up.
so, Professor Malanga pointed out that most likely these were useful blocks for insert some of the poles, in short, to make the flow lid, and then possibly then take it back and then close it again. And so also these blocks, these details have a peculiarity, very useful, which also goes, so to speak, to marry this idea that we have of the.
So he's postulating that they were potentially used as like a lever mechanism, or something was inserted into them to move heavy things around in the room.
Function of these monuments. Finally, this is a small detail, is a block of limestone that is found in a niche right at the end of the duct descendant, who seems to be the closing door of that one, which practically separates the duct descending from the first duct. Horizontal, finally, the Great Pyramid. If he doesn't talk much about it, but in reality this monument was particularly studied with the use of technologies already. First of all, okay, we said it was like saying explored by Bazzoni in 1818, and subsequently from Perring's friend, who author of the drawings in the room of Zed's exhaust, have explored this monument, but actually one of the first most interesting experiments have been performed in 1967 by Professor Luis Alvarez, who later then in 1968 was awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics, and already in 1967 this famous one was used technology on that occasion, considering also the instrumentation that they had it at the time. They didn't succeed in 2025. In 2000, in 1967, they succeeded to explore only a small volume of the pyramid, about the 18%, with naturally negative outcome. Other experiments have been done both from CERN and from Riga University. And this last one is very interesting study that was performed on the pyramid, because within engineering symposiums, so in short, had nothing to do with it. Basically, with research, archaeological sites have been identified of fractures in the area of northeast of the pyramid along some courses towards the base, which according to these researchers suggest however, they let us understand the possible internal collapse, therefore, in spaces empty. From this it was deduced that there are unexplored environments inside the pyramid of music, Khafre, another temple, another very interesting monumental complex. It is the one close to the.
So he suggested that in the pyramid there's blocks that look like they've collapsed, and the collapse itself is actually noteworthy because it insinuates that there's things that it collapsed into, right? Spaces that it collapsed into.
Sphinx in particular, I have
Thanks, Chan. Where's his head?
Possibility of analyzing some structural elements within the Temple of the Val, which is what it is found on the right of the Sphinx, because practically this temple has a double character. Structural, made of sandstone blocks. This is a picture taken from the corner southeast of the temple. You see these huge blocks of sandstone that forms the entire part perimeter, which show, let's say, some profound traces of erosion, and then there is a part interior which is made of granite instead in the version.
So showing off the geological
Academic,
differences.
this would have been undergone maintenance during the period during the Old Kingdom, so during the reign of Khafre, to whom it is. This temple is attributed to this, and it is attributed to Khafre not because there are, from the archaeological evidence, proving this link between Khafre and the Temple of the Valley, but simply because it was found in a well. A statue in Khafre diorite, moreover, upside down, so let's say from this finding was born, let's say, the temple equation of Khafre, temple of Khafre, Pharaoh Khafre. In any case, what it is interesting is the size and the cut of these granite blocks that are huge. I believe that even here the most large ones approach 7,080 tons of weight, also with a conjunction extremely, let's say so, specifies in addition to a cut this. This piece of meat was just cut to form a curve that fits axis with the others lateral, so really a technology that during the ancient period kingdom and during the period of the 4th dynasty is not objectively recognized to the Egyptian civilization that in that period still used.
So he's suggesting granite being extremely difficult to cut, especially to be cut precise. He's suggesting something else was being used to cut granite that the Egyptians did not have access to, which he's pointing out the peculiarities, putting aside the pyramid tubes. He's pointing out the peculiarities in Egyptian architecture and how that you wouldn't have tools capable at the time of making this precise of cuts, especially in blocks this big. So he's trying to point out the juxtaposition, context, juxtaposition, or the differences between two things really matters, right? It really matters because sandstone, relatively easy to cut and also erodes really fast, and you got stuff like this, like granite, of which, you can't easily just chop it away, right? It doesn't really work that way. But they're somehow able to do it, and extremely precisely able to do it, with basically no artifact. The stuff that, like granite countertops, right? That is something that is relatively technologically not something you could do way back in the day. Even if you could today.
Wooden hammers and chisels in copper so work the granite for. Working with granite was a real challenge, another thing that has always bothered me. But I am intrigued by the shape of the temple. Here you can see a projection of Della Val graphics temple of the valley, that is to say. It always gave me the feeling of something other than a drawing of one of a temple. Almost looks like a one, like say a plate for the electric transmission. You are more of a circuit, let's say so, a microchip.
He's suggesting it's not actually a layout of a temple, but it's a layout for electronics, which they talked about in the last video.
Syntax of thought enter the mind of the serial killer and
serial
analyze the simplest elements.
It might be a literal translation, but the idiom is trying to get into the mind of the builders, right? Or in the mind of the serial killer, trying to think what they would be thinking of when they built it.
The only way to transmit a message in the future is to use a very language simple, and so what do we see here? On the left we see a kind of a fork made up of 3 teeth, so we have a number 3. Then you also see the development of the colonnade here too. There are a series of columns that give us back a number. Practically there are 16 columns of base that form this temple, so basically the sum of set, and then we have an element here on the right which is formed precisely by a niche, which is the one you see in this point where there is the number. So the numbers that come out, I'm 37 and 1, and I don't even know how to do it. On purpose, it seems to be an anagram of number 137, and this thing has already seemed like to say, in short, an incentive to delve deeper. This. I'm playing now in the archetypal reading of these elements. It was not, as to say, difficult to associate this number 3 and that shape.
So he's mentioning that if someone wanted to build something and make a language, it's kind of funny how this is working, make a language that you would understand in the future, he's using numbers or architecturally numbers to insinuate some sort of meaning in the message itself, right? And I guess we're playing, what is it, National Museum sort of thing, or Indiana Jones, where you figure something out from something else. And it's entirely possible. Just giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'm not exactly sure where he's going with it, but he's basically using the architecture of the layout to make up numbers and possible potential correlating it to the things that they also found.
Non è stato, come dire, difficile associare questo numero 3 e quella forma
From number 3 to this
a
one.
questa lettera
Letter that we find, so to speak, in the alphabet.
nell'alfabeto
Hebrew, which is the shin, which in itself is there, gives this meaning. In short, know of the translating form, however, of the man who is. Reincarnates new life, so we were starting to have a sort of little detail on what could to convey the meaning of the temple from the music. Another interesting aspect instead is the shape of the one that reminds us of the Tao. And here too in its meaning we say so archetypal, there is something that we bring, as if to say in short both to how to say to the incarnate king who at the fulfillment of a work extraordinary, and it is equally interesting to note that the development of the temple instead remember another letter that is their Zain, who basically gives us this concept of immortality. Then all these elements put together, they brought us back on the course of our study that we were
Hebrew language
developing with
in
Giza's
architecture.
underground to the city of Amenti and its function symbolic no in the ancient texts in the book.
I think that what would really help them here, by the way, when they're doing this, is an overview of the specific building they're talking about in relation to each other on the plane itself, on the plane of Giza, right? The Giza
The
plateau.
dead in the housebook was hidden. MDAT in the pyramid text
Book of the Dead
that speaks of a city of the dead on which reigned Osiris city, which foresaw as it were a route during the 12 hours of the night, which are recalled in the MDAT, during the which Pharaoh's soul passed through.
So they're correlating
Then
it to the
be
Book of the Dead
reborn to
now.
a new life and return in the Duat. The interesting thing, though, is that I was interested because this 371 and not. They reverse the symbols for then bring them back to 137. Now there are many different formulas. Arithmetic, mathematical formulas, mathematics, in short, what can come be applied to this number that I actually wasn't very interested in him, because I was actually aiming for symbolism to that symbolism that could use that connect the mathematics or basic symbols of arithmetic with Egyptian symbology. And the only formula that applicable to this number that could be connected to the cross, not to the inn, which is in the hands of the gods, symbol of the life and symbol of life in the afterlife. The function of sigma, which is a function you see here, applied to all natural devices, which returns what this number. This is a really interesting thing. I believe that chance does not exist, but the la.
So he is looking for leads or correlations in mathematics. Once again, a language that possibly could transcend time, depending on how well you understand science, right? Transcends time, so if you're trying to send a message to future civilization from an older civilization, they're using mathematic formula. And that's the angle he's taking at, which is actually a pretty good way of looking at this. Once again, mathematics, I'm not a math guy, guys. I don't want to say I hate math, but math is not my forte at all. However, it is a relatively universal language, even among people that speak different languages once you understand it, right?
The result of the function of sigma applied to 371 gave us the 432, so we had found, I had found another code that joined to 137.
I don't know where he's going with this, by the way.
With immortality, and gave us an indication of what could be underneath the plane of music. Giza, I'm moving on quickly because we have the time limited. Another
What?
music, immortality, and gave us an indication of what could be underneath the plane of
So he moved through this really fast, and I don't read Italian, but this looks like the resonant frequency. He said he moved on because he's time limited, which is funny because this is a 4-hour, it's a 4-hour seminar. Let's see real quick here. They might be referring to how they basically figured out the frequency to use, or relating to the frequency they use for their ultrasound. I'm going to check real quick. This is going to obviously not translate properly, but 432 hertz is born from the natural resonance with frequencies at the base of our organism and the universe. The frequency develops on a scale of 8 hertz. 8 hertz is the fundamental heartbeat of the planet, known as the fundamental Schumann cavity resonance. I believe that's the resonance that Earth has like a natural frequency. I believe that's what he's talking about right now. 8 hertz is the frequency at which the DMT molecule, a substance produced by our pineal gland, operates. 8 hertz is the frequency of human DNA replication. 8 hertz is also the rate of alpha brainwaves. From Kepler's law, it is known that the planetary arrangement of our solar system follows the C tuning scale at 256 hertz. It is also an octave within the Sierpinski triangle fractal. Sierpinski triangle fractal. So kind of a tangent here, but he's trying to use architecture on the left side there to pull out a number, and then the numbers have meaning, right? How this actually pertains to what they were doing, I don't know. This could be a potential tangent and just talking about like the possibilities here, right? Which also could be why he moved on, because he realizes it's kind of a little tangent.
Music. Giza, I'm moving on quickly because we
I think I
have
should
the
actually
time.
just this might actually just be better than
Limited
auto
may
translate.
another. Little bits are this. Further element, this further code that came out from the interpretation of these symbols and which allowed me to remember you. Enter the mind of the serial killer and reading the syntax
Architects.
of his thought made me inevitably pushed to delve deeper. Another text that is particularly controversial that are the famous tables.
There's no original text or historically accredited source, therefore this book is devoid of historical archaeological interests. The legendary document seems to have been discovered in the Egypt and subsequently translated from Arabic to Latin in 1250. It was printed for the first time in 1541 and included in the book De Alchemia by Jones Petraeus. Google Translate.
We all know the story.
I'm going to point out, by the way, when I was traveling around Europe, Google Translate was invaluable for figuring out basically what stuff says around you and, you know, putting aside people that are willing to speak a little bit of English for you. Very, very helpful, and it's apparently only gotten better, because I think that's actually doing a better job than Auto Translate is. But Auto Translate's based on audio, so.
Of the emerald tables, in short, the origin is not considered a text. Trusted by the community academic in some ways, perhaps even.
So you're saying it's discredited,
Reason why the
but it has
original of this
purpose.
text, it was never found though. This text also tells us of things that are very, very interesting of this free in the course of the work we are doing in carrying out. I have only considered the descriptive aspects of the city of Amenti, then leaving aside all the rest that interests
Emerald
us at
tablets
this
and
moment. Soon then maybe we'll
Orthodox
analyze it
criticism.
when we will have even clearer ideas about what's coming out of this research work. But the tables of emeralds, the emerald tables, they were starting to have, so to speak, a very interesting function, to the point that I told myself, you see, we don't have it. I found this text. The original is not there. But
So he's pointing out right now correlations with stuff that was kind of discredited because it didn't really have a purpose. It was a dead end in research, right? And now he's talking about how they basically have a purpose, particularly in their research, even though they were originally thought to be kind of pointless, right?
Abbiamo trovato questo testo, l'originale non c'è.
Maybe we give it a historical sense only through the
Soltanto
reconstruction
attraverso la
of
ricostruzione di quello che stiamo
what we are
trovando.
finding, and from here they were
E da
born
qui
as it
sono
were.
nate, come dire, insomma,
In
anche una
short,
serie di
also a
approfondimenti
series of
che abbiamo
insights we
voluto
wanted to
fare su
do
alcuni,
on some
elementi di
elements of
questo
this
libro.
free end.
E così una sera
So
con
one evening
Filippo,
with Filippo,
ci
we
siamo,
kind of
come
stopped
dire, soffermati su
on one of
una
the
delle-
15th
sulla
table of the
15ª
emerald
tavola della tavola
tables
della
because we had it,
perché lì avevamo individuato
identified by a
un linguaggio
unknown language, a
sconosciuto,
language
una lingua che
that didn't give us any
non ci dava
answer
nessuna risposta
of
di senso
complete
comune.
meaning, and
E
therefore we
quindi
have
abbiamo
analyzed these
analizzato
sentences
queste
that
frasi che
composed
componevano questo testo,
this text, which
che
should
peraltro
also be
bisognerebbe
repeat,
ripetere secondo
according to Todd's
le
indications,
indicazioni
as a
di Todd, come un
mantra to live by.
per vivere delle esperienze
Experiences, let's say, in other
in altre dimensioni.
dimensions. The
Le
sentences are
frasi
these, you will find them list.
ve le elenco velocemente.
We quickly examined them
Le
and
abbiamo esaminate e
looking at them
guardandole
better, so they
meglio,
didn't give no
così
how
non
to
davano
say no
nessuna,
answer.
come dire, nessuna risposta,
In short,
sembrava veramente
it really
una-
seemed like
delle
sentences,
lettere
some random letters,
Però
however.
analizzandole
Origin of
meglio,
Egyptian Sumerian
Analyzing them
language.
better to say, they
ci
gave
davano
us some
delle assonanze
assonances
che
that recalled on the one
ricordavano
hand
I don't think Google translates
some like
Sumerian.
saying sentences or whatever assonances with the Mesopotamian language. So Sumerian and others instead that they gave assonances with Protos languages. Semitic from here we decided to better understand these texts and of syllabaries in the correct way, and so we have identified, let's say, the best formula, which is this one here for. Read them and have, as it were, to give. Let's see a complete meaning to these sentences. The first thing,
Medic associations on the
It
bottom,
means
Sumerian
door is the
associations on the top.
Temple of Tot as an instrument of the Spirit. Read the translation carefully and you will understand why we are going towards Amenti Laril Umgan means the instrument of the Spirit. Remember the work done by the professor Malanga and from Filippo on the Grande Pyramid. The instrument of the Spirit makes people free and aware, cut or detach oneself from matter to serve the music. Divine praise the Son of God, or however the divinity in general rock, on which to write the works of the kingdom. So let's remember the function of all in the emerald tables. Everything that there is tells the primordial spiritual entity, forge the divine spirit. So we had identified a series of elements that pushed even more to consider that what was coming outside the underground of Giza could actually to be something that could be associated to the city of Aminti. Now Amenti, the etymology of the word Amenti, actually like saying we have in the Egyptian texts
That's a juxtaposition.
reference to a deity that is. It originates, let's say, in the Middle Kingdom, which the final double T is called ament. It generally indicates a feminine and or ament. So since in the language Egyptian vowels do not exist except n,
And
let's say n in the at the beginning of the word, so we came to try to understand if the same am could tell us some more details and to be certain that what we were seeing it could really be. Amenti actually divided into a certain way. The word Amen means seed or water of power, divine of life, therefore the power divine of life water as an element of.
so they're trying to basically decode, I guess, the Emerald Tablet, is I believe they said. and compare it to what they're actually found, and basically pulling apart the language itself to find different meaning in the language. Etymological origin of the word Amenti. Amenti, the goddess of the hill of the west. Amenti, seat of the water of divine power of life, which, could actually mean power generation, right?
Basis of all this scaffolding combined with 137, which in archetypes means
Talked about earlier.
entrance into the house of life, gave us to think that while
the underworld.
Khafre could represent the entrance into the house divine of life, Amenti was the place,
Entrance into power?
which is described in the texts.
It's the entrance to the generator room, is where I think he's going with this, guys.
Ancients, then there are a whole other series of elements that you can read here in the slide I am some elements characterizing the city of Amenti. See, these are two things you will see. Subsequently, these two
Main structure of Amenti, deep in the heart of the earth.
environments that have been identified during the surveys.
Deep in the heart of the earth, the halls of Amenti, energy hall in the depths of the earth. Circular passage may be more than one. The flow of life from which flows cold fire or life. Cold fire being electricity. Electricity doesn't really have... It's not warm, right? Cold fire life would refer to electricity. The halls as huge as space, the halls of death and life, referring to the giant, the pyramid tubes, right? And the immense size, because they're absolutely huge, right? So he's trying to parse through
with the saw
Emerald
that
tablet?
are recalled precisely. In the descriptions of the tables, emeralds, these two big, infinite environments like space, then. We are going to identify two large rooms. That
Text to
I am,
translate,
let's say,
text to
so
English works a
truly
lot better,
yes
by the
to
way.
loss. Docio, there is another thing that comes described in the emerald tablets, referring to the construction of catkins to at a certain point of the phase of
Wells,
construction
the
wells
source of
built
light and life of Amenti.
deep to bring light and life from. Minds, it is described exactly like this in the tables.
Because
Emeralds,
Spelunky?
the Giza plane, is characterizes in for who I don't know how many. The view he had the pleasure of, let's say visit that air, however, on the plane of Giza, there are many wells that have been built in a distant past, certainly not of dynastic manufacture, which characterize those areas both in the close to the pyramids that we say in even more distant spaces, and I am referring in particular to the air at northwest and southeast of the Piana di Giza. So actually there was another element in the description of the S of catkins, of the construction of catkins, that seemed match what we were observing during the surveys. Finally, that seemed match what we were.
This is a quote from the Emerald Tablet. And then for their dwelling far beneath the earth's crust, and their power opened great spaces. Spaces far from the children of men, they surrounded themselves with strength and power, protected from all by the halls of the dead. And from side to side they placed the other spaces and filled them with life and light above. Then they built the halls of Amenti, which could be dwell in eternity. Which they could dwell in eternally, living life to the end. So he's talking about basically all these being found around, the Giza plateau, and potentially being access shafts or lighting shafts, basically, and taking a more philosophical or religious document and then giving you the maybe the actual literal translation of what they actually mean, which is they're talking about basically under the ground power generation, which is an underworld, right? It technically is a world under.
Observing during the surveys. Finally, another aspect that seems to me it is really very interesting to note that in the conception of the afterlife of Egyptian civilization refers to Amenti refers to Rosto, and it is done. Reference to Duat, now civilization Egyptian, is characterized by the concept.
One of the main characteristics of the Egyptian civilization is the concept of duality, from the Ka and Ba to the Nihe and Djit, from the two versions of Cubit to the most humble tools of everyday life. Amenti represents the earthly underworld, which counterbalances with Rastua, ancient name of Giza, and means entrance of passages. The relationship between the realities of the afterlife is based on the principle as above and below. The Amenti as the underground could be an image of Rastua, just as the pyramids and the monuments of the unity project are of Duat Vat, of heaven during the Zeptepi. So, talking about basically above and below ground, right?
Of duality, we find duality. In the spiritual part, in short, in the sea, and in the bath, in the conception of time. Linear time, circular time, NE and jet, as well as in objects. Newspapers that came used right, in the NN right. In even the simplest aspects of daily life, here, instead it seems to me that we go beyond the duality, which is not one small thing where we
philosophical
have a mind
interpretation into the literal
the
interpretation.
afterlife, what we are going from a sometime, there is the Tau Ros that does. Reference to the surface of Giza, where there are the pyramids, Sphinx, and
Above ground.
what else, and then the Duat, which is the correspondent of the celestial vault. So we are in full application of the ESB principle, so below as above. Below that we find in philosophy of this divinity that is called to. And hear this, and then I close. There is what is the relationship between Giza, Lo, Zep, TPI, and Dam. Minces in reality we can, as I was saying at the beginning, to understand perfectly that. What is construction architecture of? It only Giza if we study it in its entirety, so from east to west so.
One of the main features of the Egyptian religion is the concept of birth, death, and
only
rebirth.
to the pyramids, or just the Sphinx, or only the tomb NC2, etc., etc., but we can understand
Sphinx
its
is guardian of
complexity.
birth. Pyramids are the path of regeneration in halls of Momenti. The place to the west is the place of the death. I don't know what the thing is on the right.
Only by analyzing it in its entirety, therefore from east to west and to this point also from the bottom up the high one, so while to the east we have the Sphinx as guardian of life, then at the symbolic sunrise, then the life that develops along the sun, the ecliptic, but our life in the daily life of the pharaoh in his everyday life, therefore guardian of the birth, then we have the entrance to West Amet Amenti, the goddess of Western Hill, place of death, symbolic for the ancient Egyptians, then the route along the city of Amenti in the underground of Giza until again the Sphinx to realize that concept of birth, death, and rebirth, which is an integral part of the whole spiritual and religious structure of ancient Egypt. And here I am silent, and I pass the word to my colleagues, thanking you all for the attention.
Okay, so he gave basically a philosophical. I mean, it's not a philosophical. I don't know what you call that. The tie-in with Egyptian texts and things that possibly were considered the Emerald Tablet, I think it was called. The Emerald Tablet tie-ins with not only their kind of mythology and religion, but also within the actual possible literal translation of things that are actually happening under them, which is hilarious. As it turns out, it was just there all along. Yeah, they're actually just talking about the halls of power generation, guys. The generator room is below. The sign, all that basically means was the generator room is below. Ah, funny.
Thanks, yes.
How many monkeys does it take to find the generator room, guys? Yeah. Apparently a lot.
It works less. Bad. It works, Armando. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm honestly a little excited. Because it's the first time.
Benning? Or being in front of an audience? I don't know.
That.
So this is
Thank you for the applause. I think the emotion has increased now. I'll have to say a bazinga now, then whistle like this, yes.
Hello, joke.
And so it's the first time that I discuss a presentation in front of many people to whom I thank. Because we are our motivation. Everyone, and I thank you for being a coursee herein. Many to listen and thank you. So let's say that in this
You might fast forward simply because this is so long.
presentation, unfortunately, a little bit of we have to take the formulas, so it's the time has come to do to have some math, because
Dive in the mathematics, how they figured it out.
this is because it's better to explain things as they are, so we need to understand the technique well.
Ah, not math! This is, by the
which
way,
we use to carry out the scans, the underground scans.
this is the meat and potatoes for the scientists that actually know what he's talking about. This is the stuff that really matters, where they explain their methodology. And I, unfortunately, know almost nothing about advanced math or radar, so we'll see where it goes.
To achieve the results that the Professor Malanga will introduce us to,
By the way, this is the really important part
so the
for
title
basically
is Space
scientific
Sonar.
community.
Sonar is a device. Remote sensing, so let's say that remote sensing is.
So, he's probably going to explain how they use SAR to figure it out, as they did in the little snippet we looked at yesterday, or 2 days ago. They're going to explain how they basically use SAR to build an acoustic model. And then from the data, basically pulled it out. As I mentioned, the best way of understanding this, as far as I understand it, is it's like ultrasound, but it's like inverted ultrasound. Instead, ultrasound or sonar pings off an object, and then it bounces back. You know, and the louder the ping, you know where it's closer. It's like the opposite of that, where they're actually figuring out where there's no vibrations or no return of the signal, there's a cavity, right? So it's the opposite of sonar. Instead of hitting a dense object, you're hitting nothing, and it's like the inverse relationship of it.
A scientific discipline that comes made by the space, which is used to measure the thing's distance, teledetection, then measure from a distance. And but one says, okay, but the sonar, what does it do? Transmits sound waves and receives the echo of the sound waves from the objects it wants to detect. In fact, it is used, for example, on ships, no sonar, but it is used even on the ground for, or on the ice for, understand the trend of the subsoil, for example, but from space, how does it work from space? It doesn't work, in fact, the space zone. This title is provocative, because in space there is no medium of wave propagation. Acoustics are impossible to make work this. Impossible thing I would never say, because anyway in the end we used a zone. Spatial, and therefore we are here to understand together the operation, so the agenda is a bit locked, so I will try to do Soon calculate that the first 2 points I'll explain to you a little about what it is. State of the art of remote sensing satellite.
All right, let's see what Translate has to say here. A way to listen to Earth from space, SAR interferometry basics, Doppler subapertures, phonon interaction of matter, vibration analysis, topographic inversion, the pyramid of Cheops, the Gran Sasso of Italy, the Mosul Dam, the Gotthard Tunnel, Khafre. So I think he's talking about basically just talking points.
And then we go with a technique that we were invented to try to understand how it works and how we are managed to get the scans underground, and then I will present you some cases of study. And then something a reminder on the pyramid of Cheops or __ Khufu, and then others. Things, for example, other experiment made on the Gran Sasso d'Italia or on the Mosul Dam or on the tunnel of the Sangottardo, and then pass the word to the professor. At that time we employed the so-called synthetic aperture radar, and so I will explain to everyone what
SAR, so they're talking about basically how they use basically an image to generate an acoustic model and weed out the noise, which they talked briefly about yesterday, 2 days ago, which is like
the word
the
itself
15th.
means the opening, and what is synthetic opening wire. Things need to be understood well, and press the opening radars. Mainly synthetic. They are mounted on satellites that are in space, and predominantly rather only not. Mostly only come positioned in low orbit. Low is that orbit which occupies some circles in space that have a distance from the Earth's surface, around 400 to 700 kilometers so. They are mostly close to us, right? To understand each other, there are 2 other orbits, 2 fundamental orbits, which are the orbit intermediate A mainly comes placed before and after the Van Band's Allen, then around the 14,000 kilometers and at 18,000 kilometers. Why not? It is better to keep the satellites in the Van Allen belts because they last less, and so you have to put them either before or after, otherwise things don't work. And who? And what kind of satellites are they? GPS Global Position System satellites, or Galileo's system for the satellite positioning that we all use, for example, to make our browsers work. Galileo satellites, which is the satellite, the European satellite system, and or GLONASS, and there are many.
Can you please explain why this is such big news? This is the in-depth analysis of what they basically announced, which is there's giant fucking tubes underneath the TLDR. There's gigantic tubes underneath the pyramids of Giza. So they're explaining now how they figured it out, methodology they use, which is all important in the scientific community for authenticating and validating the research and verifying it. This is all really important. Which is why they're explaining it right now, and it's worth looking into because sometimes they say some pretty interesting stuff. This is the mathematics guy explaining their model that they used and how they figured out basically that there were tubes below the pyramids of Giza. We covered it yesterday. Are those just cylinders? Yeah, there's 8 of them that are symmetrically laid out that go about a mile below ground, so it's kind of a big deal. They go to 80 meter boxes, cubes below the ground. So they're neither piles. Some people suggest they're hollow piles, but they aren't because they're on top of boxes. There's no way that the Egyptians back then could have actually made them in the first place. So no, they aren't pillars. They're hollow. Yeah, a mile below ground. So what would that be? 700 meters? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. These aren't like little things. They aren't small piles. They're yeah, it's kind of a yeah. So maybe you missed the TLDR. 2 days ago, we covered basically they're skinny on it, and they're going into more depth today, which is why we're looking at this right now. And the big question, stuff like this really matters because other scientists are looking at it and going, "You can't do that." He's explaining right now how he did it and how they replicated it, because there's a lot of people in the scientific community going right now, "You can't use SAR to do that. It doesn't go deep enough." So basically, he's talking about how they did it, which is they essentially, from what I understand, they look at basically the vibrations in the ground itself and basically how far underground it goes, right? Yeah, so it's part of it. But yeah, there's, I mean, so the weird thing is, I don't think it's really on
block on the planet. Yes.
It's not really hit any mainstream news. It's all over Twitter. There's a lot of people trying to debunk it because they're going off, not only these guys literally wrote the 22 research paper, and they're saying it's not in the 22 research paper because it's not. They just announced this year, like literally the 15th and the 16th is when they started talking about it. So obviously AI, Grok, and the research paper from the 2022 is not going to have it in it. But also the research methodology or research method they used is new, and they're basically explaining it. And Snopes debunked it already. Good job, Snopes. You debunked the shit out of this with the 2022 research paper saying that it's not possible because it wasn't there. And it wasn't there because they just did it. So, yeah. Mainstream news is kind of shit at this point. They literally don't report on anything meaningful. The only mainstream news I really look at now, it's not even mainstream, it's News Nation. Mainly because they tend to be rather egalitarian. They don't really lean a certain direction. They try to be factual on top of it. Even they haven't picked this up as far as I know. So this is relatively new, and there isn't even an English translation, which is why we're watching it in auto-translated dubs while I'm using my cell phone to translate the screen and English voiceover. So this stuff is all extremely new. And as far as them eventually finding something, I mean, maybe? I mean, I guess they didn't find things for thousands of years, so I guess they do eventually find something, because eventually is infinity. But as far as this goes, this is a pretty big deal. As we mentioned yesterday, guys, what really, really matters here, or what's really interesting, is this all happening while we have a bunch of weird shit going on with UAP disclosure, NHI disclosure, JFK, Epstein files, like all the balls and whistles. Then the F-47 popped out. Then we also basically have robots in our household. We're 100% going to have robots in our household in like 2 years. For sure, based on either Boston Dynamics or most likely X Engine, which is a Chinese company which just showed theirs off about a week ago. There's a lot of really weird shit going on at the same time. And this, I mentioned before, it'd actually be fucking hilarious if what actually leads to NHI and UAP disclosure is Egypt becoming the most technologically advanced place on the planet. Yeah, Egypt becomes the most technologically advanced place on the planet because they're literally sitting on technology, and they just never bothered digging, I guess. That's what it comes down to. But yeah, it is really new. That's why we're covering it. And this is quite possibly one of the biggest things to happen. This is quite possibly one of the biggest, stories to happen in ever. It's not like the pyramids are new, but rather they didn't know there's anything down there, and like what is down there, it can't be explained based on what ancient Egyptians were capable of doing. They can barely explain the pyramids. Explaining what's below the pyramids is very difficult.
Builds his own telep system. Positioning, then in the end we have the farthest orbit, which is that of the 36,000 kilometers, so we are plenty beyond the Van Allen belt, where usually a satellite tour coincides with one rotation of the Earth's at an observer who is on the satellite is fixed on the ground, but it's not fixed because it actually turns. We will see that he also performs other figures which are similar to some 8, so it's not difficult, it's very difficult to make him stay still, the geostationary satellite, which then there is an international organization which is called the International Telecommunication Union, the so-called ITU, which assigns to the countries of the world the so-called the box where it must, the satellite to be placed for the telecommunications, so we have telecommunications telep positioning, and then in the end the closest orbit is the remote sensing, but it's not like that. Precisely because lately the orbit low is, from my point of view, the orbit more massively used, because lately others are also placing themselves there. Satellites, namely those for the telecommunications, also in low orbit and internet service. So let's say that low orbit is very important, is an orbit that is very important because there is a distance with the land which is very close, is fine. So now let's see why. Called synthetic aperture radar, then let's have a radar that says it. The word itself is radio detection, and ranging is a device that serves to perform object detection that are far from it, and then at the same time it also measures one distance. And as the years go by, so let's talk about this, that this equipment, it was thought that it could be done to realize at the beginning of the century. And why was it thought? He said then we can use electromagnetic waves to understand if there is something in front of us. For example, it was certainly useful for navigators, and with this, after the sinking of the Titanic, was essential that the ships had to radar edge. Why it is important when sailing in fog, or
Why it's important?
sail when there is bad weather, to have, I agree, to have the radar turned on to understand what is the problem before us. It's just that it took a long time and a lot of and many years to develop it, because in this case, let's call it the received power of the radar signal decays with the fourth power of distance, and this is a problem. That is, it means that if I transmit, for example, 10, what I receive is 0.00 in terms of power, so it's a problem. So it took a long time. Some gentleman
Describing
had to
how
invent
basically it
some
loses power by going through space.
special valves called TVT magnetrons, which had the function specification to generate energy at coherent radio frequency, and then this energy also had to be high power. Okay, moving on with the years, it has been thought to assemble or search.
Segue, by the way, guys. Dr. Pepper Blackberry is actually pretty good. It's like a spicier grape Dr. Pepper. Definitely a fan of it.
Andando avanti con gli anni, si è
In year.
pensato di montare o cercare di
To mount some radar on board satellites to make
a bordo dei satelliti per fare cosa?
what to think
Per
about doing of the
pensare di fare di
generate
generare
images,
delle immagini elettromagnetiche.
electromagnetic images. Then
Quindi
we were faced with a
ci si
concept,
trovava di fronte a un concetto
a fundamental concept of physics, classical physics, just like that which was coming,
che veniva,
of which there had been no news in the past years, collided, for example, with telescopes to view the objects or targets that are in distance. It was necessary to act on a fundamental parameter. This parameter, it's the resolution.
La risoluzione spaziale.
Spatial, this concept that I give you also a scientific definition of the spatial resolution. The resolution spatial is a distance, and it is a minimum distance, so that two objects can be distinguished separately. That is, if I have two objects, these, if I do these two objects travel in the distance, so we keep this concept of distance is present, because then we will find it on the radar synthetic at a certain point, and we observe with anything, with a camera, with a machine photographic, with anything, At a certain point, these two targets are not we will recognize more separate because the distance is too high. Then install a radar 600 kilometers away. Quota, you had to be careful about resolution. Physics tells us that the spatial resolution says the slide lambda is the spatial resolution, that is, measure in meters is equal to delta, which is equal to lambda times r divided by 2 times the opening. Lambda is the length of the wave of the parameter of the physical manifestation that I use for remote sensing.
The loss of energy over distance. And now he's correcting for it.
Electromagnetic, so all the light category up to gamma rays. Electromagnetic waves, acoustic waves, so matter also matter has a wavelength that told us Broglie in the times of mechanics. Quantum, or here I am, I can use, for example, some electrons. In when, for example, we have to use the electron microscope. The electron microscope is 4 electrons, then divided by 2, and you see that lambda and r are in the numerator. This it means that the more r increases, the more delta I'm growing up, but I need to have a small delta because a minimum distance between two objects be distinguished separately, divided into 2 times the opening. Oh, there everything is played there. That's all the opening is there. If I have a car photographic to see the details well, I need to have a car photographic with an aperture. Great, because I have to have a broad vision of this thing, an opening. Great. Try, for example, to make a photograph with a car. Photography without a lens can be done, but what I get is something. That is not the photo. I get something, but it's not the photo. I have to insert it. The goal, because the goal makes me in way of looking at things as we are. We are used to seeing them, that is, after a Fourier transform process. What? It is the Fourier transform. Fourier transform is that work. Math that. My professor, excuse me for the term, transforms everything that waves into particle, because we are used to see things compressed. This. We see the pen because we did it a transform operation of Fourier. Our eyes are making instant, for they are calculating a moment.
So he's talking about basically how radar bounces off of things and receives an aperture. It receives in your eyeballs, and you form an image based off the light that bounces back. He's once again just getting, this is getting the longabout way of getting to basically that they transformed the radar, the sound coming back, the radar waves coming back into an acoustic model, which I guess is the TLDR here?
Transformed by Fourier. So to mount a radar on in space, there was a need to design the system with a large opening. If you do the math, this one opening, then doing the formula, reverse position, for example, by imposing a resolution on our space equal to 1, you see that the opening that I have to have in the space must be very large mileage, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. This means that we had to install in space an antenna 20 or 30 long kilometer. It's not an impossible thing. It is possible to make that is, mount a 20 centimeters long piece of iron kilometer on a space vector and then place it into orbit in space. Well, at a certain point there was a period, for example in the 50s, that this project was shelved for. Its unrealizability is not.
So he's talking about basically having something, a receiver or aperture in space that is 20 to 30 kilometers long, which is huge. Absolutely huge. And it was apparently, I think he's reminiscing about research that was considered in the past that they went off of, but isn't actually, wasn't feasible, right? So his research, or the idea he got for his research, from what I can tell, was based off of this idea from the 50s.
Possible, and how?
E come si fa?
Doesn't it's done like this? There was a
E si fa
person
così. Ci fu una persona
called Carl Wiy, a scientist who
che lavorava
worked for the
per la
Bell in the States,
negli Stati Uniti.
United, that I
E
define
io
as a
definisco un eretico.
heretic. There is always the
C'è
clash
sempre
between the
lo scontro tra il
orthodox
pensiero
thought and
ortodosso
thought.
e il pensiero eretico.
Heretic, if you look back
Se
in
voi guardate indietro nel tempo,
time and analyze what happened, we all
cosa è
analyze
successo nel
time.
tempo, analizziamo tutti noi.
We discover that heretical thinking wins, always wins, so heretic is.
Quindi eretico
For air.
He's talking about basically thinking outside the box, I believe.
sta per aero, aria, libertà.
Freedom, practically. Carl, what he
Praticamente,
said.
Carl che cosa disse?
He
Disse
said there
che
was no
non
point in
aveva
installing
senso installare
an antenna 20 to 30
30
kilometers in space was
Era
stupid era.
inutile.
Useless, he said. Cut a piece of
Tagliate un pezzo di
this
questa
antenna,
antena,
for
per
example,
esempio,
of 6 meters, cut with the flexible, take the
il frullino e lo
blend
tagliate
it and cut it really, then take this
Poi
piece,
prendete questo pezzo, questo
this
frammento
fragment
di
of you,
ferro,
pack the iron and put it in
lo
the
pacchettate, lo mettete nel
vector and throw it into space, then there the orbit will take care of synthesizing that. That we also want 80K of antenna.
How much do you want to bet all these guys actually speak perfect English? I'm just going to throw that out there, guys, as a kind of a thunker. How much do you want to bet all these guys basically speak perfect or close to perfect English?
Oppure 80 chilometri di antenna.
But they intentionally
We
are
will see that we have
doing the
views,
interview
but
in
here I
Italian.
take this opportunity to
Per ringraziare
thank the 2 American providers who they gave us provided for free, not
Talking about the Capella
not
space
only
probes,
to us, but to everyone, to the whole scientific community at
where they got
all.
their data from.
tutte le persone.
People free satellite data with an opening of 80 kilometers, an opening
80 chilometri. Una
of
apertura di
80
80
kilometers
chilometri
means a
significa
resolution
una
space on the
spaziale
ground
terra
of
di circa
about 6 or 7 centimeters, very good one.
molto buona.
Resolution of the
Very
camera.
high resolution, good, okay, so
Ok, quindi vedete
you see the orbit takes care of it, or in this case is the plane, but it doesn't matter, one can
immaginare un
imagine a satellite flying in the space, and here I tell you that the satellites for
i satelliti per il
remote
rilevato
sensing
sono
usually
satelliti
travels in a circular
viaggiano
orbit.
in un'orbita circolare,
South
loro
Pole,
sono
North Pole, South Pole, North Pole, and then the
Poi
Earth
la
spins
Terra
underneath him, and
gira sotto. E
the ecliptic
l'eclittica
always
rimane
remains
sempre
constant for
costante
geodetic physics
per
questions.
questioni
South
di fisica
Pole,
geodetica.
Yeah, it's a power move.
North Pole, and therefore the Earth rotates around it under the satellites at least once a
I will point out that this is a pretty big, huge deal. So them wanting to do the conference Italian, whatever, right? There's going to be an English translation coming up, but these guys probably know how to speak perfect English or very close to it.
Quindi la Terra gli gira sotto. I satelliti almeno una volta al giorno
day I am able to do
sono
a
in grado di
photography
fare
on
una
any
fotografia
point of
su
the
qualsiasi punto della Terra.
Earth at least
Almeno una
once a day, so I am.
molto
Very
dal
much
punto
from a
di vista
scientific
scientifico
point of
sono
view,
molto
they are
accurati.
very catchy. The
Superato
problem
il
of
problema
opening
della
has been
velocità,
overcome. In
questo
this
caso noi
case, we have made some
facciamo delle scansioni,
time division
acquisizioni di
scans in the
tempo
E.
e
It
nello
comes in the
stesso
same
modo
way,
viene
synthesized.
sintetizzata,
Capella space program takes tons and tons and tons and tons of photos.
Synthesized virtually, but truly.
veramente una apertura
Long opening as we want
lunga come
to.
vogliamo noi, anche
80,100 kilometers doesn't matter,
perché
because
quello che
that's
ci
it, that we
interessa
are
è avere
interested
la
in having the
massima risoluzione
maximum
a terra.
So, I believe what he's talking about is when the Capella space probe, I don't know why he doesn't mention the Capella space probe, they did before, when it flies over the top of the Earth, they can take a picture, you know, like how you can take a picture with a really long exposure? They take a picture with a really long exposure while the Capella space probe is going over the planet, over basically Egypt. They take a really, really, really long picture, and that amounts to an 80-kilometer aperture because the lens or the camera is open for that long period of time as it's flying over. And then I guess they're going to say well, not yet, but he's going to say that they then look at the difference in basically, like, you get a bunch of noise, you know, like if you ever see the Starry Night photos, right, where they have it open, you see the stars fly over and everything blurs like that. They look at the noise or the differences when that happens. That's actually pretty fucking cool. And by the way, this wasn't in yesterday's press release. He may explain this.
Resolution 2. Earth okay, and then the satellite that does that. Satellite, and I try not to go on too long just because otherwise I imagine it is
Right there.
heavy, but I'll try to say it in simple
There's a lot of people
way
that don't
with
understand
all of us.
advanced mathematics. He understands
We
that, by
can
the way.
understand how it works, and practically the satellite that what does at the time it makes the, let's call it, scan in the direction of the orbit, and this direction of the orbit we call it azimuth what? It transmits impulses, electromagnetic waves to the ground and receives them.
So once again, people were talking about not being able to do this because the resolution isn't high enough, but he said they got around it based on a 1950s research that people theorized that they could potentially do by using a really long exposure or aperture, really long aperture on the satellite as it flies over. So it actually takes a really long picture as it's going over the planet, and that allows them to look at the differences and compare the differences in the time over the planet, right? So like flying here to here, the distance that it goes over the planet, they look at the differences in the photo itself when they take it. What is the purpose? It's how they're penetrating the ground to find the pyramid tubes. I just like saying that, you know, the wells of Khafre. Oh, the wells of Khafre. Or the halls underground, or the cylinders of doom. No, the pyramid tubes. There's tubes under the pyramid, and they're fucking huge. The takeaway is they're gigantic. So he's trying to figure out parallax effect is something further away looks closer. No, it's basically when you take a picture, the longer your aperture is open, the more information hits the lens, right? And it can cause distortion, but it also can be used to basically figure out when something's moving or changing fast. And he hasn't gotten to it yet, and once again, this all comes down to basically being an ultrasound where they look at the vibrations and basically how much the ground's changing over time while this is flying over. And then obviously there's a constant for speed and distance of the satellite as it's flying over the top, right? It's actually really cool. It's long-winded as mathematics usually is, guys. You just gotta stick with it. It's the way it goes. It's science.
Echoes receiving these echoes come digitized, put on the memory of edge, then when the satellite reaches, for example, a waste disposal point throws away the data on the ground, then the data comes are distributed to all. People usually do not have this data. They are directly usable, but they go. Processed must be processed to obtain.
He's talking about the raw data
Image,
and
for
how he got it.
example.
Uh-oh!
A4.
No!
Example here, look
Got
at
him.
this little machine that you see here. Look at the moment the satellite, it travels its orbit, you see the waves that transmits come compressed on one side and
This is explaining the
expanded.
Doppler effect.
On the other hand, then this effect it's called the Doppler effect. It's just to understand everyone.
So, the Doppler effect is when a train goes by and it goes, "Meow," one of those things. That's what he's explaining right now, only they're doing it with the satellite. And once again, aperture being open, they're looking at the distance and the vibrations in the ground.
That the azimuthal part. The sounds are synthesized from the image. You play because the band
Perché
happens to be
casualmente la banda
Doppler falls exactly in the band.
esattamente nella banda acustica.
Acoustics, so with Professor Malanga acoustics, here we are. Here we are a little bit.
Ci siamo un po'
We have concentrated our
nostri sforzi
efforts in this word.
in questa parola
Acoustics, because I was interested in looking under the pyramids, and we all need to understand that the interaction electromagnetic with matter is only superficial if they can't do it. Miracles, yes, I can be able to transmit 1 gigawatt of photon energy and maybe get 20 or 30 meters of penetration, but forced into the matter, yes. But who
He's
gives
talking
you
about
3010
traditional SAR.
GW? It's impossible. So we thought of taking advantage of.
They can't. He's talking about basically the normal penetration of SAR, ground penetrating radar, or whatever SAR stands for. The normal way of doing it, which is what all scientists are familiar with and why they thought this was impossible. Now he's explaining why it's possible. It's not by just increasing the power to 30 or 10 gigawatts, which obviously is insane for something in space, right?
The acoustic energy to exploit the phonon. Why the sound, the physical manifestation of sound, which is nothing but the vibration of matter. Yes, it propagates very well in the matter.
Or ultrasound.
And the denser this matter is, the more its speed of sound propagation is high. So granite is an invitation right at the wedding for the sound, and this is important. This is aperture radar synthetics, so it transmits signals, so-called SERP signals made in this way to solve the range size, while in the azimuth you hear
Doppler.
We have the Doppler effect, so there is. It happened to everyone we meet in front of us as we drive. The car coming in front of us, maybe it rings when the car is in proximity approaching the horn. Compared to his zero, Dopplers are at the frequency for which it is. The horn has been sized and it has a higher frequency. Then as soon as it passes to ours transversely, we listen to its frequency. Original sound for when it goes behind the frequency then drops. This physical phenomenon serves for solve the other dimension of the image. Okay, fine, and here we tell you for me. It was important to try to explain this thing with words. Simple. See here the scheme. Here we have a satellite radar. This is the drawing of Sarik's land and is a very German radar. Good, you see. It flies along the orbit, and we assume that I have to take the photograph, take the photography of these three houses. What we receive, you see, these are these echoes, these are the radar echoes. You see, this is the data that we receive, and they are only these. It's not that we see the images of the houses immediately. They must be elaborate because this image, what you see is like that photograph that I told you, taken without the lens. Because here we still have to do the transformed into Fourier. And how do you do the Fourier transform? Fourier, it's done like this. You take the signal of.
He's talking about basically how they look normally on radar and that it doesn't look like a house, and how they interpret the house using a Fourier model. Basically transformative model to turn it into something. So acoustics is what you see, and it looks like a heat map because it works pretty well, right?
Reference transmitted the so-called chirp signal. The integral of is done convolution with the part, let's call it distance from these drops that they are here, you see, and we are doing
E noi stiamo facendo
the so-called range compression, so we are trying to solve that. First part of the image you see, then we have
Vedete, poi abbiamo
compressed the first part of the image, then taking the reference signal. And that is the Doppler frequencies that we received, we get the three
otteniamo i tre oggetti.
objects, so we went from a wave situation after a process of
Dopo un processo di
Fourier
trasformata di
transform, we have the particle, and particles are well
e le particelle sono ben
defined,
definite,
localized in
localizzate
space-time,
nello spazio-tempo, perché
because their
la loro
location is
localizzazione viene
always
sempre
performed at
effettuata
zero.
allo zero Doppler.
Doppler. This is an
Questo è un
important
parametro
parameter.
importante.
Okay, you see this is another
Questo è un altro
example
esempio
of
di focalizzazione.
focus. You see the
Vedi
objects that
gli oggetti
they are
vengono
displayed not
visualizzati
as
non come dei puntini,
dots, even if particles, but they come displayed with a function
con una funzione
particular, and that is from the cardinal breast, which is the sign of x over x, the so-called.
Once again, this is all
Think
important
this
if you're a
makes us
scientist,
understand another very important
even though I don't
concept.
completely understand it.
Professor Malanga stressed I don't know how many years in search of Nello. Explain in explaining, in a way specify the difference between territory and map of the territory. Then
Allora, noi
we humans who are here,
esseri umani che stiamo qui,
it will always be
sarà
impossible.
sempre impossibile
View the
visualizzare
territory,
il
but what?
territorio. Ma quello che
We
noi
also look with the equipment, in this
guardiamo
case
anche con
with
le attrezzature,
radar.
in questo caso con radar,
It's
è
always a
sempre
map
una
of the
mappa del
territory.
territorio.
That is, this means that
Questo
our map
significa
of
che
the
la nostra mappa del
territory
territorio
is
è
this
questa
function sen
funzione,
x on x, and this is sync we will never see.
Noi non vedremo mai
A dot,
un
but we will
puntino,
always see
ma
a
vedremo
function
sempre
that approximates
una funzione
the
che approssima il puntino.
dot. Okay,
Ok,
here we can go.
possiamo andare avanti.
Come on, this is the part of the
Questa è la
focus
parte
both
della
in range and
focalizzazione sia
in
range, sia in
azimuth to
per
get the
avere
satellite image to
l'immagine
finally
satellitare,
arrive,
per
Lord
poi
and
arrivare finalmente, signore e signori,
gentlemen, at the function at
alla
ours.
funzione, alla nostra funzione.
Sine function of x on two-dimensional x,
So this is the more
where
raw
we have the
data
values
prior
of
to
the
them
resolution in the range and the values of the
applying, basically making it easy to digest, right? Which is the acoustic model. This is prior to them doing that with math.
I valori della risoluzione nel range e i valori della
resolution in the IM. We finally have
Abbiamo
got a good
finalmente
satellite
ottenuto
image.
un'immagine satellitare. Bene.
And I'll show you some
Vi mostro
applications
alcune
of the
applicazioni
synthetic
del
aperture radar, for example.
sintetica. Per esempio,
It is
Synthetic
necessary
aperture
to
radar.
say what is
quello che si
found
trova
today
oggi
in the
nello
state
stato
of the
dell'arte.
art, what
A
is the
cosa
use of
serve
the use of aperture radar. We use it synthetically in
lo impieghiamo in
massive
maniera
way, for
massiva,
example,
per
for
esempio,
carry
per
out the
fare il
check or the
controllo oppure il
monitoring of the
monitoraggio
territory.
del territorio.
No, it's very
È
important
importante
because
perché
why the
il
synthetic
radar
aperture
adattatore
radar has
ha
a
una precisione molto elevata.
very high
Ha
precision,
una
has a
precisione
sub-millimeter precision, that
submillimetrica,
is.
cioè significa che
It means that
se io
if I
posiziono il
position the
radar
radar in
nello
space and I look at an object that is
So the main criticism was that it can't go deep enough, and he's talking about it doesn't matter that it can't go deep enough because they're using basically the resolution of it, or basically the precision of it, to figure out the differences.
E
Maybe it's
guardo
not just having the aperture open a
found
long
on the
period of time.
ground if this object is moved in the space of a very small amount of.
di pochissimo,
The radar notices very little of it. Radar is capable
è
of
capace di apprezzare
appreciate sub-millimeter movements of the
Might
objects
be
that are
involved
found
both.
in
che si trovano a terra.
Earth. I'll show you this very simple video, very short video.
Brevissimo video che
Well, if light were behaving as particles, you would expect them to go through each slit and just produce a bright spot underneath. So we would see two bright spots on the
That
bottom
we
of
are
the box.
simulating an interferometer we have.
Then the wave from one slit can interact with the waves from the other slit. I've got a demonstration
Abbiamo
here.
Two
sorgenti
coherent electromagnetic sources.
elettromagnetiche coerenti,
Two
vedete?
sources of
These guys 100% and can speak almost fluidly English and understand English perfectly.
Ripples, which are basically like the two slits. When I create ripples with a single source, they travel
You see,
out
we are
with
generating
single
energy
wave.
electromagnetic coherent with the first radar with the second radar.
Then we start getting an interesting pattern.
So they're
You
looking
see
at the
what I get?
differences
I get
between
a
the two
figure of
radars.
interference.
Kepler
Is
1 and
created by
2.
the ripples from the two
They
sources
mentioned yesterday they used 2
interacting with each
satellites.
other.
Music.
Where they meet up peaks with peaks and troughs with troughs, the amplitude of the wave is increased. That's what we call constructive interference.
Constructing interfering, that is us, we obtain in the space of the zones where the density of power electromagnetic is no interference. Destructive and areas where the density of power is a lot. High constructive interference. Okay, what do we need this for? This is what we need. It serves for estimate. You see, at the moment I use 2 radar. For example, I can estimate the so-called fringes, interferometric fringes of the Earth. I need interferometric to estimate the topography of the Earth in the 80s from SRTM mission of the shuttle. This is very important. Came. Once the topography is done, then draw the topography for the first time of all. The Earth, using aperture radars, synthesizes a so-called interferometer, which was mounted on the shuttle.
Not always,
what do we
but
need
oftentimes.
this for this? For example, this technique could help us.
Oftentimes it comes from the fact that there's everything stigmatized and you can't go outside the box, but in some things you can. And science is starting to become more fringy, I want to say, but not really. At the same time, they're more open to new things and new concepts, right? As we talked about earlier with psionics and the Canadian study from last year.
Questo, ad esempio, questa tecnica ci potrebbe
Serve.
servire
We could use it. Well, it doesn't start. Wine, but it doesn't matter, I'll give it to you. I describe it verbally to estimate the cracks in the Earth. The cracks
I think he had
of
something
the
that's not
Earth
working right
are
now.
estimated. To measure, to study earthquakes, MH, and the movements of the Earth. Okay, then. Here we then move on to a more precise to what we have done for our on this project, then on this. I will describe the project to you briefly, how to transform energy. Photonics in phonic energy, this is important then. With the professor, we realized that any photography is photographs.
Even the sharpest photo taken by
Made with
professional
both
intrinsically
cameras.
contains instantaneous
Those
vibration
made with
information.
an aperture radar synthetic imaging is not
Or it's cleaned up.
perfect, it is always moved because everything. Maybe he moves with the camera, he doesn't can see well, but the radar, as I have said before, as he has a very high precision, very high, then it is capable of detecting the sub-millimeter movements of the Earth. Okay, so what did we do? We invented a method.
They looked at the change in the photos, the blurriness in the photos. So it's not just having, maybe it has something to do with keeping an aperture open, but they looked at the difference in the photos and the blurriness in the photos compared to the actual resolution the photo should have. Basically looking at the noise in the photo to make a model. That's pretty insane. So he's pointing out even really, really high resolution cameras will have noise in them simply because like stuff vibrates, stuff moves, right? And he said sub-millimeter precision.
So-called sub-opening method, Doppler, where I didn't use all the orbital synthesis to generate a very high-resolution image that it was of no use to us. So we searched to see successfully what it happens if we give up a little bit of ground resolution, for example, half. I give up half of the resolution. I look at things with less detail, it doesn't do, but nothing, and then summarize the images, for example, with half bandwidth, with half Doppler band, with half orbit, and then scan.
No.
Over time.
Not really. I fucking hate
In orbit,
calculus, to be
this was
perfectly honest.
useful to us.
When I got into calculus, guys, calculus is like unmath to me. It just didn't make sense in my mind. I know it's literally like a language for people. It just did not compute for me. Not hate as in hate it, but I basically don't understand it. Like, what's going on here? I don't understand any of this. But does it matter to scientists that actually know what they're doing? Yeah.
To prove that it is possible, transform an electromagnetic wave into a sound signal, because at the moment where we did the intra-orbital scan, and by applying algorithms of tracking of the pixel, we noticed that this pixel moved in a manner consistent with the movement of the Earth. Everything moves this movement. That estimate of this movement applied on the pyramids, where we already knew that the pyramids were being moved, were set in vibration by the wind, primarily from human activities, Cairo second, and even from a phenomenon very important, and that is the interaction photon-phonon, which has matter in, meaning that synthetic aperture radar transmits electromagnetic pulses. These electromagnetic pulses to the ground are part of these impulses.
In the physics of matter, the photon is a unit of vibration energy that arises from the oscillation of atoms within a crystal. Matter is made up of atoms bound together in a fractally repeating three-dimensional spatial pattern called lattice. Because atoms behave as they were connected by small springs, the energies thermal and or external forces make the lattice vibrate. That generates mechanical waves that carry heat and sound through the material. So vibrations from things cause things around them to vibrate, which is true.
Electromagnetic, a part goes back to the receiver, another part comes
Also, I have to piss really bad.
transformed into
Okay.
phonons.
Cut the camera. I need to take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. 1 second. All right.
Very kindly, because we noticed that they were keeping their coherence, maintained the coherence of the signal, transmitted these phonons. They went underground, so they came between quotation marks reflexes, therefore they were coming back from what they met underground, and we went to them detect wave terms again. Evanescent on the surface of the earth, one
I used to eat
thing
them all
we
the
don't
time.
have.
Back in
That
the day,
is,
a couple
we
years
are.
ago.
Stayed like this and it was doable. So going to detect these Doppler anomalies meant to be waves, evanescent ones that were visible on the surface of the Earth. What we did, we have here in this case, I like it always say this, that we have designed a turntable space where the head, i.e. the disc, the vinyl, the earth, the head of the turntable is the electromagnetic wave is. Light is light, the photon interaction phonon is the tip that is what transmits, and interface is what transmits this.
We created a giant space turntable where the vinyl with extracts information of the vibration that Earth offers, electromagnetic beam that are transmitted and received at the piezoelectric tone arm or head of the turntable. The interaction transmitted electromagnetic energy with the instantaneous movement of the Earth is precisely the stylus of the record player. We have successfully succeeded in transforming the information carried by photons into phonons, meaning sound.
Which modification exactly? Information from another nature in information of another nature. MHOK, and then basically the appetite is there. Came eating,
Never
so
just eating
basically,
figs
and it's
themselves.
not that we immediately switched to look underground, let's see a little bit of let's see what's happening. To understand what entity we are talking about, how much boost with these vibrations that I thought, so here I'll show you four. For example, the vibrations we have rated on high voltage cables. Tension that I detected from the radar, you see these high voltage cables, because the high voltage cable, I don't know if you have it, never noticed if you passed under the high voltage cables, you can hear the ripple of this, of this, of these, of these. Cables, why are they put in oscillation from the high voltage that it vibrates, and what we listen to the noise, so this noise we got it on the radar, so from the space, okay, and then basically us after that we did these experiments, we said, Corrado, here we have to try to make an algorithm for carry out the so-called inversion. Tomographic, what is THOS means. Slice, if we had the ability to estimate vibrations evanescent on the surface of the land, because then it was not possible. Look underground, because it says so mathematics, so you see this is a model that we have. We sized them like springs. You see some springs with these springs were hooked of the masses. So the springs that they vibrate when attached to masses, making force transform of the signal. Sound engineer, we recreated the lens, which allowed us to see underneath. Earth, okay, I only propose a few things to you of the past that we have made with Corrado, but only to reiterate the fact that, and on this, I thank this very kind gentleman whom I respect. So much that I respect so much.
Che
Who did us a favor.
ci ha fatto un favore grandissimo.
Very big,
Can tell you
even
about
if
the
he
22
doesn't give
paper?
us anything, did a huge
Ci ha fatto un
favor
favore
because he has
grandissimo perché ha
validated our
validato la
technique
tecnica,
in
in quanto
the Scan Pyramid project months after we had already published the presence of the famous corridor, which is nicknamed the corridor of.
So this is from their 22 paper that they wrote, and this is a guy that also, they said the Scan project basically verified what they already figured out using SAR. So it's kind of like a litmus test or a prototype of what they basically eventually made, which is what we're looking at today, or basically a week ago. So basically, he verified what they already figured out in their 22. Excuse me, this is he verified what they figured out in the 22 paper.
famoso corridoio che è soprannominato il corridoio della discordia.
Discord has endorsed ours theory, so I'm very
Discord?
happy indeed. I thank him.
Oh.
Which, however, he made sure to validate our technique. Okay, and I apologize if I'm a little boring in making you the formulas in the maybe. I want to explain
he knows he's a
some things to
mathematician.
you, but unfortunately we all have to understand this together.
Yeah, you have to.
At
This is
least
part
we
of
are more
validation
relaxed.
for the.
I'll show you just a couple of examples that.
So he went through a long-winded explanation because it's very important for people that understand this for verifying their claims and basically understand their methodology. I mentioned yesterday they could have potentially actually kept this secret and made a company out of it, but instead they basically he's offering with a leaf. He's offering up basically what they figured out and how they figured it out to the scientific community because they couldn't figure it out. This is also, by the way, where Grok gives wrong answers. Snelp has no fucking idea what they're talking about because this is all new. This is groundbreaking research. These guys discovered a way to use the vibrations through radar to make an ultrasound model that goes hundreds of meters underground. That's fucking insane. That is insane. So he's basically giving you the keys to the castle. The proof is in the pudding for the scientific community themselves. This is groundbreaking work, guys. Putting aside the pyramid tubes. Putting aside the pyramid tubes. This technology can be used everywhere. And the thing about it is, if it can be plugged into an AI model, there's a lot of geographic data that's already available. We potentially could be looking for erroneous objects that we'd have no idea that would ever be there. Putting aside historic monuments or ancient monuments, such as pyramids, we could be looking for stuff underground we had no idea that it was actually there. The implications of this technology are endless. It could be used for finding ground aquifers for water. It could be used for finding oil reserves. It could be used for finding, well, ancient civilizations, as it turns out, or secret military bases. This is actually huge, and they basically could have turned this into a company and probably made a lot of money, but instead they actually are opening this up to the scientific community. And as best I can tell, they basically gave, in those prior slides, they gave us the formula of how they actually did it and basically the methodology, meaning anyone can duplicate it. In the coming months, when people figure out how to train an AI model to do this, and then scan for erroneous objects basically through this data instead of having going through, like, they know where to look, right? They looked at the pyramids. That's particularly them. They could maybe, like, there's a lot of stuff out there, guys, and you don't need the government's approval to do this. You don't need that government's approval. It's non-invasive. It just happens. The Capella space satellites have been up for a long time. This is really important, and this guy, by the way, understanding what his job is actually pretty hilarious. That's a good level of self-awareness in what's going on here. Once again, these guys could have kept this private and been like a firm, because it definitely seems as though this is legitimate. So, yeah.
Vi mostro solamente un paio di esempi
where we applied the technique of the synthetic aperture radar version. Phonics to observe, for example, some large infrastructures that we have on our national territory, which is the Gran Sasso Laboratory. So the Gran Sasso Laboratory is a physics laboratory located in about 1,400 meters of depth if measured from the top of the Gran Sasso, therefore from Corno Grande, from the top of Gran Sasso. And you see this photograph is the, let's call it tomography, that we have. It was estimated that it was one of the first tomographies that I always like to show because it's beautiful from my point of view. View is beautiful. Applause. I would say it borders on bazinga. Jokes aside, and we can do it.
That a reference to
we managed to see the INFN, the National Institute of Nuclear
the fuck
Physics.
is the? I don't even watch it, guys. It's the.
Then the Gran Sasso Laboratory with of the traits of the.
It's the reference to the show that non-geeks watch that think it's about geeks. Why can't I remember the name of it? It's not very good. If you want to watch a good show for geeks, watch Silicon Valley.
Tunnel here, it
Big
is
Bang
this
Theory.
is an enlargement. You see there is.
I don't know why that just
The
skipped my mind.
interferometer too, it is seen that at the end, the tip you see at the end is an interferometer, and from here it always comes back, the interferometer, we are.
So he's using a model. He's right now demonstrating the model on a well-known underground base that already exists. I don't know what he said, a scientific organization. Basically, they made this. It's all well documented. He's showing right now how they used the... They thought pretty far ahead. He's basically showing a use case of the model for a well-known underground base that's already well mapped out, and how it shows up on their model.
Of coherent living beings, no, we are consistent, we live. Within coherence domains, our mantra is consistency. So it is the resonance, but also the physicists have it rightly, because the interferometer cannot work in an inconsistent situation, so there will always be lasers that generate coherent light, and then mixed up facts in fringes of constructive interference and destructive. Okay, fine, I'm in a hurry because then I leave the floor to the professor and I will tell you I'm just making another case of study. So this is I present to you the Muslim Dam, which is a huge dam. And we wanted to understand if it was possible look inside the dam. And you see the dam inside it has a big gallery. There is a big gallery. And it is an important Italian company there. Trevi Italian Pride. It was commissioned by the government.
They're using it to try and look inside the dam?
But still there goes to carry out the consolidation of the dam, because the dam slowly, this one is going away. This dam is collapsing and needs continuous maintenance. In short, inside the Muslim dam there is a gallery, the so-called gallery of services, and you see this. I propose you the tomography of the Mulla Dam. See the treatment. The darkest line, this one here, the more horizontal, the bluer the tomography of the gallery. So the slice of the Muslim Dam where you can see the gallery, but we had noticed that it's not that. He only saw the gallery and they saw each other nice things, and I wanted them for you. Propose and see how we are.
They keep calling it the gallery. I don't know, it's a mistranslation area. He's showing off the tunnel through the dam itself and how it showed up as light blue, and the red on the other side basically is the reservoir, the water. Now he's showing off the turbine.
Arrived to see the turbine area. So we were able to take the photograph of the turbines of the Dam of Muslim, because the Dam of Musil, in addition to holding back the water, then create the reservoir for the accumulation of water for agricultural uses.
They took a picture of the
Also carried
turbine
out
through the dam.
EHM generation of still performs the generation of current through energy.
Ok.
Hydroelectric.
Quindi abbiamo
Okay, so we made the image
l'immagine delle
of the
turbine.
turbines. Okay, these are other turbines that we saw. You see, this here is only
Solo per mostrarvi
to show you that it is possible view the area we call
la
the
zona, chiamiamola tecnica,
technique
che si
found
trova
inside the
dentro
dam,
la
inside the
dentro
dam
la
of the A structure.
della struttura
A energetic of
energetica di Mosul.
Musu. Okay,
Ok,
one
un
last
ultimo
case
caso di
study
studio
is
è quello
that of the
del
sand tunnel
Gotthard.
Gotthard, and then we did the
Quindi abbiamo
Gotthard
fatto
Tunnel?
We
abbiamo
created,
creato,
we
abbiamo
generated
generato l'immagine
the image of the underground of the
sottosuolo
Gotthard plant and how.
dell'impianto del San Gottardo. E come
You
vedete
see the gallery that is inserted inside the
inserita dentro
Gallery being the tunnel again.
mountain. This is very nice. This one I like here. This is the gallery.
Eccola qua. Questa è la galleria che
That
si
is
trova
inside
dentro.
does not really have many meters deep in short. Okay, just to
solo
say
per,
so this.
per dire, allora, questo
This method is a
metodo è
PCT
stato-
patent has been
è stato
submitted.
sottomesso un brevetto. PCT
And
Then
it-
an international patent. This is currently active on Malta.
Questo
This
brevetto.
patent, and let's see a bit of it future what awaits us. Okay, me.
Ci aspetterà.
So they did patent it. They did patent their technique. Not that's going to stop China, by the way, or really any company. But they patented the technique that they're talking about right now, which is arguably a really fucking huge deal, by the way.
Ok, io
I'm done. I'll pass the word to the professor. Thank you.
So once again, he just explained how they're actually able to do it in great technical detail, which I don't understand the math, so but I'm sure someone else did, and it looked somewhat legit. So putting aside
Thanks, sorry
actually
if
explaining
I-
it properly.
Drawn out. Yes. Eco with the times. How is it going with the times? Everything's fine. Yes. Yes. Well, this one. Pass by. Go, here we are. Here. So here we are. So yes, the tip of the iceberg. The tip of the iceberg, why we basically realized that. Really analyze the tip of an iceberg because the idea are it was to go and see in the pyramid of coffee.
Khafre?
Khafre and almond. The idea came from Armando Mai himself because when we talked about it, our idea was to go to see below the Sphinx, and Armando says yes under the Sphinx, but we know that there are some rooms of things people don't say. He doesn't say it, but there is some data. So there is some stuff inside. It would be more interesting to look under the pyramid of Khafre, because under the pyramid of Khafre there must be something going on inside and the myth, the legend, the history. They say that this pyramid is linked to a whole host of things, like Ava said. Him before they should be anyway somehow, because there is in there a little bit of the story of the god THT, and we
Big
said
Bang Theory is
okay,
your most
come
hated
on,
show?
yes.
It's
Try
literally
we are there,
geek
the
humor
radars,
for
the
non-geeks,
radars, the
which doesn't make
radars.
sense.
We have them. Let's see what happens. Summary of previous episodes. This was basically __ Khufu, the protected by.
So they're looking
As
at
you
their
see on the
22
right,
research
you
right
can
now?
see the section of the pyramid as the. We know with a pressure of
Not
the
the Khafre
3D
pyramid.
dark black trace of. What essentially it is said that there is. Inside you can see that one above kind of strange multi-story structure. Rooms called the Z with underneath a room where there is inside.
Bed's a little house.
The tub where someone thinks
Sarcophagus.
improperly that there would have been the poor Pharaoh the Great Gallery, that is that oblique, tall, big black thing that goes down. Downstairs we have that little house which would essentially be the room of the Queen that we later discovered with a couple of books than with the Queen.
Secondary chamber.
It has
This is
nothing to
Queen's
do
chamber.
with it. Down at the bottom there is the room not
Basement.
finished. We have always wondered what they have took 4,000 _ years to finish the room. Could have been made even before. See that they didn't want it anymore, whoever knows. And on the left top in below a couple of photos of the three-dimensional model that we proposed in the remote article. Sensing that makes you see things that no one had ever seen it up there. Distinguish those kinds of gadgets that they go down a little bit of a giant fork. That goes down below ground zero, that is, for underground of this then today. We will talk again because from another point of view we saw this stuff and we see there are these
The little
structures
forks
that
that go
instead
down?
they go up the pyramid that are connected by a tunnel that I usually color in red or whatever. Light brown, you know the colors, there I see little below from another point. From sight you can see substantially at least 12 underground rooms that we have. Called
Unidentified.
cellars. Evidently the pharaoh did not, he wanted to pay. IMU didn't want to pay. It hid them below, he never reported them, and there are a whole series of structures inside that we can see both.
A lot of these are rooms that were never actually open to the public, or not even open to the, never explored or publicly disclosed if they were explored at one time. A lot of these rooms don't actually show up. The right side here is a more traditional view of the pyramids, by the way. That's what most people know, and that's what's generally disclosed to the public, or what everyone knows of the pyramids, is the right one here. These are the models that they generated using their SAR technology, and showing off basically there's a lot more rooms inside the pyramid that basically no one knew about. This is from the 22 scan, if I remember right. So even then, there's already stuff in the pyramids that doesn't even, like these, all these rooms down here, isn't even something that they know about. Like, isn't even something that either Egypt knows about or wants you to know about. I don't know at this point. It is Egypt, so maybe they just don't even know about it themselves and haven't actually, they don't want to destroy their pyramid, which is basically a giant tourist attraction, right? So they might not have even spent time doing that. That being said, nowadays, guys, with tiny robots, you can go pretty much anywhere in a relatively indestructible manner. Because, like, we have tiny robots that are super, super small now. And they can run fiber optic cables, for instance. There's tons of ways that they could do this without basically opening up a giant corridor. They don't need to do that.
Substantially on the second
Like with
book, I
endoscopic
wrote
surgery?
with Filippo, where there is also substantially all the technology that Philip has in some way described. Now let's go and see the state of die. Khafu, you always see the model.
Khafre's model,
Three-dimensional, what
the
is
pyramid
known,
that they
let's
actually
see it
modeled
from
just now.
above on the left.
So this is the traditional model of the Khafre pyramid, I believe. I don't know the pyramid specifically, but I guess this is what they normally think is in the Khafre pyramid.
Let's see from side in the center and a magnification of the latter as you see the pyramid is empty. There is no room inside but right under ground zero, and we see this in this magnification. There are basically two narrow little rooms located a couple of corridors with strange shapes on them, which forms do we already have put our attention on a previous conference where we did see how everything we were there. Imagine yourself for the pyramid of __ Khufu, and that is that the pyramid worked with vibration. Water made rock instruments substantially, and with the air that produced those vibrations necessary that were used to treat between quotes the pharaoh when this, let's say, he had arrived at the final moment of his life, and it had to be a bit this life. prolonged as you can see, there is nothing inside this damn pyramid It is possible that we asked ourselves. Ancient Egyptians had spent a lot of SLDI to make a mountain of stone where there's not a single maza inside, and then we had to go and see, and we started to apply this technique, i.e. signal transformation.
So he's saying basically they spent a bunch of time making a giant rock mound with nothing in it compared to the other pyramid, right? So they decide to take a look at inside because it seems kind of weird.
Photonic in phononic signal. Let's go to see the vibrations. Let's do that. Photography of the sound of pyramids. So this is a photograph. How the satellite's eye would see the pyramid in object. As you can see, this photography has one feature. It is not as we would see it with our eyes, ours, if we were on the satellite, because it has some strange light points that don't there, just like the ones we will see. And then it is elongated. It looks more like a rectangle than.
He's talking about basically. He's talking specifically about the width of the pyramid being more rectangular as opposed to an actual pyramid shape. While the Khafre pyramid appears to radar, as you can see, the optical image of the radar is not the same as the image that our eye would expect. And this is due to the fact the radar is not perfectly oriented with its target, but the antenna, let's assume for simplicity as 4, that 4 has the shape of a rectangle, has a vertical and horizontal inclination that does not appear to be parallel to the X, Y, and Z axis of the pyramid. This leads to an apparent optical distortion, which must be taken into account in analysis of our tomography.
Actually a square, and you have to understand this.
So correcting for optical differences.
Pyramid like this, pretend that satellite antenna, for simplicity, let's say it's a rectangle. This is the antenna. So the
can you show it the laugh track? Yeah.
Has the straight antenna.
Good shows don't need laugh tracks.
With the
take
sides
Community,
of the pyramid,
for instance,
the
the
pyramid
office.
you count it is straight, so the satellite
Silicon
is
Valley.
folded like this, and not only on this axis, but it is also bent in this other axis. So what it happens that when it is reported back the signals, that they will then give origin of this type of photography. The signals are distorted by the fact that this antenna has a position that does not is the one that we could somehow choose us to see the long item, the x-axis, and along the y-axis perfectly the tomographies that we are going to do have the same problem, i.e. they have a problem that you have to know that I am.
No, not really. I mean, I watched it when I was younger, but it's like, as far as humor goes, it's not really my cup of tea. It's a sitcom.
Reason well, once you know it, there is no problem. The first one of the first tomographies, that what we did was that.
This is one of the
You
earlier
see
models?
on the left. So let's retrace a little bit history with these tomographies as.
Here we are looking at it from the north, and what appears to be an internal central anomaly is located inside the pyramid and underground. The pyramid appears as square-based bell, with the external part vibrating differently from the rest of the structure due to the probable material difference in material used for construction of the monument. So, I believe he said that these are their earlier prototype models, which obviously lack the resolution of the pyramid tubes.
We experienced it in some way. First photographs, we were looking at this stuff. We went to bed there. We didn't. He was sleeping. He looked at himself the next day in front of these tomographies to understand that what did he mean. And here is a important detail that in my opinion it's worth it of to note. When we do a search for this type, but any other type, there is a parameter of consciousness that basically you never write sui. Books never say my conscience is increased by 3 degrees in the instant. Where I was doing this research, when does consciousness increase? Consciousness increases when you look at the nail in the wall so many times until that you don't realize that there is a nail in the wall, and so in looking at these photos, these tomography, a spontaneous process arises of awareness acquisition. First time you look at it, you don't understand it, nothing you see here. Yes, you see that there is a triangle and you say, you'll see they are the sides of the pyramid. You see that there are some different colors. You say, oh well, why? Energetically the pixels that correspond to this photograph, they vibrate differently. The energy put into play the computer, the software marks it as a color. Different. Okay, come on, we are. Okay, then you start. See a strange colored tube that descends to the center of the pyramid, that it seems to be layered somehow, which in other words corresponds to the center of a kind of tube that goes up, colored with another color, and you say, well, what is this stuff technically? There shouldn't be anything. Then yes, he does something else. He takes the pictures, like this one, which is an image of departure, where basically it is a north-south image. That is, you have to think that you enter by entering in the image you are looking at. That is, you have the entrance to the pyramid in front of it, enters in front, and the eye on that we did in the middle of the pyramid is like cutting a cake. You see that cutting this cake, it's not that simple because you cut yourself a cake and you see the layers of cake, cream, chocolate, everything there is. Candide tomography has a series of things that mess you up to death, but you give this mess term
Talking about the noise
scientific. You will see they give you more information for this
and
that
false
is messed
positives.
up. Because there is so much stuff inside you and your awareness in analyzing the various tomography must be able to discern all things that are, because tomography is a photograph. Phonic, that is, every pixel of that strip that we have calculated feels the information you of all the pixels that are in the strip. But not only because he feels, because this pyramid strip feels all the information about the things that are there in front and all the information, vibrations of the things that are behind it. So this photograph not only gives you, says what's in this section of cake, but it tells you what's inside, in front and behind, and only
Disgusting how it actually shows. It's like an
Knowing this
MRI
thing we can
taking
go
slices
to.
of your brain.
search what's in it. Only the slice that we have cut, trying to figure out what not. It has nothing to do with this vibration, because it actually has to do with vibrations of things that are behind and vibrations of things that are ahead then. While this one, tomography, the colors of this tomography, they represent the basic data of the energy of the pixels that move, so the frequencies that move, so we can say immediately that the external part of the pyramid vibrates in a different way from the inside. Why are the colors marked with this system? We say on the computer, show me these strong differences, and he shows them to you, because if I tell him on the computer, let me see some differences but delete some for me signal, because I don't want to see it, the computer shows it to me. That is, computer puts filters on me, adds, takes away, but does not alter the relationship that exists between the different things. Instead, photography, on the other hand, part is something else. You take the tomographic image on the left, and yes, he says to the computer, since I didn't understand, nothing helped me to highlight some vibrations in the form of color, while others don't. What does it mean? It means that I am helped to understand some, but other information in the part right are sometimes deleted. Exasperated, while the real information, these are the ones that the computer gives me on.
So he's talking about basically how
Left side,
sometimes
let's
the
keep
computer
these
will
in
actually
mind,
filter
two
out
methodologies, because we need them all.
the computer will sometimes filter out actual meaningful information even though they didn't want it to, which leads to a scenario where basically the filtration, or like you're trying to filter out noise, right? And you filter out the stuff you're actually looking for instead.
And two, to then understand and interpret that the tomography is in the part over here now that we know on the right side, we see that the lower part, that is this species. It looks like a cannon coming down, and there we can assure you there is no. We had understood one Mazza, why what is this stuff here, but it will be a reflection. Perhaps the technique is not, it works on reflexes, we'll talk about it later. Because here as a physical image optics has some reflections, the sound image has echoes. As if we were in this room and there was an echo, the echo, what is a reflection that instead of being bright is a sound reflection, and here as we work with sound reflections give us, so there was something to see. Things that didn't actually exist, they were ghosts, no MH, so let's say, wait, let's change position, let's look at it another part, and here is the problem. Essential, if I have to build a three-dimensional model, an object not
Changing the perspective and observing the pyramid from the northeast side, the anomaly was inside the pyramid that previously seemed to be placed at the center of the structure. Was divided into 4 large anomalies that, after having discarded the idea that they were phonic reflections, so noise, made us think that such anomalies could be placed in an almost linear geometry which went from south to north.
I can see it from just one photograph, but I have to scan at least 2 positions, but maybe 2 are not enough, let's say 3 X, Y, and Z, and then we're there.
More you have, more you
Places
can
having the
overlay with
starting
each other.
image in front on this other side, we say. Russian side, to be clear, no side. America on the Russian side, because the north is in this moment of the pyramid that we are looking at. The entrance is always at north side. Russia, what do you see? Yes. He immediately sees a fundamental thing. The 2 sides of the pyramid do not have the same slope. For what reason? Why these 2 sides of the pyramid are not the 2 sides that we saw before like this when we...
I'm not exactly sure what the orientation
Let's
is here.
turn the pyramid this way, we see on the left side on
It'd actually be helpful if they had a model on the right side
then
here showing
side
the
1 on
orientation.
the right, the side number 3, because side number 2. It's in the middle and you can't see it. And this time all that thing which we saw as something that was from the bottom to the top, that entered towards the top of the pyramid, is no longer one thing, but there are many things in this. What was seen at 2,
So taking
3,
different
4,
angles, now
and a little
showing
bit
basically a different cross-section
behind maybe
of
5.
the
What do
cake.
you want it to mean? To say that when we saw the
Basically giving it a 3D depth.
tomography that we have all seen before, these things were there, but they were one behind.
If you look at a 2D picture,
The other,
you
when
can't
we
tell what the
moved
depth
here,
is,
we
but if
see
you look
that
at a
they are
3D
no
picture,
longer one.
you can, right?
Behind the other, but they still have, they occupy a good amount of space. Precise, then another problem of tomography is that tomography, it is processed with a technique, scientific, which is called the tripe effect, i.e. the tripe effect. What does this mean? It means that we have the
Cut off part of his
tomography,
slide.
we can do it expand, squeeze,
Maybe it
because
didn't.
the data does not.
Observation of the interior of the pyramid from the opposite side showed the same anomalies substantially inverted on the horizontal axis. These reddish spots highlighted their apparent size, and it seemed that there were always 2 larger ones and 3 other smaller structures in greater shadow. North and south. Yeah.
They are modified. We know that a pixel, which should be a little square, we made it a rectangle, but we know C instead of. To be there 20 little squares, there are 20 little rectangles. But we know we squeezed it, so why do we do it like this? Why do we do it like this? Try to understand in tomographies, especially very large ones, and we try to highlight a part of the tomography while the other in. That moment doesn't interest us in this. I can test the tomography that we see. Basically, you see north-south. I have it written to show how we have things sorted out. And what do we see? Let's see that above. First of all, we have it crushed, so it's not a pyramid made like that anymore. But it is a pyramid that practically between a bit it's almost a straight line, but in the middle we see colored spots. I see them. I see orange. You don't know what color. You will see we see two very large ones. Something in the half, perhaps behind the large stain of. Right, there is another stain that could be behind the center of these.
He's talking about basically the depth now and structures being behind other structures.
Further away. Down there, and we begin to see that these spots have a structure because we have them a little close together. We made a better Fourier transform we have in.
So this is one of the earlier models?
This thing is better on fire. How is it? To focus on this thing is simple. Many measurements are taken images. What do all these images do? They take the background noise and they kill, because in a picture, since the background noise is chaotic in a image, can be on that point on
once again, you're looking at density and essentially hollow areas.
It will be negative,
which is the red.
Therefore it will kill itself, the end of the background noise, and what? There remains only the signal. Look, that if there was no Fourier today, we would not be here. Here, absolutely, I have been on Fourier's tomb in Paris at Cemetery for Lays is called, and I have discovered the tomb of Fourier that is. I started crying over the grave of Fourier, and we looking at this thing.
he's paying homage to basically the transform model that they used on this.
Pyramid, there are. These stains are there, these objects there. That's where Filippo and I looked at it part below where these are. Strange things that come down, he says. They are reflexes, they are errors, and what the hell, of course, I don't know why, but we will understand. We need to do other things. We understood it well, and tomographies. We understood it well, of course, and then we did the other tomographies, you see. This is north-south, so this is east-west, then look.
So, rotated?
Here we have a what could be the disadvantage of, as I was saying first, when you do a tomography, have stick everything on this plate, what's ahead and all that.
Note how the imperfect verticality of the tomographic section gives you the sensation of three-dimensionality of the image, which can help verify that not all the bright spots are on the same acquisition plane. So that's the bottom one, which he's talking about basically rotating it. So basically it gives you an idea of 3D models, because you're looking at a 2D model, right? And you use multiple images to form a 3D model. By using various electronic filters imposing the exaltation of certain types of sound frequencies, it increasingly highlighted over time that the understructures inside the pyramid, there seemed to be a luminous extension that extended below the ground zero. So, once again, it's looking down through the ground, so things are going to get dimmer the further down it goes, because this is not all at the same depth. This is actually at depth here. So they're talking about basically how they look down and how these appear red at top, and they sort of kind of taper out, is because basically the ability to look further down isn't going to be the same, because you're looking down through the ground, right? So your ability to see further down is going to be limited based on filtering it and basically what depth you have it set to. So like if you imagine a rangefinder on a scope or something like that, right? So in order to see further down, they have to change the scale again, which is going to change this and it'll wash out the top, right? but they have to do that to see further and down. So they have to take pictures going down deeper and deeper, which will change basically how the model appears here, because this at the top here, this is the top of the pyramid, guys. This at the top here, when they go further down, it's going to get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer, and then they have to brighten it up like exposing a photo. They have to brighten it back up, which then changes the scale at the top here, and basically you have to go down like that, right? Like an MRI taking... So not only is it like three-dimensional from like left to right, but then you also have to look at the z-axis going down, and basically because it's at an angle, you have to go down and take into account the density differences.
What's behind, if you notice well, when the radar is not the antenna? Perfectly parallel to what we want to see, but it's bent, it's how it is. Same, it's as if the antenna was straight and the image was folded, that is, it's like if we saw an image in 3 fictitious dimensions because we see them. A fake 3-dimensionality, and if you look carefully at this image, it's true. That at the top, we always see 1, 2, 3, 4, C. Then behind on the left, there are some things, other little things that we don't know what they are.
There's a lot of stuff
right,
they don't know what it is.
Something very confusing. Still, but if you notice on the left, it's like we see one side now and then. I'll show you one side of it better, pyramid that goes towards a certain direction, the vanishing point, and practically the plane of the pyramid that should appear as a straight line actually appears as a real plan, and exactly sure there are always these damn things of things that they go down, who knows what they are and what they are substantially in some tomographies. You can see them better in some tomographies, you can see them worse, but this depends on the fact that we wanted to choose one response that would highlight in this context the above part. This is basically the plan that the human eye at the level of awareness makes you understand. Then look, there's some stuff on top, and yet damn. Underscore, underscore. There's some stuff underneath 2A. It will be the usual reflexes, but yes. He began to see a structure of something no one had ever seen. Inside the pyramid of Khafre, on the floor of there are some things that vibrate above. A way different. How many of these things are there if you look at
So they might actually not be below ground level right now. They might be
very prominent. There is something towards.
He might not actually be below ground right now. He's actually looking at the pyramid itself. So they're looking at the Zeds, as they call them. And according to their CG model, they have the Khafre pyramid has 5 Zeds in it, whereas originally thought to only have 1. And that might be what they're looking at right now. Instead of being below ground, they aren't looking at the tubes. They're looking at the Zeds, or the little houses inside the pyramid.
The center, and there are a couple more at least towards the right. Then there is towards the right. Right at the bottom are well structured, precise, and then the rest seems to be below, but you have to be careful, you have to have. In short, the possibility of looking at the things are better, and then we need to increase the awareness. Let's go and see these large structures. Let's try to understand how they are made, because we counted on those right away. Because they were the ones you saw better, that is, those on which less is done. Error are the biggest, and we look in front of anthers, as one would say, and in this context, please note that in this chromatography is entered from right, the entrance of the pyramid. From right you go down, then below where there will be
So they are looking at the pyramid
somewhere
itself, not below.
Belzoni's room that you can't see, and then I'll show you, because it is not seen, and everything that is. You see it's stuff that's above, and in front there are 2 things that seem made in layers. You see 5 layers with a kind of slightly curved roof.
Talking about the Zeds.
Pagoda behind the one on the right can be seen that there is another one that is very similar. Instead, behind the one on the left, there is no, but you can see it in the center, you can see that it's there. Another bright spot, let's go to it to see better. We get help from computer. Can you show me better? If you have it, do. Dear computer, you make me stand out. Some parts of the structure, and here it came to mind that
I don't think that actually makes us stand up better.
maybe we had these structures already seen. Look at the structure of left 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels, and then a roof. Let's call it that for now. hut underneath you see that there is a little darker square. Nor did this remind us of anything much now. You can also see on the right side that there is roughly the exact same one structure, and behind, if you notice, there is one that looks a lot like that is. Let's go and see it again in the future a little bit closer away. You see I also put the graphs of the RGB of the color blue, green and red, because we have only elaborated in this case a type of color. You see in the situation of bottom left I made a circle with a question mark. You see it looks like there's something there inside, but what the hell does it remind you of this stuff? Here we look at it again from a distance. You know the bit of the territory when you don't understand something, you have to move away to try to see that maybe you understand.
Context.
This one might not have looked like this one, but we had already seen this one too.
You know what it looks like because they know what it looks like in the other pyramid.
Exhibition is a room with a Z above. And look, maybe inside the room of right, sorry, left, maybe there is one strange little spot that who knows, maybe it is something we can't get to know why we sacrificed half radar synthesis to use the other half of the synthesis to obtain the colors, let's say it. So of this one. Tomography, how many of these are there? Stuff here seemed like there was plenty of it. All 5 tomographies were needed. Strength of things to see everything from above, because from above it would have been clear. Let's cut the pyramid horizontally, so we go.
To understand the position of these objects and their real number, we needed a tomographic look from above, a first look obtained with a horizontal cut of the pyramid, providing the following result.
To see, yes. I was hoping how many of these things there are in there. On the left we have the photo of the pyramid of Khafre. Cut it in half like a sandwich and give it to you. You look and you don't understand anything, and you say to the computer, then show it to me better. Why, damn it, breasts and so. We get the view on the right, and I'll show you something right away. In fact, there are some. I'll show you 2 or 3. There are some bright things that run along the edge of left, up and right things. Bright, there is a stain in bottom left, which is a stain, and that damn is this stain. This is it. We will solve easily, but there are some things, and these things here are divided into 2 categories that are difficult to see. Those that are clearly visible, but are there all the stain, then the stains of light, sound. You see these are a pyramid in somehow illuminated from the outside. Look. These are spots of phonic light, the one on the left in particular. Lo, that's exactly what happens. In our tomography, where the sound create a reverb, this was already there. Success in _ Khafu pyramid, and this reverb, you say, damn, _ there is a reverb that blocks all my information there, and instead it will give you some information, because every time that we do one chromatography 111 analysis, we can get a tomography from above. Orient immediately without too many. The north and the south mess up because the stain is always on the same side, a phon stain. Then we all take this data and we put it all together. All the bright spots of all the tomography scans must always be identified same from above. Let's start from above. You can see a fundamental thing. The center of the pyramid is not as you might think. Wait for you in the center of the square.
So the middle one there is the middle left is the top-down view of the pyramid itself. he's pointing into circles are the Zeds themselves, and he's pointing out the Zeds in the actual, like, the horizontal view of the pyramid itself. So they have a top-down view, and then these are on the side view looking into it, and looking cross-referencing the side views with the top views to see basically the XYZ, the coordinate of where they are, right? And give it a 3D model. What do you say in the bottom left there? But right. The things in the bottom right. Stamp and Stanta. I think these are names of rooms.
Of the tomography, but it is moved because it is simple for two fundamental reasons. One, because the radar is distorted compared to the image of the pyramid, and then as in the photograph that looked like a truly optical photography, you lengthens the pyramid in some way that it is no longer a real square, but if it becomes a rectangle, then a part of the pyramid has the most data stuck together, the other part of the pyramid has dilated them more mh, and so the center is where the chamber is. Belzoni, and you see there is a little round thing basically. Then there are four structures that are those four little circles that you found in all the tomographies that we saw, and that from the right from left, from north to south to east in the west, they are always the same number. You understand exactly what the position is of these little circles, and you also understand why do they see themselves this way. So when we would have built a three-dimensional model with the model three-dimensional in hand and the atom raffia on the other side, you tilt the model three-dimensional so as to obtain the same optical effect as the tomography. And as you can see now, if it's not easy to do this thing here, it took 3 months, maybe 4. That is for recognize all the bright spots in the structures that we saw in the different tomographies. It is evident that you at home, when we TR one of days, we will put everything on, and this slide too show you can do the exercise of going to see, going back, and discover yourselves if we have tried to parrot, or we have really in some way we use our time and not make you lose it to understand exactly the points without losing time. Let's go back here. Now we know one fundamental thing from more or less the center to start. Light paths very close to each other, they who start from
vertical tomography, other details observed, further investigation, deserve further investigation emerge. What are those bright spots located on the west side that is on the right side of the tomography? To find out, we made several horizontal tomographical cuts at the different heights inside the pyramid of Khafre.
stains somehow down and not exactly in the center, but a little bit married on the left, these two. Light trails go upwards, so you have to remember how it's made. The pyramid below, there are two paths, an entrance that ground zero goes under land and then goes up, and another one that from above, but they are one below the other. These two paths and then the other one reunites, will reunite in the end, before Belzoni's room in the horizontal corridor. Final, these two objects that you see, one above the other, you see one above the other if the radar is there exactly. Above, because if the radar is here, you go see one next to the other. This is the reason why these two things, they seem like two paths while they are one path alone. After that, there are some more stains, bright and less blemishes. Bright, we will understand why later. This thing it happens, and we will understand that the stains, the brighter they are, the brighter, because there's something above and something below that. Evidently increase the vibration of that particular point of the thing. But when there is nothing underneath, we only have vibration, for example, of that thing that is above, or vice versa. There is something below only and above not. There is nothing, and here they appear. Meanwhile, start getting the hang of these strange blue halos. That, yes, they are close to the bright areas there. Surround somehow, but it's stuff that it vibrates little. It's something that is not very visible, but the fundamental thing is, but what is that stuff on the right? These two, at least two light paths that go from bottom to top via. I just point out that if you look these two light paths in the corner, write down and follow with. The eye slowly rises. You notice that sometimes the simplest thing was. That was a horizontal path, trin trail, TRR, as if.
So something worth talking about here, guys, is they're manually taking slices of the pyramid and putting it together, but if someone was actually really good at data analysis, they probably could stitch together these pieces to make a 3D model of what they're looking at here, just like with an MRI, to make a 3D model of your brain. They could take multiple slices and put them together to make a 3D model. These guys didn't do that. That's more complicated math than I think they were willing to do or could do, but it's 100% like they're trying to explain basically each slice, how to put together each slice in your mind of the image in order to make a 3D image in your mind to then make the 3D image they didn't make. But you could actually use a computer model to do this exact thing with basically multiple shots of the same area.
Where
or they did it in, it's
comb
later
the
on the
petals,
slides.
as if to say the teeth of a comb, and if you look carefully, I don't. I want to waste time, then you can do it at home calmly if you feel like it. In some areas of these vibrations, the combs, the teeth of the combs, they all have the same distance. I wonder what he did. Philip took the pyramid and he cut in different places at different times. Levels, look at the top left, you always see the same pyramid. Distortion of the pyramid, not as you see the radar cuts it in position 1 in position 2 in position 3 and in position 4. We look at the tomographies at different heights. At different heights it is as if you put in a fire with a different focal length. Because
once again, the further down you go, it's going to change
the object you're looking
intensity
at.
because you're at a different depth.
Looking, and the more the fire increases, that is the precision indeed, and this is the first step. Number 4 is much more precise, less blurred. Number 1 in number 1. You see these strange little combs, this one seen times from above, but in number 1 there is less. In number 2 there is more. In number 3 there is more. In the number 4 there is more. That is almost at ground zero. Keep in mind, I have to tell you, because otherwise you don't understand this little square, not the little squares that we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4 do not match a square, because there is the tripe effect, the tripper effect, the side of the pyramid, that is the pyramid being a square, and here what you see is that the strip containing these strange combs is under one side, that is the west side. American in the pyramid. In this context, in the tomographies, you see that a spot of light is needed to enter from left, that the entrance is almost below the stain, and therefore the comb is exactly under ground zero, below the side at the end of the pyramid. Then in this case, the tomography, that we only the top half is of interest, and the square of the pyramid became a rectangle, but this strange one structure, this stuff here, what is it? We had to go and see it up close. You see on the top left we have the usual stain. We know that the entrance of the pyramid is under the stain, we see a worse because there is no.
So entrance to
It
the
is
pyramid, side
interesting
of
to
the
look at
pyramid,
that in this way
corner.
what we saw before we are interested in. Put our attention on that side there, that side where there is something that flows from left to right and under a stuff that looks like combs. So what do? Apply awareness, that is, you look at it until you didn't understand that. What is it then? Obviously there is an effect that some fool might call pareidolia, that is, you at a certain point you see what is not there, know that what is there. You see, you will be able to see it again with the acquisition of awareness in all the others, chromatographies, tomography, seeing them from the other parts, changing point of observation by changing the map of the territory A. Let's take a closer look at it, this stuff. Then the part in high makes you see I removed the colors because they basically annoy you. That is, they are additional information than here not. It helps when we look at this thing. You see I have oriented you to the right square of the plate of the pyramid, so that at the bottom you have the light zones that correspond to the things that we are going to see. In bottom left we see this path.
So he's trying to talk about how they remove basically
Bright
the
fact.
step noise from it.
A tuning
From the
forks.
sides of the pyramid?
They all look like tuning forks. When you put them in a row, they appear to be shifted like this, because the antenna, I remind you, is not straight with the pyramid, is moved like this, so it's like you have an antenna straight, but the one you are looking at moved M, so this inclination is an inclination that gives him the inclination of the antenna. Radar, look down, look carefully, and while looking pretend of having understood that it is about tuning fork. You see that inside there are some C disorders. There are lines that go from left to right that are basically sometimes dark, sometimes reflecting the light, until one day I put it. After months I understood what it was about, and at the top I'll show you the reconstruction. There are these breasts that they are essentially forms of tuning fork, and in the middle there is a kind of music M shape, rectangular, that the radar sees. Let's admit that it is granite speed of sound in granite. 4,000 meters per second appears transparent to you, of glass, then pretend to have this thing with a wand inside rectangular glass, and here is the glass makes you see the things that are there in front in a certain way, and the things that there are distorted behind. This kind of distortion is just
Talking about how the granite distorts the
in
image.
the end, in this context, only the acquisition of awareness will makes it clear that things are this way, because otherwise you won't get to the bottom of it. What's there in the end? What is the structure that comes out from here? That we see below. There is something that goes from left to right, 7 objects that they look like tuning forks, and here inside I didn't put any tuning forks there, but then you'll see. I'll show you there's another corridor question mark at the top of the curve of the tuning forks at the top, and travels the same distance from the left. On the right, what the hell is a structure of the genus? This is a question we don't know. Look what we have. Are these structures? No, for example, these giant tuning forks that could also be substantially structures which simply serve to support something. This on the left you think is the roof of a library located in a Dutch-Norwegian city, is a gigantic library, probably. It was used to do something else, then not they knew what to do with us. They made us a library, and the part over there is one structure that supports a dam, therefore.
So they're talking about basically in the end model.
Evidently their own kind of.
He's basically showing how they figured out that the little tuning fork things were in the end model, and then trying to postulate what they actually are, which I don't think anyone's going to be able to figure out what they are till they get to them. Either robots, or some other way of actually getting inside and seeing what it is. No way of actually knowing what these are, but they do exist there, right? And he's trying to compare them to other stuff that exists.
I use, however, how strange to diapason just as we are looking at the stuff that vibrates what? Strange, let's move on, let's leave it hanging for a moment.
Folks.
Let's do another tomography for this thing. The other tomography is substantially south, left, north, right, and we see from a...
Once again, when they're doing this, guys, a better way of actually showing this to people is like a virtual pyramid that you could rotate and like put on the corner here so you can see the orientation of the picture when it's being taken from the satellite from space, so you can actually see which direction it's looking down at the actual object itself.
Another point of view that we are seeing only one side of the pyramid, that is that long mumble for land that which goes from the big center way to the right, because we clearly have the feeling that the other one over there on the right, it is much steeper, because this happens for the usual reason. The antenna, look what we used. Different types of radar, so according to the inclinations of the different antennas. You should not expect that in all the tomographies have the same slope. Because that's not how you see it. You see this and you say, I don't understand. Nothing. The only thing you understand is that there is a pyramid that does this for the king. Because you know it's a pyramid, otherwise you didn't even know that. Then let's try. To understand better, we ask for help from computer and immediately something appears. Interesting, at the top left we see a rectangle. Black, this black rectangle, then on the left has a bunch of stuff.
Subtitles, please. Let's see. It moved. In this context, once again, the 5 Zeds, those are the little houses inside the pyramid, appear in the center of the pyramid, but also 2 chambers of different sizes appear. One on the right, the largest, and the other on the opposite side, also visible from the horizontal tomography, which also makes the connections between them visible. So he's talking about the paths connecting the Zeds inside the pyramid.
Much clearer, that vibrates, so it has a more energy. High dark black instead means that vibrates less, and next to the stuff a central on the left side, if there is notice, there is a kind of little square of the same size as the rectangle black, which is less black, but there is. Let's try to get it out better if we go to change the colors again, and in the part below we see the rectangle that before it was black that became bar color. Orange chino, in my opinion. You see that cabbage color is on the other side in. At the bottom you see that there is the little picture at the same height of the same color, and in the middle they see each other, but now we know what. They are all the pippolini that represent the 5 Z structures that if we didn't have. If we had done the other tomographies, we wouldn't know absolutely what is it about though. Here you can see them, and
once again you have to take different angles to actually figure out the 3D model, right?
Let's look for the information. Then we have a black rectangle from a part and a black square on the other. In the middle the 5Z. What do you want it to be? Black rectangle, if not a place where not there is a club, and therefore it does not vibrate. Nothing but the air inside. So there we have this rectangle, which is probably not a rectangle, because we must always remember that the side over there, the right one, appears to stammer. The height of the 2 objects have the same height, because the mistake that is made.
So the right one is top
right,
down, and the left one is from the side of the pyramid, I believe?
Case, it's roughly the same. But on the left and on the right, then it's not about the high and the low that things are different, because one of the 2 sides of the pyramid was elongated. Where are these objects? So the object that you see as the black rectangle is the object that is located in the down arrow in the tomography right wing.
I want to point out, guys, It is absolutely crazy. We had a 78-degree day like a week and a half ago, and now it's in the 30s, and like we got like 4 inches of snow yesterday. Absolutely fucking mad. Completely bonkers, guys. Don't worry, guys. The weather's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Are the object that we have already seen. In the other tomographies, you go to review and...
Yep. We're about to set the world on fire, guys. Aliens. It's time for aliens. Yep.
Identified with the arrow to left the room, let's call it that more. Small is the arrow that we see at top right where this area is. Extremely bright, I would like to point out to you that these two rooms are. Connect, you see it for at least a path that connects one side of the lower house with roughly the center of the room. High, you will see that this path is a split path if you look carefully. You find out that there are other pseudo-paths that connect the others. Good spots, and then there are the Zs here. These structures can be seen even better. Vertical, we had to do another tomography because we moved forward. Until it was understood, then to this time we look at it. Tomography of right, in the right tomography we from. Where you enter the pyramid has the entrance on your right, and you see a
observation point as if we were observing from southeast edge allows us to see the structures, one lower and the other higher compared to the ground line that runs along the west and south sides of the base of the pyramid. In addition to a confused image of the Z at the center of the structure, we can see a descending vertical structure that had already appeared in previous tomographies. So they're discussing how like they're looking at stuff that goes further underground now?
kind of darker rectangle, where the bottom side is lower there. Appears lower than the side that instead connect the far side to the side. Close by, let's pay attention. In the middle, there are dark spots and a path. What could be the one of the routes from the entrance towards the dark spot, which with a little imagination could be done. Say perhaps it is the Belzoni room, of which you can only see the roof. Then you look down and say, oh holy, underscore, there's no usual stuff.
Holy shit.
That come down, but what is this stuff you tell me see? Better here, if you look, there are of things that come down and are, and that they look like windings, yes. Of the windings substantially, if you look at them both. On the right than on the left, where we only have the colors. Staggered, we discover that it seems that these objects are still a vault on 2 floors, so that if you see everything from a distance, the pyramid appears to you as a small pyramid with a spot that it goes down to the center. When you then go to approach the stain, you discover that they are 2 stains, one and the other, that if you then you look the other way, you start to see that there are objects one behind the other. And the first result obviously gave us left even more messed up, because we said, come on, let's look a little below, because we had already seen that under the pyramid of underscore Khufu, there were these 2 slips that they were coming in and going down.
Oh, he's discussing how they decided to actually look under the pyramid?
We have to look at each other. Come on, let's look at each other, so we can find out that
this is under the pyramid.
Reflections. The pyramid is practically crushed at the top, and underneath there are 8 pipes going down 8 routes that are characterized. Remember the tripe effect, so you are looking at a pyramid that basically, once again here it is enter from the north. Yes, you see the 2 eye. To the two most important Zs in the center, because they are characterized by a strong detection, a little pippolino up, which somehow identifies it. Roof, look, the pyramid is crushed. In this way, so you think that roughly speaking we are looking at from the beginning of the Z to the end and a little bit above, that is, the roof of the
So the top here is the top of the
comes
pyramid,
out of
and
the
this is
tomography,
underground.
the height of 137 meters, so we have it crushed like this. You realize that down from ground zero to the ground there is quite a bit of route, there is a lot of stuff. And how are these gullies placed? They go down, they are placed in two rows. You see the brightest and the least bright thing. Means the brightest and the least bright depends on the distance from the tomographic plane and from the objects that vibrate. Let's admit for a moment that the
So he's basically saying the brightness of the image depends, once again, the further away you're going to get, the dimmer everything's going to get. So over distance, if you're going through like a solid piece of material, guys, the further away, let's say you're going through a wall here, the further away, the dimmer it's going to get, regardless of what it's looking at, the dimmer it's going to get. So the orientation here is the two pipes that are the brightest right here are closer to the camera. So you're like orienting yourself, the camera's back here, it's looking, and these are closest to the camera while these are further away. Depending on, obviously they take different angles to assert the same amount of brightness of them. They could actually figure out that maybe some might be filled in. But so far, it actually looks like none of them are filled in, which is not only a really good sign, but also means there might be something going on there more than just what meets the eye, which is what even meets the eye? They're giant fucking tubes, right? But they're constructed well enough, they survived thousands, tens of thousands of years, possibly? That's pretty insane. That's not something Egyptians can do, ancient Egyptians can do. So, yeah. And also, obviously, they would negatively influence the structural integrity of the pyramid itself, which, arguably they don't want to do, right?
objects are equal if one is more distant and you brought it into focus, so different and therefore vibrates in a way different, so it will be more or less bright. But they could be gods that we up to. After all we said, they're reflexes we have to try to understand, and then let's look better, let's increase the resolution, we increase the number of accumulations, and what appears is this stuff. Here where there is a row of these objects, that there are 4 that are in front and 1 row of these objects which are others 4 that are behind, and depending of the inclination from where we see the tomography, these objects which are all equal ones overlap one another, and since basically then to us it's like if they all appeared to us to be made of glass more or less opaque. You see this opacification we highlighted, that's fine. There are some vertical things that they go down, but what is that stuff that it spins around like a spring, and if we look at this carefully, it doesn't always have the same spring, the slope is not always the same.
He's talking about the pathways that go around the cylinders.
Spring, let's take one of these tracks turns around this hypothetical object that...
Once again, someone that's really good at programming could take a bunch of these images, just like with an MRI, and stitch them together to actually form a much better picture than what he's showing right now, and a vertical model at that, of basically the acoustic model that they're currently using, if you had the technical know-how of actually doing that, which would actually be extremely intuitive, right? Because basically he's trying to tell you how to put it together in your mind when looking at these images. But if you take a couple thousand of these shots, tens of thousands of these shots, you basically have the structure, right?
It
with
goes
noise,
down
which
and
it'll iron
at
out.
the bottom, then we will establish how deep down. You see that deep down there is a hard core where there are things.
Really talking about the
Picking
boxes.
this stuff up with the stuff that is underneath produces some vibrations of color. There are different structures. Structures at the bottom that connect this stuff that goes down with the granite, which is probably that final part at the bottom that holds Everything must be searched for once again. Let's go back and review the chord scans from top left. See how these objects appeared to you. They are all in the center and are placed on 2 rows, and the 2 rows that you see the tomography as we did it on right each of these centers corresponds exactly to one of these things that go down, and now you understand what is halo.
So top-down pyramid look, that is the side of the pyramid, and the right side here is literally the vertical where they align, the tubes align with the actual top-down view. So he's trying to show the image is sideways, trying to show where these tubes align with, I mean, you could have oriented, so a better way of looking at this is if this was straight up and down, so like right up here aligned, and then just rotated the pyramid so you could actually see where they basically connect below it.
Che cos'è l'alone azzurretto chiaro che noi vedevamo dall'alto?
By the way, from the replies I've seen online, a lot of people had problems actually discerning what's in the image. It looks really intuitive to me. I guess I've looked at heat maps before, so it's not that big of a deal.
Light blue structures are not visible. Well, they are.
But most of the stuff is actually, like, there's people that legitimately couldn't see where he's getting the tubes from.
There is something in there which prevents the vibration from coming up and be visited. View captured by radar, because everything must return. Let's look at the 2 objects that they go down to the center that you see them because. Let's look at those because they are the most bright ones, are those that we see. They will give more information. We submit them to color variations to try to make our eye carpisa, if not in the first, perhaps in the second, perhaps
I
in
don't think the
third.
variations really even... I think like the original model on the right side actually does a really good job. Or maybe, I mean, I guess this one does a pretty good job too. But the right side model does a pretty good job. But once again, the biggest take here, I don't know how long it said they took to generate these images, but like literally if you could produce these images themselves, someone that's really good at computer models or even game design possibly could stitch them all together in a 3D model, because you have the information, but they're basically just a bunch of 2D models. Same thing with an MRI. When they take a picture of your brain with an MRI, there's slices of your brain that they look through when they generate them at different depths. It's basically the same thing as an MRI. Ultrasound MRI.
To understand what we have in front of us.
That are just taken at different angles because of the way satellites work.
Conscious operation, and there we clearly see that there are some things that go down, but the slope of this stuff changes, because when you see a spring in front of you, the part of the spring that you have in front of all sides of the springs that have a slope in one direction, spring that is transparent lets you see the back sides of the spring, and the slopes behind are different then. Maybe it's something that goes around something else, and if you look at yourself, well, you find out that it is not that this thing is tightens in the center and widens the edges, why other tomographies like that of first they show you that it actually is one thing, is it has the same thickness as you can see any type of height. Well, this kind of constriction is a vibration problem. We are looking at things that vibrate, so brighter things appear to you more. Things are less large to the human eye, bright, they appear narrower to you. This therefore does not mean that in those at half height this stuff, yes, tightens means it vibrates. Unless we got one of these tomography, we took away one of, we ironed these vertical things so you can see it well, study it well. We asked the intelligence artificially enhance the image, we improved it by 16%. We have, I tried to tell the software to EHMM to improve in some way the understanding of the bright things that there were, and we see something interesting. Let's do 2, 3, 4 sections of this kind of vertical stuff. That one A, the first one on the left after the image little one that represents all the path. You see it's the top part, basically the top part. Enlarged for some mysterious reason, you can see roughly halfway that the part external of this object is as if not if there was only one internal part that is. There's a thing with another thing inside, but that Ganzo this will not be the reason for the because the brightness of the stuff that it goes down and has 3 levels of brightness. Different look. It's not a triviality, it could be brighter in front. Less bright than behind, oh sure, less bright from behind, because behind there is the vibration that is absorbed by the whole vertical object material that we have in front of us. Instead are not there 2 types of brightness, there are 3, and this makes us understand something strange. We still had to look at everything with the most distant eye, so what is it?
Context?
Done at this point, it was said, well, let's move away a little more, and
at this point in the story, the vertical tomography of the Giza plateau comes into play. So this is the overall of, once again, they should put a little pyramid on shots like this so you can actually see what they're looking at and where they are. If you do FLIR images, if you use the FLIR camera, FLIR not only takes an infrared camera, but then also takes a normal camera and then superimposes like the lines, the hard lines of the normal camera over the top of the infrared, and it makes it very easy to understand. They could do something similar here based on the angle that the shot's taken, and it would actually make it extremely intuitive. FLIR makes infrared cameras, for instance.
Let's look more from a distance, trying to put into this chromatography the pyramid that we are looking at, and that is the one in the center on the left. You see that there is Miserino behind you. Present that the plate we made cut the Khafre pyramid to half, but you can see that the yes. They see 3 sides of the pyramid, at left the one that goes down towards left to right, what goes down to the right, and in the middle where there is this dark column, there are vibrations of the other 2 edges that we have. In front of and behind the pyramid, why is the pyramid transparent? Why? These edges are black, they are darker. Take a bell that instead of being round is a square bell. Take a mallet and give a knock and the bell rings, but if you hit it on one side of the pyramid, because if you give it on the edge of the pyramid is not. It makes a sound, that is, we are looking at the edge part of the pyramid, the one in front and the one in front behind, which by not vibrating create a cone. Black, more black, in short, dark blue here. Why is there that dark area there? This is it. I say so. We learn to interpret 2 CT scans are sometimes a necessity. Night 1 essay. Interpreting one cannot save one's life, and what does he know? And while we watch this, we notice that in this tomography now our eye sees the nail in the wall, sees that even if we don't, we did it on purpose so that highlight the things that go down, you see, in the lighter shades of blue. That there is something going down, and that now we know that they are not reflexes, and when we always
I think
look
whenever he
down
says
on the
reflexes,
left
he means
tomography,
noise.
we see that in
Or reflections.
at the bottom there is a kind of area that seems a little rectangle, a little square with inside something bright, a square, a flat square surface, or rectangular with stuff inside that vibrates. We try to highlight this stuff, and then we do the usual color changing game on. Right, let's go see this stuff that vibrate here. With this system you see 2 things. Important that in the little box at the bottom you can see they glimpse 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 of the 8 channels of these objects that they go down, you can see, because the part terminal is the one that vibrates the most, because it hooks, because it's the most bright. As we have seen in the others tomography, everything must come back. Yes, and let's look at this stuff better though. Because in reality it confuses our ideas on the left, there are also other things that go down, but what is that stuff that goes? Well, let's try to change the colors too. Left, you see there is the square spot or rectangular, and you can see them well 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, at least 6 of the tubular objects that they go down, and the brightest part is the one closest to the plate that we let's see from the right side. I have you.
I believe this is still the pyramid right here at the top, and this is looking down from the side angle kind of like this towards the pyramid. Like if the pyramid's sitting here, it's like looking down kind of like that, let's say, towards the side of the pyramid.
Marked to make it easier for you with some circles the bases of the objects that they go down. We had to understand always again a little more. Here, first of all, this is roughly as much as per kilo, the upper part of the
It's like it's responding.
pyramid of
It's like the
Khafre
video's
shot
responding to
down.
what we're talking about. That's hilarious. It's not the first time I've seen that, by the way, where I figured out what I was going to talk about before it did. Crazy. In this wider tomographic view, the profile of the pyramid of Menkuri can be seen on the top left. The tomography is characterized by the large dark bar in the center, which corresponds to the edges of the pyramid of Khafre, which vibrates. So, Menkuri, and this is Khafre over here. That vibrate little and appear dark. The imperfect verticality of the tomographic section due to the angle of the radar antenna produce useful 3D effect.
Of the segments, and I'm going to see that roughly these segments coincidentally correspond a bit to the same edges as the picture that it goes down well. And how high are we and how low have we gone? The computer can tell us this. Let's do the math. Look, we know that the pyramid must be 137 meters, 137 meters.
So he's trying to figure out
correspond to a
scale?
certain number of pixels, so beyond the fact that the tomography with the tripe effect both being stretched, distorted, and yet we
This is how they figured out the
let's
scale
count the
of
pixels.
the,
There is no problem, and
the
in
pyramid
that
tubes.
moment we can have a
Oh, Jesus.
indication. Let's look at the area carefully below where there is the little picture where there is.
Sharply good on
There
my
are
screen.
two things.
2 qubit structures that house the 8 tubes. So I think they're talking about the really deep point, basically where the tubes connect at the bottom. I think these are supposed to be pictures of it.
Bright with the entrance to something above. Bright that looks like a cube.
I think these are
4
super
things
zoomed
that
in
go down,
shots
and
of
in the other
little tubes
cube
at the bottom.
others. 4
Big
things
tubes at
that
the
go
bottom.
down. You also see it is also visible in the right tomography,
Okay.
where the structures are best seen cubic.
They're trying to show
And
off
with these
the
objects
80
that go
millimeter,
down
80,
in a
80 meter cubes at the bottom.
Cube, and in the other cube, between the 2 cubes, there is nothing, or rather there is space for something else. You could say, yeah, but you see it because you are. I've been used to seeing them for years now, tomographies, but I don't see anything then. All right. Okay, phenomenon of word, the computer. Artificial intelligence has it paired. Olia can invent them if he wants. Identify shapes that are fake. No, technically, because the phenomenon of parolia is a psychoanalytic phenomenon. Then we ask the computer to analyze this area better than we. It looks like 2 cubes roughly with shade. You want a cube in the middle more.
They used
Small
AI
one in which in the first and second,
analyze it and
especially in the
enhance
first
it, I
one,
guess.
that is, the one on. Left in this processing you can see better the 4 things that come down. Because they're grey-browns, in short those colors that I don't see all the colors. Masoni, I don't see them in the green one clear, the light blue clear, the rosé. Clear, so I make 'em up and we ask on the computer with intelligence. Artificial, tell me what the hell you see inside this thing here, and he tells you. There are 2 cubes made like this. He gave it to you, he said look at someone with a certain resolution, the other with another resolution, and tells you exactly. If you see it in the part towards whom look, that is, below you see that there are.
I don't know exactly how to read
stripes
these
of
images.
The 4 things that enter inside these cubes. Very well so, since the phenomenon intelligence of pareidolia.
I think this is like a 3D kind of density graph, and these actually represent the tubes on the side here, but it's like looking at the top and the density of the graph kind of through distance. So this is like, if you can imagine the tube going down here, 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 and here, like this. And the center here, which is gobbledygook, is like kind of like a like empty area. So it's basically open space, right?
Artificial one has, it must be said, that evidently it is precisely. So we did the opposite with a computer trick. We have removed the first cube, the one on the left, and we tried to look only what's on the right look.
In this elaboration, we have highlighted the first cube placed further north, where you can see the 4 vertical tubes that enter the cube structures and cross it. So they're looking at 1 cube.
On the right, you can clearly see that the corners of this big cubone are highlighted in dark, and the stuff that it comes down from above that looks like this spring strange enters the cube, and you can see why.
No, that's a tube on the side.
There are at least 2, if not 3, of these objects whose vibration is in our favor and enter directly into the cubone, so it is clear that we now.
They don't necessarily. I think they said those are supposed to be. They said those are supposed to be like kind of like a walkway or a vent. Those actually look like spines, like they're sticking out of it.
Construction and the attempt to construction.
These are like these are talking about this. He's talking about the spring, but like looking at the model just now, these actually look like spines sticking out of it. But it could just be like that one picture. So there are 2 large cubic structures that each accept 4 descending vertical paths, each of which is characterized by brighter vibrating spirals in the manner of a spiral staircase. The tomography perfectly mimics the bright vertical tones of descending spiral path when the part of the spiral appears behind the vertical tube, which seems to be pierced through the center. The spiral appears to have a different inclination and color depending on whether the front or back part is seen. So the empty square here is because they think the box has open sides on it, maybe? Or they're trying to insinuate that it's
we
hollow?
made different things by placing different types of lights. For what reason? In that center, in the one on the left, you see how the spring path has been recreated with a color that looks a bit like that of chromatography, of tomography, with these cubes. Here it is not shown
How wide are
because
cylinders?
there is no, it's interesting.
I don't
but
think
these
they've ever
objects
really
come
mentioned
into
that. That's kind of curious myself. The boxes themselves are 80 meters wide. So based on the fact that you can split each one of those boxes into a square itself, we'd probably say the tubes are probably maybe 10 meters, 15 meters wide. Based on their spacing, assuming it's the scale. I would say, so the boxes at the bottom they've mentioned are 80 meters wide. I would say each one of the tubes is 15 meters across. 5 meters of padding on each, 2.5 meters of padding on each side. So the diameter of each one of the spirals would be 15 meters, which is 45 feet-ish. That's fucking huge. A car is like, what, 10 feet? 15 feet? How long is a semi-trailer? Good one. Pretty much everyone knows the semi-trailer is 53 feet. They're almost as large as a semi-trailer in length, in diameter. Like, yeah. So that's a good scale question right there. So I know the scale because they've mentioned it before. Each one of these cubes is 80 meters, and if you split it into four quadrants for each one of the springs or cylinders, the tubes, I would assume there's maybe 15. There are 15 meters in diameter, I would say, which then means there's 2.5 meters of padding on each side of them. If once again this is to scale, which once again means they're 15 meters wide, which is 45 feet, and a trailer is 53 feet. Semi-trailer is 53 feet. So these things are really fucking big. Like, these aren't like small tunnels. That's diameter. These things are absolutely huge as shit. And that would also, by the way, originally they talked about this, and I thought these are walkways, which I think a lot of people did. They mentioned they could be used for HVAC or moving air or heating, more or less, or cooling, more or less. But they could be walkways. They could be a lot of different things. Yeah, so these are really, really fucking big. There's 8 of them.
Cubes are given 80 meters, 180.
Once again, 80 meters is 2/3 of a football field if you're in the U.S.
Distance from above, which I will now tell you.
These guys aren't
in the middle. You see
these guys aren't Egypt. They're the ones that just found it. Egypt has, as far as I know, has said nothing so far. If I was literally the president of Egypt, I'd literally have a mining company on the horn right now, figuring out how I could put because obviously you don't want to destroy the pyramids, but literally put a tunnel into one of these cylinders, right, and seeing what's there and connecting with it. Because you could do that without destroying the pyramids for sure, right? Mining is very well understood. Safe mining is very well understood. And then if it turns out something that you want, you can make a more complete pathway if you wanted to. As far as I know, Egypt hasn't said shit.
You might see this stuff if illuminated by whom? By a radar, which somehow illuminates from a certain position and then gives you back, like a light, the vibrations along the line in which the subject, the object, has been in some way influenced way, and you see that they are seen exactly the same things you see in tomography. Not only in tomography number 3, the white one, that Chiara we have imposed on the pipes have been made of glass. Why are the tubes made of glass? We appear to be essentially made of glass. We see the other one exactly too. Part of spiral, pretend it's a spiral staircase going down, and what? Notice in vision number 4 that the yellow colors, the intensities of the colors, there are 3 yellow ones, not 2. What? It means this means that you see everything that is in front of you beautiful, clear, everything that is behind beautiful dark, but behind there is a slightly more.
Yeah, I mean,
dark,
Egypt has a lot of problems too,
but
but
slightly darker area. What does it mean?
I don't know. I mean, this is kind
This
of.
is just one thing. There is a tube
I think
inside
this,
another tube, as seen in.
I don't think this is something you can hide at this point, and if there would be a lot of questions if they didn't explore this at this point as well, because the whole reason we watch this, guys, the whole reason we're seeing at 3 hours right now, is basically coming to the culmination of what you're seeing here through all their data, both mathematically, how they made their model, which they did go over in 1 to 2 hour, and then 2 to 3 is where this guy's been talking about what they found with tomography, so the visualization of the mathematical data through radar, which is pretty, like, this is pretty legit, guys. I don't think there's really, and once again, they also verified it against known structures, so against tunnels and research facilities, which they showed in hour 1 to 2, where they actually verified this model already against pre-existing buildings. So it's not something where you can go, no, there's no way, man. Yeah, so they already verified that this does work, and that what they're seeing is actually real. Against actual buildings that we know are already mapped, because they're basically scientific facilities, right?
One of the tomographies we had seen first, that is in reality there is
you
a
can't,
tube.
You can't just say this is bullshit at this point.
Empty, there is no column, it is a tube. Empty. The problem that arises now is what else is there between a box and other box? This is the enlarged image, as much as possible of area, and you look at it at first glance, you don't understand anything there. I'll point out something to you. You
Once
see
again,
it
if
in
they
the
drew
middle,
lines
there is
on
a
this that
bright
actually
dot.
shows like where you're supposed to look,
On the
it'd be
floor,
super
let's
helpful.
call it that, and there is a kind of little rectangle that.
But I think this is the top of the box
Essentially, it
slanting, the
comes to
bottom
be
of the box
indicated
slanting.
because in the middle there is a bright dot. You see there are some structures cubic anyway. I'll tell you what the eye can see better. Because this is the nail in the wall, obviously, and so you discover that there are the two cubes, the one on the right, I marked it for you.
Okay.
With a dotted line.
It's like it responds to
that
my fucking... It responds to my voice commands, guys.
For you on the left in the middle, there is the small cube that like floor has a brighter spot at the center. Now that you have seen the nail in the wall, if I make it appear to you, you have the opportunity to see exactly what was being put on. In evidence, sir, at this point, though, you need to understand one fundamental thing,
That's where you need like different...
How deep are we?
Different distances of the image in order to gain better context of what you're looking at. Analysis of the depth of two cubic structures, which are approximately 80 meters, which you just talked about. 80 meters long, assuming that descending tubes have a diameter of about 20 meters. So the tubes were actually smaller. Excuse me, the tubes were smaller in the video. Image. They're smaller in the image than they actually are because they're saying that they're 20 meters. What that means, there's no buffer between the two. I mean, either way, that's still basically a semi-trailer. Semi-trailer. If you took a semi-trailer, guys, in length, that is the diameter, you know, around, which is...
And yes, 80 meters is the side of one of these. Big room. Big ones, let's have the computer do the math. The computer knows this because it knows that. The height is 100.
They're basing this off the scale of the pyramid above it?
Pixels. You see, exactly this time we have made the precise drawing that the point final where there is this square shelf where are these two cubes each, of which it absorbs 4 columns that SC 4 tubes. That descends is at 648 meters, you can see it. So, but I ask the computer, listen please to me. Resize the figure as if we really had to see here, it is like this. If we flew on radar and made an enlargement, we will see this.
Is this a reference to the Sphinx, I think, earlier? The Sphinx room? It started with that. These will be the true proportions of the structures compared to the height of the pyramid, about 137 meters, as they would appear from the human eye if observed from a satellite. So at the beginning, they talked about rooms, and I think it was the rooms in the Sphinx, right? Which was where they came up with the 137 number.
Situation, that is, at the top of the pyramid and down there at the bottom the pyramid is 137 meters high. There you go down to 648 meter plus meter minus the error that we can do is linked to the fact that, well, the radar is not perfect. Verticalized with the pyramid, so it is so an accurate calculation is made with the other Pythagorean theorem substantially, and therefore it could change in part, but since the error what we do on 137 meters is the same type of error because it has the same kind of angle on the 648 basically. Don't worry, it's 648 meters 648. It is the double of 324. 324 is a number. Fundamental because it is a number that is an evodionic number, as I say, that is the length of the axis of space, length of the time axis, 3, 2 and 4 halves. Makes 1162, I remind you that. 1618 is the golden section, keep it present because this data can help us be useful in future. Then similar structures, tubulars, exempt in world. If these tubular structures they exist, who built the pyramids was the first to build them? No one. There we also have the well in Italy.
So he's talking about where other spring-like structures exist now? St. Patrick's Well.
St. Patrick's Day, now you look at him say, damn, underscore, underscore. Look at that, it's exactly the same as that one there, and of course it's shorter and smaller. More street, but look, it's made of something that is twisted around another thing, and there's a hole inside. How wonderful this is, obviously. N.A. Singur Gadawara, who is in India, in there are several of these in India. Structures that have been dated scientifically speaking to underscore underscore. Why you can't carbon date 14 the stone, so we need to date those furnishings that are stuck to the stone. So this problem is a problem that we have even here in the city of Derinuda Rinchu, which is one of the different but maybe the best known but not the largest underground city in Turkey.
Ancient city, underground city of Turkey? Turkey? Whatever that is. I don't think it's called Turkey, but... So, tinfoil hat here, guys. This is where they're linking it up with other other cities or other places in architecture that exhibit similar-looking structures and links throughout the world.
There are plenty of wells that go down with the usual tadpoles, we would say. And you can enjoy watching that. This city is unknown when it was built. They dated it to a certain period historical before Christ, though.
I mean, some people want to dig, guys. That's the way the world is. So, like, it was funny. I was reading a post, kind of a segue here, guys. I was reading a post online where people were talking about not being able to understand. It was a meme. A guy was talking about how basically he had a friend when he was in college or something, or in high school, and they played Minecraft together. And all their friend did was dig. That's all he fucking did, was dig holes. All he did was dig up resources. That was his thing. He just dig. He just dug. That was it. That's all he did. They literally asked him for resources, and all he would do is come back with resources. Like, literally just giving them free stuff, like what they thought was free stuff. But what they didn't realize was what that guy liked doing was digging. That's it. That was what he enjoyed in life. He found catharsis and enjoyment in digging the hole itself and digging out resources. Having played Minecraft, I can actually understand that. Some people just want to dig holes. That's part of the world we live in, guys. Some people just want to dig holes. And this exists, by the way. This is a 100% thing, which is crazy. I've never seen this image of it, but I knew the underground city existed. This is actually a really cool image in and of itself, by the way. Some people just want to fucking dig holes.
They found some traces of objects dating back to that age, but this does not mean that this stuff is of that age. This means
like their friends thought it was boring. He enjoyed it.
He ate inside and threw it away with the cans. How we do it, and we found the 600 cans years before Christ, but this does not mean to say that stuff, since we have found organic residues of that period there. It was built in that period there. Look, that among other things at the bottom left you will find a large room, big, gigantic, a cubone, you could say now, with an obelisk inside. But what strange stuff. But what could this stuff be? Here. No, this is one of the 80 meters wells going down, like you think, about 2,000 years ago. At least who is going to dig something like this with the little hands? It's not okay. Yes, of course.
They have the tools.
Of course, it was the ancients who they passed by there. They didn't know what the hell. He says, but what do? We have nothing to do. Let's dig a hole in the ground.
Why not?
It's okay. Just know that. And then at this point, though, still we ask intelligence. Artificial, what do you think about this stuff? And we asked him, and.
Asked AI?
We have artificial intelligence. We placed the tomography and told him, listen, this is a tomography. What do you think? You see inside are the intelligence. Artificial, it's amazing. This is a tomography done with the SAR technique. Opening radar already knew everything, well developed by yes then, and point number one is the presence of empty artificial intelligence sees what we have seen, and the We gave DO AE says A if the darker blue areas in the A scan. Radar indicates underground voids. Could suggest the presence of natural and artificial cavities. Compatible with the idea of a system of vertical wells or hypothetical tunnels that is. If intelligence is making everything up artificial, so the structures. Vertical instead, you can see clearly that the more linear bands that they extend into vertical in the scan could correspond to similar structures to pozzi or columns, I would say underground, such that, and it describes exactly what I told you. I said A as well as the presence of anomalies of horizontal structures, and then he already says that there is intelligence. Anomalies of horizontal structures, and then he already says that there is intelligence. Artificial, I'll make you a little drawing that it matches what I see inside. Me and the little drawing, he did it artificial intelligence with the 3 dimensions and the horizontal plane, the floor. Vertical, it is not necessarily so, though artificial intelligence said it. Artificial intelligence, who has it? He who commands did it. He did it. I don't care. Of course those in charge will say no, the pyramids, they're empty inside, but can't say I. That I made
about the government's going to say they're empty.
Artificial intelligence got it wrong. In with this system because I question artificial intelligence not to have the contribution of intelligence artificial, but to make it clear to those who government that this time he can't tell me that I was wrong because his teacher said what I said, this is it works.
What are these? So, like, the tubes, you know, fucking cool. What the fuck are these tuning fork things? That's actually, like... It almost looks like, you know, if you've ever seen the Star Wars movie where they have conveyors of robots, it honestly kind of looks like that. Like, that's one of those chambers for them. But, yeah, what are those? That's a good question, guys.
So, and now let's go to the 3D construction. Of all that we have seen, look, let's take a little flight over it, EHM. That thing you see that looks like a strange plan is
it
the
actually
indication
groundwater
that
level?
there is
They can figure out the
a
aquifer
certain
level.
point at about 35 meters of depth, or a water thing that doesn't. It allows us to look in some way what's under the well so much more. Far away, much further down, but at the bottom there are these 2 boxes that are the representation of the halls of Amenti ? Look, and so you have to keep in mind, look, as you can see clearly from below on.
In the interview we looked at yesterday, guys, or the short skinny we looked at yesterday from the 15th, this is the one from the 16th. On the 15th one, they said that there's stuff further down than the boxes, but they didn't have the resolution to actually figure out what they are. They said there's stuff, so the boxes go down 2 kilometers, right? So tubes and boxes go down 2 kilometers. They said that there's stuff 2 to 4 kilometers underground too, but that they didn't have the resolution, so the confidence to actually show them that there's actually stuff further down from that. Whether or not maybe I misread the translation or not, but it was at the end. It very much looked like they said that there's things further down than 2 to 4 kilometers, but they don't have the resolution to figure it out. So like there's too much error, too much noise.
Left eye diapason, that will now bring us closer together.
The subtitles go.
Così vediamo esattamente che ci sono 5 Z che sono collegati tra
I think
di
he's
loro.
too quiet right now.
Quei percorsi che vedevamo.
Speak in the microphone.
Sostanzialmente
Vertical, horizontal, X, Y, Z. What do you think and how do you turn this operation around? You see that you can put yourself in exact conditions of the tomographies that we have developed, seeing having the same interferences substantially that we had. With reality, let's look at it a bit from
I'm surprised they couldn't figure out what those spirals go up to.
These 5 Z objects that are connected to each other.
So the Zs, guys, if you're curious,
from these clearer paths that they are connected to those lighter edges.
Little houses in the center. I don't think the pyramids ever have 5. They've only considered to have 1. and the Wud is generally right above where the king's buried or the pharaoh's buried, is right above the burial chamber, and they're said to be used as either both a mythological thing where it helps the spirit ascend, but also it's used as a way of redistributing the load of the pyramid. That's the explanation that I've heard before, but they don't have 5, they only have 1. So the fact that there's 5 now is new, and I don't think I've seen an actual official drawing with 5 beyond what these guys are showing. Which also raises questions as to what they are, because I don't think it'd function that way if there's 5, because the stresses applied to 1 isn't the same thing as the stresses applied to 5 of them, right? I'm also not an architect.
That we have in the southeast and west side, there is no horizontal path in the side north. The north side is the one that has. The entrance is the path that will bring Belzoni's room and to the lower chamber. Then, as he had said, you can't get in because there is the scan pyramid that is doing its part for his tricks. Here they don't even see, they are such a small part, and so little of everything that we technically, let's enlarge the image and see them here. From another angle, you see that using these angles sometimes the ZU appear 5, but sometimes they appear confused one after the other, and they also mimic the courses exactly. Verticals D of the spiral staircase, what it is that we don't know what it is.
I'd actually be curious, it's too bad I don't know if it's accurate enough or they weren't able to extrapolate it good enough, where basically the tubes come up to the top and you could literally just find a stone that's actually in the place of where one of the tubes is supposed to pop out. That'd be fucking hilarious.
They mimic exactly the same contours that we have looked at in. At the bottom, there is a large room on the right and a smaller room on the
using numbers right
left
now
that are behind the Z, and that they are in exactly the same position that we saw in the tomography scans first time. Obviously, you see them from the side of entrance, that are the side of entrance is all the thing that we know about the pyramid of Khafu is.
That's crazy, guys. I think they said that Khafre the Khafre pyramids they showed earlier, they actually said that they didn't even have these rooms like the other pyramid where they have the king's chamber, the queen's chamber, and then the bottom one. In the Khafre pyramid, I think they said they didn't even have a king's chamber. They just had one chamber in it, or a queen's chamber. They just had a king's chamber and no bottom or based on the earlier what we looked at. So these rooms don't even exist on any blueprints, at least as far as the public knows, or Egypt's sharing. Some of these are pretty sizable.
Below ground zero, i.e. below the line of the pyramid,
that one room number 1
leaves ground zero for a while. Only the roof of the room. Belzoni keep this fact in mind. The roof and the 2 shafts that we know, which evidently served for too long. Full when water enters, why is it needed to do a certain thing that we already have described in a previous conference, then the water has to come out, so these 2 objects that are used to bring out water to prevent the pyramid from filling up totally cannot be under the water level, must be a few meters above the level of the water, and therefore they're above the ground zero, and then there is the roof made like this. A 3-dimensional model is very useful because it allows you to understand in this context as you have reconstructed the tomographies exactly. If you look at this stuff, you see that when look and do a CT scan from this position of Z, you only see 3, the one in front, the one in the middle, and that one behind, with the 2 small rooms, the large one and the narrowest one connected to each other. It's obvious to them that at some point, always keep in mind that these objects descend even further down, and that there are 648 meters between the ground zero of the pyramid and the 2 white bins. Let's say yellow here, here you see a times, like in this case in the Z of right, you can see a little bit of the Z behind
dello Z dietro. Come
as exactly
esattamente
happens in
accade
tomography
nella
that we have
tomografia
made
che
from
abbiamo fatto da
this.
questa posizione.
Such a high position, we
Così
can
in
see that the
alto
colored
riusciamo a
spots in,
vedere che le macchie colorate in azzurro
basically blue,
sostanzialmente
they represent the 8
rappresentano gli
objects
8
seen
oggetti
from
visti
above that
dall'alto
descend
che
to the
scendono
bottom,
verso il
and
basso. E come mai
we'll
li vediamo
find out
così
why we see
poco?
them so
Lo
little in a
sapremo fra un
moment.
attimo.
But in
Nel
1968,
1968
Mwich
la
spectroscopy had already done some tests, the first time it seems to me right on the pyramid of. Spectroscopy is used in Coffee Muika, and where do they put the machine? Photographic for muons in the room of Belzoni also made the machine rhyme. Photographic is put there, as he says rightly, Filippo, you owe the plate. Put under to be able to watch a stuff that's above us, actually not. We need to dig 2 kilometers under. Land to put a car on photo to see what's within 2 kilometers. That reach the ground, and above us we look at everything from above. There is no. Who cares about making a mess? It's crazy how these have. Need to put a plate photographic and wait for the muons to. Impression in the center, put the camera that is in an old photograph of the time.
Oh, he's talking about how they took an
1968,
old
the one
photograph
who
with
invented this
muons?
technique rightly, as Armando May said. Nobel Prize winner, so he's not an idiot any, and what is the result of them? They write, we have no doubts. Do you think that an Anglo-Saxon has doubts? We do not. We have doubts if there is a room or a...
We have no doubt that we could detect the king's chamber anywhere above the Belzoni chamber within a cone of a half angle 35 degrees from the vertical. If the second pyramid architect had placed the Grand Gallery, King's Chamber, and Queen's Chamber in the same location as they did Cheops Pyramid, the signals from each of these 3 cavities would have been enormous.
Series of things similar, the room of the king. What's in the pyramid of Krun Khufu, also in the pyramid of Khafre or any other? Imagine if we don't see it. Figure if there is a large gallery there, let's see right away if there is room. The queen is there below, we see her immediately. Because we will photograph with a 35 degrees angle all that is in there. They do half well. We haven't found any measures.
We therefore conclude that no chambers of the size seen in the 4 large pyramids of the 4th dynasty are in the field of view above the Belzoni chamber.
It says so translated into English. In Italian, it is not written so. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with that. This statement is also unleashed. Zaki Awas. Saying, surely the Mwich spectroscopy does not, it works, and in saying this at a level, Pielo does not realize that he is giving himself the shoot yourself in the foot, because after he will say, muonic spectroscopy has made some resistance, but after the spectator will say mourn. Monica, in the case of the pyramid of Dikiope, he found something But as if it didn't work, I mean not it worked you, at least from smart, there is not. Nothing, so you don't get hammered on the balls, instead this is the work. Scientific, which was substantially published. 1968, then we need to understand why this what happened this. It is the pyramid as we see it in clear square. Now I overlap the cone.
So I think he is either refuting earlier scientists' work, which is with muon spectroscopy, or stating why it actually would be different than what he's showing right now. I think it's a different pyramid, though.
Of 35 degrees necessary to see something, and when I overlap the cone of 35 degrees, I discover something incredible. The cone of 35 degrees. It doesn't hit any of the Zs that have it. Around, sir, even if there is him not, you can see it. Not only did they get lucky.
So he's pointing out that when they took the picture, it literally briefly, because of the angle of the shot with the metroscopic, whatever, the muon thing, he's stating right here that they basically didn't see the 4 other Zs because of the angle that it was shot from. Basically just grazed the Zs, the 4 other Zs, comparably. They didn't show anything because it was, the field of view was too narrow, guys. Well, that's something. That was 1968. That would have been 70 years ago? Roughly 70 years ago. 60 years ago. Yeah, 60 years ago. Well, whoopsie doodle. Maybe they should have taken more than one shot from different angles. I think you said the image for this takes
Not
like
only
months to
that,
make, though.
but the Z inside is in the narrowest Diono area is where there is the lowest probability of catching the Muoni area, where usually you don't see a bat. Let's see it better here. You see he has really gone over them. You can't see it, nothing. Moon spectroscopy is not. What doesn't work is that putting the camera under the camera. Belzoni was a mistake. Maybe it's because this is what they have now put the machine photographic in the other room, the most low, and they don't let us go and see what is there, but as if there was nothing that you need from 68 to 2025. Try again by changing position. To spend again on of $1 million, 800,000 cost.ion.
So it costs 1.8 million to make
the
it.
Camera costs to take the muonic photographs. No to this project they have worked 12 to 15 institutes in university world. With the contribution of me, it seems like 30 to 32 people spending taking one photograph every 8 months, because it takes muons. If there are no muons, there are no film. Yes. It doesn't impress anyone, but it is impressed by the fact that we did a similar research, discovering 99.99% more of all the...
So, he's basically saying now how much more efficient his research is compared to a team of 45 people with $1.8 million, 3 people, basically 4 people, if you include the communications officer, figured out what an entire, basically, institute, 12 to 15 people have figured out an institute. 12 to 15 institutes with 45 people figured out. Yeah, so he's tooting his own horn right now, which is, to be fair, this is a pretty big discovery, guys. The whole reason we've spent 5 hours now looking at this is because this is something that is literally groundbreaking for so many more different reasons. Putting aside the pyramids, as we discussed at the beginning of this, guys, putting aside the pyramids, this is groundbreaking. It can help you find water. It can help you find minerals. It could help you find oil. Putting aside, it can be used to scan basically every other ancient pyramid that exists that basically governments either don't want, don't care, or just there's no interest. This is absolutely huge. What he's suggesting, especially when it's plugged into an AI model, and what they're doing right now, when someone actually figures out how to comb, basically Google Map the rest of the Earth, is going to be insane. This is just like another version of Google Maps, only underground, is what we're looking at right now. And that is absolutely ludicrous, because Google Maps, or Google itself, could actually do something with this. Like I mentioned, they were manually assessing the images and stitching them together in their mind. You could make a model that would literally take the images and do what they did, only make a 3D model, and from multiple different angles with multiple different shots. And basically right now, he's basically saying they discovered 99.99% more things, because when they took the shot, they took it straight up in a cone that literally missed everything, which is honestly pretty hilarious in and of itself.
Things that are there without spending a dick of money while staying at home. Applause.
Last shot.
We did a similar research, discovering 99.99% more of all the
Grand Gallery, scan pyramids, big void, north face corridor. I think this is in the Khafre pyramid. This one they did earlier from the 2022 research. Muon spectroscopy, in the case of the pyramid of Khufu, provided only 5 points in the structure that could suggest existence of an enormous void, so much so that neither the shape of the void nor the inclination is known. So basically, talking about muon spectroscopy just not showing dick.
Things that are there without spending a dick of money while staying at home. Applause. The problem is, you see what all the newspapers have brought out with great fanfare at the time. Of the famous scan pyramid A, we have found 2 void, 1 big and 1 little. The big void that you see at center that they make with this little drawing. Here in other scientific articles is folded, that is, it has a bend. For what reason? Because they say so in scientific work, the same authors we do not know. This big void basically, if it is in horizontal line or in line not. Folded, it has a corner, why not? We know why only 5 muons. We found that they passed by their inside and then they came in. Our camera 5 muons on a 70 meters path. That is, there couldn't be 5. Small big void, 1 stuck. The other will never know how tall he is, we will never know this big void. Because you can't know why. This is the limitation of the technique then. You understand well that it was impossible that in 1968 the external Zs cannot be C right and the intermediate Z when 3 muons pass you by there and 4. Case. They bang interact with the parts empty of the Z, which are very many because it's basically 70. The Z is empty to the 70% if you think about it in terms of cubic capacity, so it is impossible with this technique. But they do know that there is in there something is also eating him up. Probably that we instead have found something, then they try to. I would run even trying to also them, and rightly so, we want him. So good, because then they will say that they have discovered some little rooms 2 or 3 of. That we have already discovered today, and we are, it's nice, then we need to talk here.
So they touched on them, but they didn't actually show anything meaningful.
Actually see the structure that we know is seen little, because the pyramid is made like this. If you don't do it like this, it goes down in the sand.
Pyramid head,
a
guys.
billion tons of what is. If there is no plate that supports it, this plate straws goes down. Basically in the sand, and we today we will have the structure of the pyramid of Kef 50 meters underground, because on the you can't build anything on the plate. So this plate, basically we can see it in a first approximation either from the right or from left. If we look at it from the left, let's pretend this is a beam is supported by 4 poles, which these are the 4 tubes that we see from go ahead, and this one says it's okay in the center. I have the right support for the pyramid so that things don't fall apart, but if we let's look at the pyramid from the other side, that is, from the right, we notice that the beam that shows in section how it is once the pyramid is made, it is essentially a double cantilever beam, that is, there are 2 things in the middle and here 2 wings that pendulum and. So what you see mostly in bottom left is the graph of the flexion, so the graph.
So I was actually thinking about this, guys, putting aside, haha, like Pyramid Head? Who the fuck came up with Pyramid Head as a horror villain? Why would you ever think to stick a pyramid on some person's head in the first place and then turn it into a horror? There was one in Saved by Wolves, too, which is a TV series. Very good TV series, by the way. Silent Hill. Yeah. Like, who decided to make that a villain? Which also looks like the pyramid head from Saved by Wolves. Huh.
From
But-
the bending, the more weight you put in the middle, and the more you narrow the distance between the two, you lean more, the graph is higher like this.
Not exactly sure what he's explaining right now.
Goes down, goes up again, and it's coming down, you know, you see that. The tie rods of the bridge look like the tensors of Brooklyn,
Construction
so you
stability
understand why the
and-
bridge Brooklyn is made that way, because he is.
Construction stability of the pyramid. So I think they're talking about how the pyramid can still be stable with this underneath it, and they're talking about tying it into suspension bridges. So how tension is between, you know, suspension bridge with the wires coming down.
Following the trend of the tie rods themselves, that are the graph of the flexion. Now the granite, the rock, let's say in general granite in particular, it resists pressure very well. It practically has infinite pressure. No, it does not undergo deformations, but I cut, that is, a slice of granite, that it breaks not. It can't stand up to a hammer blow. Strong granite breaks, but if you look, don't worry, you won't be able to do it. Will you ever do? Then we had to do a little calculation. We thought there was more precisely a plate that supported the pyramid, and maybe these 8 objects are needed for support the entire plate that supports in turn the pyramid, because otherwise everything falls to the ground. Then in this graph, without me making you see the numbers, we calculated the size of the plate to see how high does it have to be for me to do it to you this speech, because this, what is there, the plate is there, you can see it, and there these are giant stones that don't only occupy, as in this calculation, approximate, if you want, the opening of the pyramid, but they extend even further, increasing the support surface. So I asked the intelligence artificial, then we checked the accounts, but artificial intelligence says minimum plate thickness 4.5 meters. Because otherwise everything falls apart. That is, yes, sinks at least 10 meters. Considerations we should put it there of the poles and intelligence says so. Artificial, I told myself, he doesn't have it, said Zachia and then we have redone the account, and in redoing the account, Tatan is earned by putting poles there, as we have designed with the dimensions that we more or less see from tomography is the 31%, that is, it does not go down more than 10 meters. Of 6 meters substantially the collapse, but I calculated a plate which had the same dimensions as the
I think he's
pyramid, not a plate that expands for 15 meters outside or 20 met.
I think right now he is attempting to assess how likely it is for them to dig underneath it without collapsing the pyramids. So right now he's saying 15 meters underneath the plate, or the basically where the bedrock that the pyramid's on, is how far they'd have to dig down in order to actually go underneath it without actually causing a collapse. Best I can tell. What he's going off here.
Outside, because then surely even more the pyramid does not fall. You want to see that these objects have at least one function, is that
Tesla
of
coils, yeah.
holding,
There's a lot of
because
people
if
had
and then
postulated
damn it,
their batteries.
we are asked, and the other pyramids, and here we went to take a look to the old tomographies, those on Pyramid of Cheops, and we realized. I realized that we hadn't noticed, but damn, they're there too. Objects that descend into the Pyramid of Khafre in the Pyramid of Menkori AE. Look, this is a section in this section. You see how the stuff is known. We put it level with the plate.
Ground?
What you see is that we can't. See if not in way there is a scientific term that is. He says ask the vibrations of everything this dark path, why does it fall? Inside this giant plate, the which will absorb all the vibrations and signal to noise ratio. Basically it is against the see, but the roof comes out, the roof of the Belzoni's chamber comes out of the plate is higher and therefore substantially. All the vibrations that are inside of the plate you can't see, but the vibrations out, yes. But what's the point of it? Build this something. The meaning is he has it because if we who always have argued that the pyramid is a instrument, a bell that is used for collect vibrational information for Z and take them downstairs, vibrations pass through the roof of the
I believe right now he's postulating what it's actually used for, and he's talking about generating sound?
Belzoni's pyramid, which must be at the outside of this kind of base. Hard that would absorb all the vibrations and it wouldn't do what we have already decided what to do in the past. Episodes, let's call it. So we had to take a look at this point, has a first look at the plane. At the Giza plane here below there is stuff that we didn't notice. We haven't seen, damn it, like that, so what needs to be done needs to be done. In order to broaden the spectrum, so make sure that the tomography, it's bigger to go and see further down, further right, further left. This provides a machine time superior because it is the transform of Fourier. Every brush stroke we give to this photograph is scattered on a higher number of square pixels, so it takes a lot of time. So let's take the pyramid and make a cut in the middle. I remind you where the north, look, north is down, so that's where you enter. This is a central satellite image. No, it's an optical image, so you see it still minimally distorted. Well, on the right and left you see how the film cut appears. No, we are cutting the cake, so we cut the pyramid in the middle of two coffees. For those observing the scene from the right will see the pyramid of Khafre as that object that vibrates better because the cut was made right there in the half. The pyramid of Khafu appears behind of us while the little pyramid appears more far away, as you can see, substantially for an optician, one who sees. And what he would see the photograph, as you can see on the left. That is, almost behind the other, the three pyramids. But look, pay attention to the pyramid that we are looking with the section central tomographic is the pyramid of Khafre. But look, while we're watching you have to make the pyramid of coffee. I realize that there is a little bit of behind Miserino on the left, and in front on the right there is the pain in the ass of the pyramid of Khufu that somehow will do something. That what we see here, it could be due to the pyramid of knots. Khufu, good. This is the valley in the middle. You have the triole, you recognize it, pyramid of coffee. You see the two, the cone black that goes down, which corresponds to the two sharpen what you have in front of you. And
so right now they're looking at the overall
other side of behind that they do not vibrate. You see a kind.
So they're looking at the whole of the Giza plateau right now, and one of the shafts going down, I believe.
In the center here of object that goes down a little bit bent is that it is the sum of the first tadpoles of all 8 tubes that they go down because it's stuck there. Near the plate you can see a lot. Good that vibrates a lot because they can be seen good things that are attached to others. Things that vibrate a lot. I point out to you that you find a similar structure. On the right you see that there is a path brighter at some point on the Right at the top, this tadpole that goes down, the first tadpole that descends and occupies a certain number of pipes at the top. There is it edge of the Khufu pyramid. So even under the pyramid of Khufu, there's some stuff coming down first.
Like looking at an underground city. My green screen's fucking around with this. This is the Khafre pyramid. He said this is the Khufu pyramid over here. And this is a structure under the Khufu pyramid over here. And there's a Khafre pyramid which goes down. And this is all like structures that are underneath the greater, underneath the Giza plateau, guys. Like this is there's like basically a network of tubes or buildings or structures underneath the Giza plateau.
Observation, second observation. Let's look at the center where there is the arrow. Actually, I should tell you, let's look left, down, left. At the bottom there is a bright structure, this luminous structure. It is basically neither more nor less below the pyramid of Menkori. Well, if it is a bright stuff is stuff that vibrates, is something different. Well, I'll do it for you. Note, because then we will have to go even to break the balls too. Misserino, the central arrow, makes you see the usual little picture. Luminous quadrilateral that you see for this fake 3D effect due to the fact that the alignments, the radar bending is not the same to the folding of the tomographic image, which should technically be vertical, so it gives us an answer distorted verticality. This gives us, it helps because it gives us the idea of a three-dimensionality that is not there in the middle. There are the famous cuboni, so at the height of the arrow there are ground zero, 648, but there are 600 more below of stuff that is, I'll do it for you, below. Notice, let's see the cubes up close, you see, which are essentially seen. Edges of the cubes, how they are made, why have been highlighted, and these edges obviously must have a big vibration because it can be seen from a bright point of view. The edge in these contexts are always very visible, strong, and the cubes are too so, and they are detached in the middle of the cubes. There must be that smaller box at which I showed you before. Dark streak going down on the right, you know what it is. They are the two edges of the pyramid of Khufu that we find it in front on the right, but what is it? Behind the camera. Why the camera did an image that goes towards Avanti and towards the back and compacted all the information on a single level. Well then, this is to say, let's go again. Closer, you see that they are visible even better, the cubic structures that, besides the computer said, there are some big cubes, and obviously you can see other things that we don't know what it is, because the only way to understand it is go there. And what is this stuff here, this reflection? Here, this reflection here. At the beginning, as usual, it's a reflex. No, it's not a reflex. Let's look at it from close. When we look closely, we compact with
confirmations on the subsoil of Khufu.
We can do so. Let's make it appear the pyramid as a real one. Pyramid, that is, well made in the center. You see how the vibration at the center is more dark, becomes even more effective. We have listed how to, says increased. All the black and all the white, we have distanced them much more in. Somehow you see more, and the stuff that you see coming down is actually a kind of little black square that goes down with two paths that are almost parallel to each other in the descent, but we had already seen these somewhere. But what is this stuff? Look. Let's take the two as they are, models of the two pyramids, and discover that yes, under the pyramid of __Khufu, that is on the right, and that in the tomography corresponds to something that is behind The observer, there are these two,
So the right one is
underscore,
the 22
who
model
go
they
down
made,
in.
and the left one is the one they just
Lo
made
that
this
you
year.
see them from above and you see them bent over. So they are in this model have been respect the distances. That is, it is a scale model. This one here also with distances. Here's what the hell it is. This stuff here are stuff that's there under the pyramid of Khufu. It. We find in this tomography you see how is the pyramid of Khufu is that. In front but behind from who in. Somehow he is observing why we cut the cake in half with coffee. Behind below you can clearly see that in the same position as the work that we posted on remote sensing that an Egyptian lady said, but I am. Only spots of light are not visible, nothing. Maybe it would be better if the review, maybe she's colorblind, whoever it is. Let's look at the situation as it is. From above, this is the situation from above. You see there are the two pyramids that we have put with the dimensions correct. There is the Sphinx on the right. Let's see if we can somehow do a 3D tomography, and if we do a 3D tomography at some point.
This is actually pretty good.
We can go under the pyramid below the E and see what's under there. Look. That strange Rabina, what's up, what a wonder. And at this point it is clear that starting from this situation, no mod build a situation. Three-dimensional what we will do coming soon to the whole Giza plane. Because you can no longer say I studied the pyramid of Khafre, or did he study it? Sphinx, there you have to study everything in one unique, as May rightly says, in a single context. Let's go back to this image that was provided to us
context and pull it back so you can actually see the direction the
which
image
has the highest resolution
camera's taken from,
so
the
better
satellite's
than
been
this
taken
could
from.
be. Find what is all that stuff, Ali, which is substantially on our side from the view below the pyramid and partly from of coffee and under the pyramid of Khufu. What is all that stuff there?
Pretty sure it's taken from an angle of the pyramid. So the pyramid side is right here. It's taken looking down with another pyramid over here from like this sort of angle, and this is further underground. He said these are the boxes here. So it's either further down or it's closer to the camera, one of the two.
Let's go and see it better where they're slightly. Move, you see the pyramid of coffee is in the middle, but while before the highest point of the pyramid and the two sides were one on the right and the other left. Now I'm in this other way. This means we have moved with tomography like this here, and you look and discover, take a look in general, so you find out it's okay that there are things that come down, and then
This is the pyramid right
we will
here.
understand why there is so much confusion. Oh, but down to the bottom, that I am 1,200 meters from the baseline. There are some square structures. Square shapes like Roman cities, essentially, which indicate some structures that certainly cannot have been made to.
So right now he's basically saying they have to be man-made because they're square structures or right angles as opposed to caves that were naturally developed. Although you can get geometric angles in nature, they generally, like, there's prerequisites for basically them being made in certain types of stone, certain areas. They aren't really just like in the middle of nowhere, just everywhere, right? Most caves are not squared off, as it turns out. Basically, it'd be extremely rare to run into something like that.
In this case, you can clearly see everything that we have seen, and there are more things, and these things are many. This is amplification, and you see that these structures, now you can see us. What you see though is there vertical situations, horizontal, and practically they are Situations that are geometrically tied to X, Y, Z, all 90 degrees angles now. You can't tell me that these structures they're invented, that they do not exist, because this is a tomography, that is, it is a sound photography, is not a interpretation of the first one who passes by from the. This tomography here shows you the way, see essentially the cut that we did, and from here you can see something fundamental. Look at all this stuff.
Like the simulation is responding to stuff I'm talking about, guys. That's crazy. So is this vertically? I think they're trying to show going underground right now. They had the 3D model they had earlier where they showed basically the Giza plateau with the pyramids on top of it. If they overlaid it on the side and you rotated around the image, that's basically best case scenario, and it was to scale.
Goes down, so we will also have to review the tomography that we have already done in priority to go and check. And
I don't know if this is distance or depth. It's not really clear if this is supposed to indicate that it's going underground here, or if this is across the Giza plateau. So like this is length. It's not really clear what direction this is looking from comparably to the top-down view from the radar, right?
which we are also partly doing under the pyramid of Khafu. Look at another tomography compacting.
This is a different pyramid, Khafu? This tomography shows that there are also descending shafts under the other pyramids and that they end up in a large square rectangular structures. So this is a different pyramid. This is Khafu, where they're looking at Khafre before.
You see that we always put the focus Khafu because it was our point of departure, but below we are interested in Bass. You see the central part are the columns, that this stuff here that goes down. We put him together and basically becomes a single object that. But it goes down if you notice it. And in the latest tomography you can see there are substantially square structures, and I'll show it to you. Better, you see here are the wells that then they go down at the end. Yes. Dematerializes the only block and they see each other, even all the fingers of this structure. But on the side, if you notice, there are, I'll make you rectangular structures. See? Better. Now that you've seen him, I'll take them back so you can see them with yours eyes. This is a bit of a game, of the nail in the wall, which are very large structures, especially height, length, width, etc., etc. What you are seeing is that this structure has as center this giant square, the column of columns descending from the pyramid of __ Khafu, while the most bright, because
and
it
Khafu
is
doesn't
right
have
where
8
we
cubes, it is
have.
1?
The tomography was done, and it's the one in the center of the tomography that is in front of us, and which has nothing to do with the big square that I'm showing you now. This is how you interpret tomographies after one has taken the. Obviously everything is checked by hand.
So the square goes around?
From horizontal tomography, because now we are scanning the whole. We are flat, but not happy with this changed
cylinder?
cut. Let's get to it. 90 degrees to 90 degrees, yes, in the truest sense of the word, we are in a safe place, we are in a safe place. Iron barrel of Muzio. Sivola, you see the tomographic line goes from the pyramid of Khafre to the bottom.
Khafre, the pyramid of Khafre to the Sphinx. So this is the Sphinx in front. Entrance to the well of Osiris is what they're pointing out right here, which is this guy right here, which I think is the photo they showed us like 3 hours ago in the video, where they're looking at one of the giant wells.
On the left to the Sphinx.
I believe
well
this
up high, you see
is the line. This is the line along the way to the wells. So they're basically looking at where the wells align with the photo itself. So this is basically a horizontal picture of the plane-ish and where they align with the photo itself.
alto vedete la tomografia.
Tomography holy underscore underscore. You see everything that stuff that comes down, how much stuff is there. That goes
How
down.
do they have
if you
fucking
rightly
wells, guys, that are just
superimpose
literally open
tomography
to
on
the
Cal?
terrain, and no one's
Vertical
decided to go
lines, those
spelunking down
vertical
them? Maybe
lines,
they have?
go and break the balls of a number. Identical to the wells that are in the plain of Giza and that no one has ever. Scientifically, underscore underscore. This means that those wells, there they descend to a depth of 1,200 meters more.
There's no way that no one decided to basically spelunk down them. There's absolutely no way. Take a look here. Well, Osiris is known as Osiris Shaft, is a strange subterranean complex discovered beneath the Giza plateau, believed a symbolic tomb for the god of Osiris and potentially connected to underground tunnels and the tomb of the kings. Well, there's videos of it.
Points more, in some points less, and in this tomography we have done. Take the hand from one says, let's take it one of these wells we go to see, and we took one of those that was brighter, that is, it would have given us more information on the left in tall A. I'll show you. Better the well of Osiris than the well of Osiris is that well which in
Well of Osiris, and there's videos on YouTube. I haven't looked at any of them, though. The known structure of the Osiris shaft reaches up to 35 meters below its mouth. It consists of 2 levels. The first level where there's 6 rooms, 2 of which contain a granite basin, the quality of which is not found in Egypt, slightly radioactive. In the second level, there is a basin filled with running water whose origin is unknown, which cannot be drained, which contains a sarcophagus, which is therefore surrounded by running water. The SAR analysis shows that further on, the structure extends into the depths until it reaches a probable empty structure, room black in the tomography. So, this right here?
it is thought to have been the tomb in some way of Osiris CNO, said of all colors, and I'll show you something fundamental in the well of Osiris. There are 2 or 3 levels basically. A, which reaches up to 35 meters. After that it does not. You understand what's happening because there is a watercourse surrounding a structure. In granite, where inside it seems that there is a sarcophagus or one of the many objects that it was used to put something inside, if then it was a sarcophagus, as the Greeks say. That is, a body eater, or was it a neb ankh, as they called it. Ancient Egyptians, neb also means place where life that doesn't want to take refuge. Say body eater, so already the wireless telegraph, the telephone without.
Is this where the resurrection coffins come from in Stargate? By the way, if you guys watch the Stargate series, they use sarcophaguses as a way of resurrection. This is kind of weird how this is kind of overlapping with Stargate and vice versa, probably taking some hints from ancient Egyptian mythology, but also strangely kind of confirming with this. It actually shows how much effort they put into old TV series, to be perfectly honest.
Threads, the first translation had I've already pissed off the Greeks, so imagine. Today, the Egyptologists. So here this water is not known where it comes from, you don't know where it goes, it's a water. Completely different from the analyses chemicals that have been made by from the water of the Nile, then makes a completely different path one.
It doesn't have the chemical composition of the Nile?
Our future goals will be to find the water paths that are down there. Because they play strange games, someone has already studied them from a point of view. From a scientific and technical point of view, but the geological type works that I have studied, and I also put it to the analysis of some geologists that I know. I was told that they were written with your feet, and therefore you have to review all the data that is there, because there are some really things, interesting ones that we will show anyway next time. Look at one. Fundamental characteristic is that at first live al to the second level the first. Level is here the entrance to the second level. There is a series of rooms that we will see better where there is a sarcophagus. This sarcophagus has two characteristics. Fundamentals of these 6 little rooms that there are one of these sarcophagi. Well, there is only one basically. Actually there were 2, but I think one. It was removed. It's of a granite that it is not found in Africa. I don't know how they have it put inside because it doesn't pass from the entrance, which weighs the usual 70 tons. So much I don't know what it is. Slightly radioactive among other things, but it probably comes from somewhere. Turkey's mine should now be bring it to us, and someone should ask how they brought it to us. Don't ask, we know. So you see, I put you the map of the route and next to it tomography of the path. As you see, in tomography there is a first vertical path, then there is a first step, a second and a third. First dark spots you see in the it is the third level that is there. We are at 35 meters and underneath there's stuff, and underneath there is also something underneath black. It's a small room. What do you want that? Maybe it's not stuff that will vibrate in a way different, so it appears black to me. It seems that perhaps it is more possible that it is a little room, or rather a large room. This one stuff goes down by another 100 to 200 meters below, at least always doing the first counts on this stuff with pixels. It has never been seen by anyone here, and
so he's postulating
why see here, this is the hour and the radar too.
So he's postulating that the Osiris well, as far as it's been explored, only goes down to the water level, only goes a lot further down than that, which is actually kind of weird that they didn't go scuba diving, but I guess.
Synthetic opening copied it exactly, and we identify it exactly because we know how it's made. The structure and all the times that we know how a structure is made, and we look at the tomography, we recognize the colored spots because correspond to the structure we have in the pyramid. With a Khafu we were advantaged because we had 2 or 3 structures that we knew and could recognize in the pyramid of Khafre. There was nothing we knew inside the pyramid. Then we had to work much harder for understand what we had front in the. So there is a first vertical sector where all of these little rooms. In one of these there is the only sarcophagus that remains in the path. The lower this one is, the lower the one is. Sarcophagus, I don't know what it is, but still once we have water coming in from one part, the water coming out of the other, and this object that is inside the water, it suffers the vibrations. I don't know if you remember something of all that. We said in the previous one's conferences, so at this point. But it must be said, what were our eyes? Mine only one is half blind, but actually one of our eyes, it was umbra space, that is this species of a giant umbrella that through its opening it has given us allowed to have a synthetic opening substantially favorable because we could understand all these things. And the other one that allowed us to going even deeper is UMB space, Capella space, which basically, as you can see, it's a kind of a large, open, rigid sheet.
They're talking about basically
it allows us to pull out all the data,
much larger observation platform from space.
Pulled out moral of the fairy tale. We have to draw some conclusions out, and the conclusions are quite simple for us. The pyramid is like a safe full of information, and this safe full of information, it was closed by some characters, misunderstandings, which not only do not allow you to look where you are, should have looked at it for a long time, not only at us, but also other research groups, but
have looked at it sooner.
Basically, they are constantly changing these monuments to prevent us from seeing as pure as they were. At the beginning, before the changes made, it would be possible to understand what they were used for. These pyramids, then the radar to synthetic opening, basically the 2 radars we found were successful to open this safe inside. This safe obviously has it what I call truth reality. Of the facts, the irrefutable reality of the facts, so the aperture radar. Synthetic becomes SAR sensor once again. No qualms, because this will be the push that will carry us forward without pity to bring out everything that we can get out of this reality. Objective by putting it in the face of people who think that the Egyptologist. Lage, thank you.
So, pushing things forward, making things more notable to the point at which they can't objectively say there's nothing there, right? So they have to look at it. Is, I believe, his intention at the end there was to make things so notable that you can't ignore it, which is, I think, they made a pretty good case for what's going on there right now. That there's a lot more going on there than meets the eye. And that'll help us push our world forward. Whatever's there is going to help us push our world forward.
All one shot, all one shot.
Translation. Well, that was a something, guys. So, a couple takeaways here from comparably from the last meeting. This was obviously more in depth. They showed their methodology. They showed how they did it. They explained it in scientific terms to the point at which I don't think you can refute it.
Exactly, yes, then we're done. There is obviously no room for questions, and whoever wants can sign. Professor Malang now in a little while out the books or
no Q&A.
Autograph as much as he has provision is put. There I don't know what it is I found another structure. Of R. Okay, long live me no bad. Sorry I don't use it, but I can tell you right because I'm a bit simple. I thank you, thank you.
Hot mic. Hot mic.
Thank you,
So, a couple takeaways here, guys. At this point, you can't refute and say this is fake. They gave the methodology. They proved it works on structures that are known. Including scientific facilities they showed earlier in the video. They pointed out basically a lot of the information that's already disclosed in the 15th video, the 15th presentation. They disclosed a lot of information on that. New information in this one, the Khafu pyramid, not the Khafre, the Khafu pyramid has a giant well that goes down, but it also, if I understood this properly, has a giant square around it. They didn't disclose basically the size of the square. Towards the end. The Osiris well is only partially explored. There it is. The Khafu pyramid. And there's apparently a giant square, potentially a giant square under the Khafu pyramid attached to the shaft that goes down from the Khafu pyramid. This is new, which is this thing going down here. The Osiris well is only potentially partially explored because the rest of it's flooded, and apparently no one decided to put on a scuba mask and go under. And it goes down much, much deeper, potentially actually connecting to the structure that is under the Giza plateau in general. Yeah. And, I don't know, that's basically a lot of the, like, most of the stuff here they explain better. They explain it more in depth, and to the point at which you can't really refute it and say that that's not the way it works. Pretty much everyone that refuted the claims associated with, their findings were basing it off the 22 research paper prior understanding of SAR and how it works, and without understanding their acoustic model, all of which they explained in hour 1 to 2, which was kind of like a scientific explanation. And 3 and 2 to the end of the video was him explaining basically how to interpret their acoustic model and their images for people that might not be intuitive or into it, for people to understand it. And towards the end here is where they actually offered a little bit more new information, and also mentioned that they're going to continue to do research and image the greater plateau in general. Then they also mentioned that there's satellites that are even better at this, that are currently haven't deployed. By the way, this is what they're showing. This is the Osiris well. Osiris well. And this, I believe, is to scale, where it shows it only goes down part way, and there's stuff even further down than that. Not entirely sure, because when he's explaining and when they're showing this, I think he just basically mentioned that the lower portion of it's flooded and no one knows where it goes and it never empties out. So basically no one took time to scuba dive, apparently. The SAR analysis shows that further on, the structure extends into the depths until it reaches a probable empty structure or room black in the tomography, which is this down here. So under the water, it goes further down into whatever this is down there, which they can make out prior to it getting like losing resolution or whatever's going on there. Holy shit, guys, this is a long stream. A lot to cover here, and it wasn't just where you can't just pile drive through it. This is very, very, very information heavy, very dense. Once again, guys, I'm pretty sure that all these guys speak English, to be perfectly honest. And they intentionally... I already read a post online where someone was criticizing them for not releasing it in English because it's kind of the universal language of the scientific community. But these guys, this is pretty revolutionary, and, you know, they can have their walk around the block, right? As so to speak. I bet all these guys speak perfect English or close to it. But they can do what they want to do. Either way, still a monumental discovery. A lot of meat and potatoes here I think this is mainly for the scientific community. The 1 hour, which we basically talked about for 3 hours, the 1 hour video yesterday was more condensed and more straight to the point if you're looking for the TLDR, where this was more how to interpret images, the scientific angle on it, the mathematics behind it, which is very important, by the way, even though I don't completely understand it, as well as further research and things that are going on here. Holy Jesus, guys. All right, we're going to call the stream here, guys. This was phenomenal. Definitely enjoyed looking at this. But yeah, tonight, guys, is going to be Marvel Rivals. We will cover more of this in the future. I don't know if they didn't mention any new stuff. They mentioned that there's going to be more stuff, but they didn't mention when. I think last video they mentioned there's going to be they're going to be opening a lot of their findings up to the scientific community later this year. But they didn't mention if there's going to be more conferences soon, or if this is it. So I guess this is one of these things where you have to stay tuned. This is pretty in-depth, though, so it's not really something you can explain away really easily. I'm glad Snopes debunked this, though. Snopes, you did a good job, guys. You did a great job. Congratulations. Good job, Snopes. And community notes on the articles citing the 22 research paper on Twitter. You guys are great. Fantastic. You showed everyone good with this bleeding edge research by literally just Googling. But yeah, as far as this goes, guys, it will be very curious not only what on these guys' release, but also what Egypt does, which is actually probably one of the bigger questions here is what are they going to do? Because it's very clear that they're sitting on something. Whether or not they choose to act on it, once again, there's 100% ways. They don't need to find the secret entrance in the pyramid. They can 100% go into the ground and burrow underneath and enter one of these tubes if they wanted to from the side, just by mining. Basically, just Minecraft it. They could 100% Minecraft if they wanted to. And in a way that's safe without harming the pyramids themselves. So, of little risk to the actual pyramids, and besides some noise and, hard work, noise, and some money. All of which Egypt, this is just, like, literally pay for itself, Egypt right now. This is literally making another tourist attraction. Most of the GDP of, like, Egypt comes from tourism, so putting aside there's probably actually shit down there that's meaningful, putting aside the whole archaeological find of them having gigantic fucking straws going down from the pyramids and making a pyramid head. Where's Pyramid Head? There's Pyramid Head. Making Pyramid Head. hilarious in and of himself. Yeah, making Pyramid Head. Funny. Funny stuff, guys. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. What's going to be interesting is what comes out of Expedition, which is the name of this group that these guys are part of, what Egypt does with this information, and of course, if this is used on other pyramids around the world, too. There's a lot of pyramids, guys, and there's a lot of governments that don't actually give two craps about their pyramids that are in their country. They have bigger fish to fry, or they don't actually care about fish. Might be the solution there, too. But either way, this is actually... The technology itself is groundbreaking. Putting aside the pyramids and what this entails is groundbreaking itself, because it can be used for finding resources, it can be used for finding water, it can be used for finding oil, it can be used for studying ground movement itself, so the composition of the ground and how it moves around. There's a lot of stuff this can be used for beyond just the pyramids, and the pyramids are just a really, really cool example of this technology in use. So, where this all goes, this is going to be the coming weeks and months, going to be remain to be seen. As I mentioned before, guys, this is kind of curious in and of itself. I'm kind of burned out right now. We literally just watched like a 4-hour tech seminar, so I'm kind of burned out already. But as I mentioned earlier, this is curious because this has happened. They said there's a 60... Where was that? The 1968 study, which took $1.8 million, where they imaged it. And they fucking took the wrong angle. They missed the Zeds, as they're called, the little houses. It missed the Zeds because the angle was wrong. They didn't show up at all because, like it said, it used muon spectroscopy. So basically, it takes muons, which I think are radiated by the solar, like it's solar radiation, taken over the course of 8 months, and it missed the other Zeds because they got the angle wrong on it. Like the angle was wrong enough where it missed the other Zeds, the other buildings, and obviously you can't photograph below it or to the side of it, so it's basically like having a giant open piece of film and waiting for muons to hit it and to get an image basically of what's above it, right? So they actually missed it. The 1968 study missed the study 60 years, guys, 60 fucking years, and they missed basically the most important parts of this pyramid. Yeah. Which is pretty incredible. That's a whoopsie doodle going on there, guys. Very expensive study apparently, and he's basically giggling to himself about how much cheaper they did it, which is 100% true. This is also kind of a very curious one, which is I think other people had research based on this, and I don't think I've actually heard anywhere that this is used to refute what these guys are talking about, but it will be. And basically, they already refuted the refute, so they already rebutted the refute of their claim, because the study basically missed the Zeds based on where it's located. So... But once again, if I was Egypt, guys, I would literally have a good firm on the phone that can make some nice, good tunnels that are stable, and I would go burp, burp, and burp, right into that guy. And like in terms of GDP, guys, making a tunnel is not that expensive. In terms of a country's GDP, that's like nothing. They could do that all they want, and it would be like these guys. I'm pretty sure are not full of shit based on what we saw here. The Egyptologists that might be like I said, guys, at the beginning here, where we're talking about this and yesterday's TLDR kind of preview, the Egyptologists are generally like, there's going to be always pushback. They even talked about there's going to be pushback in the community of people that think they know what they're talking about, just like with SAR. People that they know what think they're talking about, that they can't be there. There's no way nothing's going on there, and they're the the snooty look down your nose at what's going on. There's no way it can possibly be there, right? Look down your nose at them. Yeah, this is pretty thoroughly... These guys made a very strong case for it being there, and if I was the Egypt government, I would do that. And these guys are staking their scientific careers on it, and putting that aside, you don't even need to go that angle. This is like, they made a very strong case for what they're looking at here, and why this didn't show up here. They even, like, they looked at other places and dams. They looked at scientific research facilities underground and mapped them basically perfectly, well, to a certain extent. And then at the end here, they talked about how they can increase the resolution and improve basically the image quality through new satellites that are going to be launching. I've never heard of any of these, but these new projects that are actually going to end up in space that currently don't exist yet. So it's going to get even better at SAR, or basically the method that they use for doing this, even though they use Capella. What do the Capella space probes even look like? Let's take a look here. I have an image of one of them. Capella space satellites images. Next generation. So they have images. They showed this in the video. This is next generation of satellites through Capella. This is it. As you can see, where they're talking about the aperture size at the beginning, yeah, they're much bigger now. Or they're going to be bigger, excuse me. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's going to make things look better, but right now, guys, right now, they don't need to wait for satellites to launch. Egypt can do... Well, like I said, what's going to be really curious here is what Egypt does. At the beginning here, guys, where they showed off, like, they're, like, going through and they actually looked at the current existing pyramids themselves and looked at some of the structures in them. And they showed, like, where these potentially could be entrances, and they showed that basically some of these were walled off. It looked like... Where's a curious one? They said this was inside one of the pyramids. Right there, which is potentially a plug stone for some of their prior research. Where's the wall? Then there's a nice brick wall that was erected on the side that literally should be leading to a hallway. This is an interesting one, where they show this wall. Guys, brick walls have been around. This could be, he said 80s. This could have been 80s, but brick walls have been around for hundreds of years. So this could have been erected at any point in time. And maybe why it was there was lost over time? It's a good question. What exactly that is. And then there's a plug stone on the side here. They said they asked probably a tour guide what it was, and they didn't figure it out. They didn't know, and they gave him just kind of a bullshit answer as far as what these are. But yeah, like this guy right here. What is that? It's not structural, guys. You're inside a gigantic pyramid with ridiculous amount of stress. It's not being held up by a brick wall. What the fuck is this? What is this? What is that? Yeah, and why would you close it off? Good question. This is from the Khafu pyramid, I think, which their earlier research was based on.
Applause.
Khafu pyramid that was earlier based on. Sphinx. Where was their image earlier? This guy. Is this from the Sphinx? They talked about basically how they wouldn't have technology to cut limestone and granite this way. They can't cut granite like that. And then compared to the architecture on the outside of the pyramids, which was drastically different. So they're insinuating someone else probably built someone or something else built them, which is pretty crazy. Minecraft digging obsessed man, I guarantee you there's plenty of companies in Egypt that will dig tunnels for you. I guarantee you there is a mining company that'll just go to town. They're putting aside they could use a TBM eventually if it gets big enough, right? They have all different sizes of TBMs. TBM's a tunnel boring machine, which we talked about before. There's a lot of different sizes of tools for the job, but right now is just figuring out if they're there. And you don't even, like I said, you don't need to compromise the pyramids. You don't need to go digging through the pyramids, which would involve a bunch of red tape and ruin a monument. You just go under them, right? This is all underground anyways, and if it's not there, it doesn't matter. But if it is there, it really fucking matters. And then you'd also be able to figure out where the other sizes the heart and passion. I don't even know. I don't know what's going on here. Like, they talked about the end here. They talked about the well of Osiris, and apparently there's a pool of water at the bottom, and no one decided to go scuba diving in it to figure out how deep it is. Why wasn't that a thing? I don't know. Like, you think that would be just like the thing, right? You're in Egypt. You're like, hey, man, what's at the bottom of this? Let's figure out. We're in Egypt, right? Why wouldn't we figure it out? But apparently no one ever did that. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, kind of weird. But, alright guys, we're going to call things, guys. I am out of steam here. We're probably going to turn this into a video for YouTube. This is very thorough. Otherwise, mainly, majority of the TLDR is from yesterday's video, which is the pretty side of the new stuff about Osiris, the Khufu pyramid, and all the methodology, which all really matters. A lot of this was basically just like a white paper for the scientific community. So the majority of this video is not for most people, I would say. It's for the scientific community, which really does matter. And there's a lot of, like, they shored up a lot of accusations and rebuttals that were being aired, even prior to them being aired, including the muon spectroscopy, which was actually a big one. I would say this is definitely a big one. But in addition to that, they talked about the well of Osiris. They talked about where they're on the plane. They talked about future research as well. Basically, the majority of the meat and the potatoes for the normal viewers in like the last hour and a half of this video, or even hour. But a lot of this is actually pretty important. This is a big deal. This is a big deal on many levels. We will continue to cover this into the future, guys. Whether or not we cover it in a video, I don't know, but I'll be talking about it on stream. This might be, who knows how often they said this took like months to actually put together these images. So once again, if a company actually is able to take multiple, like depending on how pictures they are, they can make a model out of the pictures without, like, these are hand analyzed, right? They probably could do that without doing that. Very curious. What Egypt is going to do is going to be very curious. What these guys do, Expedition does, is very curious. A lot of question marks here. The scientific community in general can't just say these don't exist too. That's basically the biggest takeaway here, is these do exist, something is there, and it needs to be looked at. And not only is Expedition, so the company is probably going to do it, but also, Egypt, I'd assume, would do this. And what's going to be really interesting, however, is if other governments, if we see other governments starting to move on this, that's going to be really curious, like the U.S., yeah, if people know something. Yeah, that's an interesting one, guys. That is a real interesting one, is if other countries might know something about this, and now that it's being kind of aired. This, like I said, this is high confidence. You can't just refute this. I don't think there's anything that I've read in the last week since it's basically been acknowledged would refute what we just looked at here. There's nothing that could do it. They explained all the techniques. They explained the methodology. They have a patent for what they're doing right now. In the process, they have a patent right now. Yeah, it's there, it's real, and what it is where we're gonna see in the coming weeks and months. We'll have to wait and see. 2025, guys. This wasn't. What aside all the other weird shit, this was even the radar. This came out of absolutely nowhere. By the way, there's giant tubes under the pyramids. Have you guys heard about the pyramid tubes? Yeah, you thought 2025 was weird enough. Have you heard about the pyramid tubes, guys? There's tubes under the pyramid. There's the tube under the Khafre pyramid, or the Khafu pyramid. There's potential complete underground network connecting the Giza plateau. Yeah, you know about that? Yeah, in addition to, hey, look, we've known about these pyramids for hundreds of years, guys, and we just figured out there's a giant network of tubes underneath the pyramids. Oh, okay. On my 2025 bingo card, check that one. Where's First Contact, guys? Waiting on it. And the weird thing about this, guys, is not only how it interlinked. I think the 1 hour seminar they had the other day, the 15th, was actually, this is important, but also kind of condensed everything better. And basically kind of aligned it with religion, the Emerald Tablet, as well as the Book of the Dead. And how there's kind of they did that at the beginning of this too, by the way. And how they're interlinked, and kind of people took it as a metaphorical example of the afterlife in religion, but it actually could just be referring to the underground complex under the pyramids. It literally could just be a manual for under the pyramids, and we just didn't know how to figure it out properly. Yeah, it could just be a manual for under the pyramids, and what they meant about a portal to the underground, to the everlasting fountain of life, actually just refers to a generator room. Yeah, this is where the entrance of the generator room is, but we thought it was a portal to the afterlife in their mythology. I don't know, that's a pretty interesting take, guys. A lot of cool stuff going on here.